here. All right, everyone. This is the Theodore Shubot Friday live stream. We're going to have a good stream today. We're going to be talking about, well, current events mainly, and I'll be answering your guys' questions and responding to your comments as best as I can. But we are going to be focusing mainly on current events in light of geopolitics, geopolitical happenings that are occurring around the world. We are going to be talking about really the buildup of tensions between Turkey and Israel. We are going to be talking about the genocide that's going on in Gaza, specifically the starvation that has been taking place in Gaza, and the Israeli Jewish aspirations of purging Gaza of all Palestinians, also purging the West Bank, and making those lands officially a part of Israel. And we are also going to be talking about the transhumanism in light of the revival of eugenics, which transhumanism is just another form of eugenics. We will also be talking about the revival of Nazi ideology. And we are also going to get into the controversy that is currently taking place in Armenia, where you have this battle between the Armenian government and the Armenian church, which is quite interesting, and how this battle is not just an ecclesiastical battle, but it's actually a part of a NATO strategy of trying to control the church in Armenia. And then, and I know I'm not entirely qualified. I'm not really qualified at all to talk about this, but I have been reading up on it. The current conflict that's been going on between Thailand and Cambodia, and how it is happening in the greater context of NATO in Asia, specifically NATO's goal of having Japan really increase its armament and really increase its military strength so that the United States can use Japan as a proxy against China. Cambodia is a major ally of China. Thailand is closer to the United States. And then we are also going to be getting into my favorite topic, which is German militarism, and we're going to talk about the latest signs that we are facing a revival of German military power in Europe. So it's going to be an interesting stream. I've really prepared for it this time. Last two streams, I'll be honest with you guys, were kind of flaccid and dull. Not gonna lie. Last 2 weeks were awful, I'll be honest with you. Some of my worst streams, maybe arguably my worst streams, happened these last 2 weeks, because I was really ill prepared for both of those streams, and for both of those streams, my preparation was limited to me waking up on a Friday morning, or in some cases, I think in at least one case, the early afternoon of a Friday, and just trying to read as much news as I possibly could, only to have a very limited stream as far as information went. And so I didn't really have much to talk about. For this stream, I went back to my old strategy, which is I dedicate Thursdays to preparing for these streams. And by doing that, I have really an entire day, Thursday, to prepare for the stream. And I look at the news that's been taking place within the week or within the past 2 weeks. I look at the past news stories in light of current events, things that are taking place right now, and I just get more information. So it's a lot better. And then after preparing for about 6 hours yesterday for the stream, I woke up this morning and I spent a few more hours just reading up more on the news and just getting more information. So this stream's going to be good. We're going to have a very good stream, and it's going to be educational and informative. Let me know if the music is not loud enough or if it's too low. I also want to have music in the background because that brings life to the stream. So I'm going to read your guys' comments first, and then we're going to get right into the news, and we're going to get right into the information about the buildup of tensions between Turkey and Israel, because this is very significant, because we're talking about really the inevitable end of Israel. It is very fascinating. So it says here, okay, I'll read you guys' comments first. Catherine Galpo, hello, congrats. Thank you, Ortho Christos. Yes, I was looking at my subscriber number, and I noticed it was getting pretty close to 5,000, and I told myself, you know, I'm going to be doing a 5K plus stream, and I'm going to be doing a stream basically celebrating a 5K plus subscriber number. And it happened. And then you said, hey, we should do a stream celebrating 5K subscribers. And I said, yeah, absolutely. Hello, Maria Ivanova. Thank you very much. Hello, Bruce Harris. Great show, Theo. Keep them coming. Appreciate that, sir. Hello, Scoop1337. Congrats on the 5K, Theo. Appreciate it. Thank you. Alhamdulillah, you've hit 5K. Mashallah, mashallah, brother. Privet. Hello, Goose Hunter. Congratulations on 5,000 subscriptions. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Goose Hunter. Hello, Alexis Corral. Hello, everyone. It's time for some Theology. That's correct. The live stream by Theodore Schubot about geopolitics, history, religion, food, movies, everyday life, and music. Absolutely. And this is going to be a good stream. I can just feel it. I think that today's occasion is worth celebrating with the good alcohol. Absolutely. We have alcohol ready to go. Hello, let's see. Gypsy Bird, hello. Happy Friday to you too. Hello, Alexis Corral again. Everyone ready for some Theologic? I know I am. Oh yeah, Ted, check your DMs. There's some beautiful stuff there. As a gardening enjoyer, you'll love it. I appreciate that. I'll check it out as soon as I can. And thank you, Cruel Caption in Australia. Hello, Mark M. Shalom. Shalom Aleichem. Let's see here. Hello, Noman in Hungary. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much. I didn't know you were Hungarian this whole time. Noman, I had a feeling that you were European. Believe it or not, I actually assumed you were Polish. I don't know why. It was something about your username and something about the way that you wrote made me think, okay, Polish, if I had to guess. But you say Hungary, which is kind of close, right? You guys are neighbors. Hello, Prince Zachariah. Congratulations on 5K. Appreciate that, sir. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Happy Friday to you as well. Hope you're fantastic. Thank you. Congrats on 5K today, Theo. Thank you, Alexis Corral. Let's see. Cruel Caption says Tucker Carlson. Okay. Enrique Guemareas, you're going to talk about what is happening in Cambodia and Thailand. Yes, we will get into that, even though I am not really educated at all on the topic. I took the time yesterday. I spent about maybe 2 hours or so looking at various news articles on the topic. I did not even know that Thailand and Cambodia were enemies. I didn't even know, but apparently they are. And really, one of the main points of contention between Cambodia and Thailand is a temple, which I didn't know, which is amazing. So they're, in a way, to a great extent, they're fighting over a temple, a Buddhist temple, which the international community recognizes as belonging to Cambodia, because the French colonized Southeast Asia. And so before the French left, they left a map. They put up a map and they said, okay, here is the border between Thailand and Cambodia, and they made their demarcation. And the French essentially said that the temple and the territory upon which the temple is belongs to Cambodia. So the international community, the main consensus at least, has declared that temple and the territory upon which it lies as belonging to Cambodia. Thailand says it belongs to them. So there's a whole fight, and it reminds me very much so of how the Jews and the Arabs are fighting over the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and who really is the rightful owner of the land upon which the Al-Aqsa Mosque lies. And the Jews say, nope, that land belongs to us. It belongs to the Jewish people. We have a right to build our third temple. And then the Muslims say, nope, that land belongs to us. That mosque is where Muhammad the Prophet flew on his magical horse, the Al-Barak creature, and he landed on that territory. So that territory is holy to the Muslim faith. And they're fighting over land, but really they're fighting over a holy site. So the Thais and the Cambodians fighting over this land and fighting for a temple, it reminds me of the Arab-Jewish conflict over the Temple Mount. Happy Friday. Thank you, Ryan the Beast. 5K all right, Ted. I might drink to that. Appreciate that, sir. Had like 9 drinks with my buddy yesterday, so I'm still a little hurt. Yeah, you may want to relax on the alcohol. It might hurt your gains. Cambodia, Thailand skirmish is a nothing burger. Nothing serious is going to happen. And you know what? I hope you're right, and you probably are right, because this actually happened back in 2011, and it didn't. I think it lasted around 2 weeks or so. So this could be just a minor skirmish, or it could escalate into a serious war. I have read the opinion on Russian media, by the way, that this war is a way for America to further amplify America's Asian NATO, which consists of Australia, North Korea, and Hong Kong and Japan. And so this is a way to further push Japan to intensify its justification for militarism and buying more American military technology and really amplifying its military strength. So that is a possibility, and I think that actually is I think it's a legitimate observation. 5K, yeah, appreciate that. I am Polish on holiday in Hungary. Oh, damn. Okay, never mind. Well, I hope you're having fun over there in Hungary, and I'm happy that you're listening in during your vacation. That means a lot. Hello, Jacob Glowsticks, a member of the Polish remnant that used to listen to me back in 2018. He says, just got here. Happy Friday, Theo, and everyone. Congratulations on 5K subs. Appreciate that, sir. Let's see here. All right, so that pretty much ends your comments besides the conversations that you guys are having between yourselves, which is fine. So we're going to talk about the intensification of tension, intensification of the buildup between Israel and Turkey, and how this is really a presaging sign for conflict between these two countries. So we're going to get right into this, and I have a whole series of articles to read to you guys. Congrats on 5K, Theo. Appreciate that, Ortho Christos. We had something similar with Pakistan and India this year. You're correct, but here's the thing, is the conflict between Pakistan and India is going to resume, and I think it's safe to say that inevitably India and Pakistan are going to have a full-fledged war. They're going to have a full-on, serious conflict between themselves. And other countries will be involved, and other countries will back their respective side, their proxy, and that's how it's going to be, just like Russia versus Ukraine. So Thailand versus Cambodia would be a proxy war between China and the United States, because Cambodia is a big ally of China. Thailand is closer to the NATO side of things. And so if this war continues on, eventually what's going to happen is, and you're already seeing this to a certain extent, is the Japanese are going to say, hey, there's all this conflict taking place in Asia. We, the Japanese, have to do our duty of being the leading power in Asia. Because remember, America has its own NATO in Asia. And it consists of, I know, right? Intensification of tension. I know, right? A little word salad there. Okay. It consists of Hong Kong, South Korea, Australia, and Japan. That's America's NATO. And America sees Japan as its leading nation in Asia, especially in Northeast Asia. So America for years has been pushing the Japanese and encouraging the Japanese and greenlighting the Japanese into reviving its military power. So if there is a serious war in Asia between Thailand and Cambodia, it will be an opportunity for the Americans to tell the Japanese, you guys need to be a force of stability in Asia, just like the war in Syria was an opportunity for the Americans, and this opportunity was of America's making to a large extent. But nonetheless, it was an opportunity for the Americans to tell the Turks, this is your time to shine. We want you to be a force of stability. And that's exactly what has been taking place. And the fruition or the fruit of this strategy is being seen right before our eyes, because we are seeing Turkey controlling Syria to a great extent. So we're already seeing the revival of Turkish power. So if there's a serious war right now, it's not considered a serious war between Thailand and Cambodia. But if there is a serious war, if this skirmish, if this conflict, a small conflict for now, escalates into a major conflict, a prolonged conflict between Thailand and Cambodia, the Chinese will back the Cambodians, and the Americans will back the Thais. And the Americans will say, okay, Japan, you got to be a force of stability. Get your military more powerful. And that's what's going to happen. And we'll talk more about this later on. And it'll be interesting. So it says here, yeah, I'm unsubscribing for absolutely no reason. That's good. I hope you do. So anyway, let's get into this article here. This is on the intensification of, I'm going to use the word, of tension between Israel and Turkey. So it says here, IDEF 2025, Turkey's new military-industrial complex and its political implications. Oh, this is very, very interesting. Turkey is creating its own military-industrial complex, and recently Turkey just showcased its brand new ballistic missile. The Typhoon, I think it's the Typhoon 4 or something like that. It's called the Typhoon. Remember what I was telling you guys when Iran and Israel were having their 12-day war? I said Turkey is accelerating its production of ballistic missiles. And I told you guys about this, and I said, why is Turkey doing this? Very obvious why, because Turkey is preparing for a war with Israel. That's what's happening. So Israel started this whole conflict with Iran. It did this Pearl Harbor style attack on the Iranians. The Iranians hit back against the Israelis. Nobody pitied the Israelis, because Israel has made really Gaza into a giant human blender of carnage and gore. And then the Israelis said, oh, look, the Iranians are hitting civilian areas, civilian infrastructure in Israel. Oh my God. And everyone just said, yeah, and what the hell have you guys been doing in Gaza for the last 20 plus months? Why should we feel sorry for you guys? You guys bombed the shit out of Gaza. You have made Gaza into a human food processor. And now you're complaining about being bombed? We don't care, right? No one really pities Israel. And I said that when the whole war broke out. I remember I did a video and I said, Israel is getting hit. No one's pitying Israel. No one gives a damn. And so Israel said, hey, we're going to bomb the shit out of Gaza. Look, children are suffering. Ha, ha, ha. And they mocked the suffering of the Palestinians. They mocked the suffering of the Gazans. You had some Israeli woman making herself look like making herself look like a Gazan in the middle of a battle zone. You know, she made herself look, she colored some of her teeth with black marker to make herself look like she was missing teeth. She made herself look like a victim of war, and then she was mocking the suffering. And then there was a video, this was really horrendous. There was a video of Gazan children screaming in pain because they're hungry and they're destitute and they're in the middle of this war-torn nightmare. And there were these two Israeli men, young Israeli men, there were soldiers, and they did a video going, mocking the wailing and the crying of these children. And there's so many examples of this that you can find on Israeli Twitter. And then all of a sudden Israel gets bombed, and they're complaining about getting bombed. And so the world said, F you. You think it's okay just to slaughter civilians and then laugh about it? Yeah. No one really pities you guys. So during this time, I said Turkey is accelerating its production of ballistic missiles. And then just recently, Turkey showcased its brand new indigenously made ballistic missile, which can hit a target about 1,000 kilometers away, which is pretty significant. And it is I want to say a Mach 4 or Mach 5 ballistic missile. So it's getting pretty serious. And you really see this in the fact that Turkey is really creating its own indigenous what's it called? A military-industrial complex. Hold on, let me read your guys' comments real quick. Theo, I've learned a lot from you. I really appreciate your streams and the hard work you put in. Hope you know it's never in vain. I really appreciate that, Elena. I sent you a message on Instagram. It's related to World War III stuff. I actually saw that. I looked at the video that you sent, and it was live, so I couldn't rewind it. But I wish I could see Putin saying this stuff about Germany. And I tried to find a clip of it on X, and I couldn't find it, but I'll look more into it. Maybe someone has already posted on it, but I appreciate that, sir. Goose Hunter says, okay, you guys are talking amongst each other. U.S. about to abandon Israel. Not about to, but it will eventually. I think all of Israel's allies will abandon it eventually. And who will take care of Israel, Palestine, and for that matter, Russia/Ukraine when America says no more? That's a good question. Let me answer your question. Hold on. And who will take care of Israel, Palestine, and for that matter, Russia/Ukraine when America says no more? Well, that's the thing, is if America recluses itself from the world's affairs, and it's already kind of doing that, but when it really does, you're just going to see old empires coming back even more. You're going to see the Germans back in their own power. The Germans are going to be running Europe. They're going to be the top powerhouse in the European continent. And Russia and Turkey are going to be fighting over who's going to be the powerhouse in the Middle East and who's going to dominate the Black Sea. Yeah, so anyway, let's get to this article. And then once I'm done, I will get to your guys' questions again. So it says here, shortly after the 12-day war between Israel and Iran in June, marked by Israel's Air Force dominance and Iran's superior missile technology, many Turkish citizens were left wondering if Turkey would take the necessary steps to prioritize such military focus points. In other words, hey, we're seeing Iran being the hero of the Muslim world. We're seeing the Iranians standing up to Israel. Turkey, why aren't you doing the same thing? Because what was happening and what's been happening in the midst of all this in specifically Syria? The Israelis are really flexing their muscle in Syria. They're using the plight of the Druze as a pretext to militarily operate in Syria and to bomb Syria. And this is really all a way by which Israel can show its strength against the Turks in Syria with the hopes of preventing Turkey from doing any sort of serious military operations in Syria. Turkey wants to control Syria. Israel doesn't really want that to happen. Israel wants to break Syria down into cantons. This is Israel's goal, supposedly. Israel wants to break down Syria into cantons, kind of like Switzerland. So you would have one region for the Druze, one region for the Alawites, one region for the Sunnis, one region for the Christians, something to the likes of that. So basically 4 cantons. And that's what Israel wants to do. The reason why Israel wants to do this is because if Syria is broken down into 4 little countries, then or 4 cantons, then Syria would remain divided. Syria would be no longer a serious, right? They sound similar. Syria would no longer be a serious problem for the Israelis because it would just be a divided country. Israel would have its proxy amongst the Druze, and that would be it. And then it would prevent Turkey from having a unified Syria under Turkish control, because Turkey sees Syria as a protectorate. In order for Turkey to fully control Syria, Turkey would have to have a unified Syria under Turkish influence and power. The Israelis don't want to do this. They don't want this to happen because they want to be the most powerful country in the Middle East. If there is a unified Syria under the control of Turkish power, then Turkey would be running that country, and Israel would have to face a powerful Turkey right next door. Israel obviously doesn't want this for obvious reasons, for very clear reasons. So this is the whole crux of the matter. And the Iranians stood up to Israel. Israel has been assassinating Iranian scientists for years, many years. Israel has been striking at Syria for years. You can go all the way back to the beginning of the Syrian civil war and read about Israel doing strikes on Syria. And then the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, was Israel striking the Iranian consulate in Syria last year. And then that sparked a very short conflict between Israel and Iran back in October of last year. Things sort of calmed down, but they really didn't. But the bombing stopped at least. And then Israel decides, okay, we're going to bomb the Iranians. Now, this happened after there was a series of talks between the Americans and the Israelis, in which the Israelis pushed the Americans to do a joint strike against Iran. The Americans did not want to do this. Donald Trump said, I'm not going to allow Israel to pull the United States into a war. And then there were some secret talks behind Trump's back between Tim Walz and Netanyahu, in which Walz spoke to Netanyahu about the United States collaborating with the Israelis in order to do a joint strike on the Iranians. This actually pissed off Donald Trump, and he fired Tim Walz. So that was the end of that. And Donald Trump said several times that he would not allow Israel to pull the United States into a war. So there is that. So the Israelis decide to do a bombing campaign, basically a Pearl Harbor style attack on the Iranians. And the Americans really didn't do much in that conflict besides just helping the Israelis intercept missiles. Nonetheless, even with that limited American assistance, there was still quite a significant amount of damage on Israel. And yeah, you could say Israel is still alive and well, sure, but just think of the psychological, think of the optics, right? Think of the psychological optics that take place. Watching Israel getting bombed, watching Tel Aviv getting bombed, watching Haifa getting bombed, watching a lot of destruction being wreaked, being inflicted upon Israel. Even with America's assistance, even with the overrated Iron Dome, you still see Israel getting inflicted with some serious destruction. Optics-wise, it looked terrible for Israel. And so what it really told the whole world was, hey, Israel is vulnerable. Israel can be hit. Israel can be bombed. Optics-wise, it looked terrible for Israel. And the Iranians were given this huge, enormous boost in the Muslim world as what? As a hero of the Islamic world. A hero that is standing up for the Palestinians and a hero that is standing up for the Muslim world against the Zionist regime. This was a huge optics boost for the Iranians, obviously, right? I mean, you don't have to be a professor of geopolitics to know this. It's very obvious. So what did that lead to? It got the Turks to be envious of the Iranians. And the people of Turkey were and are telling the Turkish government, hey, what are you guys doing? And so Turkey is in a difficult predicament because it's part of NATO. Israel is not a member of NATO, but sure as hell is a part of NATO as well. Let's just be real here. I mean, just by default, it's a part of NATO. It's a major U.S. ally. So Turkey has to play this game where, yes, it has tensions with Israel, but at the same time, it's trying to maintain some diplomacy because of the fact that Israel is an American ally and Turkey is an American ally. But eventually what's going to happen is there's going to be a major catalyst towards a conflict. This is my prediction. And as America begins to more and more get disinterested in war, and as this Tuckerite way of thinking gradually begins to dominate American society, the Turks are going to notice and they're going to realize that America's not going to stop them. And God knows what's going to happen. Well, I mean, I think we all know, right? There's going to be a war. It's going to be a war over who's going to be the dominating power in the Middle East. So it says here, in such a context, this week's IDEF, sounds like IDF, IDEF 2025 fair represents a milestone and a clear but calculated response to the vast public interest in Turkey's military technology, being the first major defense event after the short-lived war between the two Middle Eastern nations. So this is the first major event to showcase military technology after the 12-day conflict between Israel and Iran. So this is Turkey's way of saying, all right, there was this war between Israel and Iran. Now we're going to show you what Turkey can do. We're going to show you what Turkey can make as far as military technology goes. So it says here that Turkey's first hypersonic missile, the Typhoon Block 4, was presented. Let me just make sure you guys can see this. Yeah. You guys cannot see this. Turkey's first hypersonic missile, Typhoon Block 4, was presented publicly for the first time as IDEF 2025. shortly before the event, that was at IDEF 2025, at this event. Shortly before the event, it was announced that Turkey's Steel Dome, an upgraded multi-layered version of Israel's Iron Dome, was activated to protect the Turkish homeland. Protect it from who? Who's going to bomb Turkey? Right? Who right now is the biggest candidate for bombing Turkey? You could say the Russians. Okay, that's eventually going to come. But for now, it's Israel. For now, it's Israel. And it says here, according to Typhoon Block 4's specifications, its high speed and advanced maneuverability would pose a serious challenge to present air defense systems in the region, some of which were compromised. Here we go. The article doesn't say whose system was compromised, but I think we all know who. Some of which were compromised by missile attacks in recent weeks. Whose missile defense system was compromised in recent weeks? Ooh, I think we all know who. I think we all know who. It was Israel's. Israel's missile defense system was compromised. And it wasn't so much compromised as it was really shown to be not as effective as people thought it was. Everyone was praising the Iron Dome, saying it was the greatest thing ever, whatever. But Iran proved that a third world country called Iran can be able to bypass the Iron Dome and inflict serious destruction on Israel. It's like, it reminds me of two movie scenes, all right? Have you guys ever seen the film The 13th Warrior with Antonio Banderas? It's a really good movie, by the way. It's one of those films that never really got the recognition that it deserved, but it's nonetheless a really good movie. It's one of the best films ever made. I would say 13th Warrior would have to be on my top 10 list of best movies, even though it was never a seriously popular movie, and I think the critics really hated it. It was a great film, and if you haven't seen 13th Warrior, I highly recommend that you do, because it's a great movie. 13th Warrior is a fictional film, obviously. It's a fictional story that is based on some actual history. It is based on the life of the Iraqi traveler and explorer, Ibn Fahd. Ibn Fahd was an explorer who went to basically Ukraine, and he hung out with the Vikings, and he wrote about them. And Ibn Fahd book is one of our best accounts. It's one of our main sources of information when researching and reading about the Vikings. I almost said Crusades. Close enough. So, in the movie, Ibn Fahd is hanging out with the Vikings, and he goes all the way up to somewhere in Europe, Ukraine, maybe Scandinavia, somewhere, I don't remember, but he's somewhere in Europe, and he's in this little region that is constantly being attacked by these barbarians, these savages, who are more savage than even the Vikings. And the Vikings need help, right? These Europeans need help to defend themselves against these savages. So these savages, they come in, they do raids, they kill a bunch of people, they kidnap people, they take people back to their lair somewhere in the mountains, and they eat them. It's pretty horrific. This is a cannibalistic cult, and they worship this Mother Earth goddess, and it's a very dark film, but it's very well done. And when you first see the savages, when you first see this horde of barbarians, the film gives you the impression that these barbarians, these savages, these attackers and raiders are not humans, that they are otherworldly, because you can't see their faces. They're covered in bear furs and wolf furs, and they are just bear furs, and they cover their faces up, and they put and whatever skin you can see on the face is covered in black paint or tar or dye or whatever. So they look very unhuman, and they're scary. And at first, Ibn Fahd, played by Antonio Banderas, he believes, or he thinks, that these attackers are not humans. He thinks that they're demons. And the Vikings who are with them also think that they're demons. Like, these are demons, they're not human beings. What are they? They're violent, they just attack all of a sudden. So, Ibn Fahd, he's told, hey, listen, you gotta help us fight. You gotta help us fight these things. So they give him a sword. Well, they give him a traditional medieval European sword, which is like a bludgeon. The medieval sword, if you ever look at it, it was made to hack. It wasn't really... you could thrust with it, but it was, I think, primarily designed to hack at the enemy. Whereas later swords were designed more for thrusting, to pierce the enemy with the point of the sword. Ibn Fadlan is a Middle Easterner, so he's used to using a scimitar, which the scimitar is for slashing, but it's also thrusting. And the scimitar is much lighter. It's a much lighter sword. The European sword, the medieval European sword, is too heavy for Ibn Fadlan. So he eventually takes his European sword to the blacksmith, and he has the sword transformed into a scimitar. So now he has the scimitar. It's a much lighter sword. So at night, the savages come in. They're riding on their horses, the usual strategy, and they do this blitzkrieg attack on the town. So the Vikings, they try to defend the town. They're fighting. Fierce fighting is happening. They think that they're fighting demons. And Ibn Fadlan is attacked by one of these savages. So he's like, oh my God, what do I do? He freaks out. So the attacker comes. He takes the scimitar out, and he just points the scimitar like this. He holds the scimitar to where the point is toward the enemy, and the enemy doesn't realize this, and the enemy is thrusted through by the scimitar. The scimitar goes right through one of these savages, and he falls to the floor. Well, the bear mask of this savage is lifted. It's denuded from his face, and you could see that the savage is not a demon, but clearly just a human being. So Ibn Fadlan realizes it's a human being. These aren't demons. These aren't otherworldly creatures. These aren't monsters. These are human beings who have managed to really mask themselves really well to the point where we thought they weren't human beings. We thought that they were demons, and they intimidated us through this impression, but they're just humans. And Antonio Banderas' character whispers to himself, it's just a man. And he keeps murmuring to himself, it's just a man, it's just a man, it's just a man. So his fear, much of his fear is dissipated, and he sees another savage, immediately goes for the attack, and he kills another savage. This is a great analogy for Iran versus Israel. For how long did we get the impression that Israel is invincible, that Israel's Iron Dome is unlike any missile defense system on Earth, that Israel is just this super powerful military force that the Iranians stand no chance in going against on the battlefield? For a very long time, we were given this impression. And Iran is like Ibn Fadlan in the 13th Warrior. It's just a man. It's just a man. Israel's not this otherworldly Leviathan country that is just beyond human. At the end of the day, Israel is human. It's a bunch of human beings who make mistakes, who have vulnerabilities, who leave gaps in their defense. And so Iran is like Antonio Banderas' character. It's just a man. And Iran has shown the world, look, Israel at the end of the day is only human. It reminds me of that scene from The Matrix Reloaded. There's a great scene in the film The Matrix Reloaded where Neo at this point is the one. He's the superhuman, he's the messiah for Zion, etc., etc. And the agents, who are programs, come to kill Neo. And this is right in the beginning of The Matrix Reloaded, one of the first scenes in the movie. And so the agents surround Neo, and Neo is fighting the agents, and then all of a sudden, he gets... one of the agents tells the other agents, go ahead and attack. At the end of the day, he's still only human. And it reminds me of the scene in The Matrix Reloaded where the Merovingians' men are fighting Neo, and the Merovingians' men have all these swords, and Neo is blocking all their attacks, and then all of a sudden, one of their swords touches Neo's hand. The blade cuts the flesh, and blood is leaking out of his hand. And the Merovingian says, you see, he's just a man. But you can make the argument and say, well, Neo really was invincible to a great extent. So maybe that's not the best analogy, although it is a great opportunity for me to bring up a really good movie. But I would say the 13th Warrior analogy really fits the story. I would say it really fits the story. It's just a man. That's it. And Iran showed this to the whole world. So it says here that apart... Okay, let's go back to reading this article. I know I kind of went deep into the movies, but I love films, as you can tell. According to Typhoon Block 4 specifications, its high speed and advanced maneuverability would pose a serious challenge. Okay, we got this, right? So this supersonic missile will pose as a serious challenge to the Israelis. And it says here that apart from military strength and growing local defense production in recent events, IDEF 2025 also highlights a fact. It highlights a fact. Turkey's emerging military-industrial complex has begun to exert more political influence in the country. And why is Turkey forming its own military-industrial complex? Why? Because it wants to form its own empire. It wants to revive its empire, and in doing so, it needs to create its own military industry, because if you are going to form an empire, you cannot be solely dependent on another power, because that way you can't really be a superpower. You have to be independent as much as possible, especially in matters of defense. Because if you're depending on the United States to make your weapons, guess what? The Americans control your military. This is why America loves to sell weapons to people. Now, of course, it makes a lot of money for the United States GDP, but still, when America sells, let's say, F-35s to another country, those F-35s are under the control of the United States. America could switch those F-35s off. So when you're buying serious American military technology, your military is controlled by America. So you really can't be a superpower if your military is controlled by an external power. It just doesn't work that way. So if you're going to be a serious country, a serious powerhouse that wants to control the countries around you, you're going to have an indigenously designed military-industrial complex. And that's what Turkey is doing here. So it says here, IDEF 2025, showcase of Turkey's newly born military-industrial complex. Local products now account for 80% of Turkey's defense output. And an emerging defense industry is growing in the country year by year. So every year, this thing is getting bigger. Every year, this Turkish military-industrial complex is getting bigger. And it says, local products now account for 80% of Turkey's defense output. So if you look at all of Turkey's military technology, 80% of the parts that are being made, that are being used to make this technology, are coming from Turkey itself. So this is really, really serious. And so now Israel is having to face a massive Turkish military-industrial complex. Now Israel has its own military-industrial complex, that's true, but now it's going to have to face a separate military-industrial complex. So if you look at, for example, Egypt, or if you look at, let's say, Jordan, these countries are solely dependent on the United States for its military technology and weaponry. Egypt is the second largest receiver of American aid, and a lot of this money goes into Egypt's military. So Egypt's military is controlled by the United States. Jordan's military is definitely controlled by the United States. So Israel is not really as worried about these countries as it is about Turkey. Turkey has its own military innovation. It's got its own military-industrial complex. It is getting closer and closer to full independence as far as an indigenous military innovation goes. So it's becoming a serious country, and Israel is going to have to face this reality. And it's not going to be pretty. Now, just think about it. If a third world country like Iran was able to strike terror into the hearts of Israel, imagine what Turkey can do. Just imagine that. Batu Koskun. Now, by the way, the Turkish language and Turkish names, they sound quite reminiscent to Korean. Am I just hearing things, or is this true, right? Does anyone else get the impression that the Turkish language sounds Korean? It just sounds Korean to me. Batu Koskun, a Turkish political analyst, says Turkey's persistent investment in both state and private defense sectors created a, quote, a new set of political elites that derive their influence from the novel setting of civil-military relations. So the military is becoming more powerful. Turkey's military industry is very influential in the government for obvious reasons. Because if you're making the country's military technology, you're obviously going to have a lot of influence because the government, the country, depends on you to make its weapons. Turkey's security institutions, including the army, intelligence, and police departments, are larger and arguably more effective and coherent than ever. And it's only going to get more powerful. So right now, the Turkish military is more powerful than ever before in the whole history of the modern Republic of Turkey. And it's not getting weakened. It's not getting weaker. It's not getting less powerful. It's getting stronger every single year. Every single year. And you think, well, America's going to be there to pull the leash on Turkey. But remember, Turkey is a member of NATO. But at the same time, it's a rogue state that kind of does what it wants to do because it knows that America kisses its ass to a great extent. Because of Turkey's control of access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. I've talked about this a gazillion times, but I'm going to keep talking about it. Because geopolitically speaking, this is the most important card. This is the biggest card that Turkey has. It's control over the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. So Turkey just tells the Americans, listen, we control the access way. You want to limit Russia's access into the Mediterranean? You need us. Bottom line, you need us. So when Biden was president, Turkey said, hey, we're going to buy some Russian S-400s. And America said, excuse me, Turkey, you will do no such damn thing. And Turkey said, what the hell are you guys going to do about it? And America said, well, we're going to pull you out of the American F-35 program. You will not be able to buy F-35s, Turkey. Turkey said, don't worry about it. Because for years, we've been designing our own fighter jet, our own 5th generation fighter jet. And because you have pulled us out of the F-35 program, we are going to accelerate the completion of this Turkish indigenously made 5th generation fighter jet. And we're going to call it the Khan. The Khan. Now, they should have called it the Seljuk. I think the Seljuk would have been a much more badass name than Khan. Khan sounds kind of like Khan job. I don't really like that name. I think Seljuk. I think if Turkey really wants to make a really badass name for, if Turkey wants to label its fighter jet with a really badass title, I think the Seljuk would be, it would sound quite scary and epic. They're sending, could you imagine Israel and Turkey in the middle of a war? They're sending the Seljuks. Oh, damn, dude. That would be freaking insane. Imagine the Seljuks are coming. But anyway, Turkey just said, okay, America, we're going to build our own 5th generation fighter jet. If you don't like it, we don't give a shit. The United States goes to Turkey and says, hey, Turkey, how about you guys start buying F-35s again? And what happens? Turkey says, well, we'll think about it, but we're busy right now, currently just making our own 5th generation fighter jet. So Trump visits Erdogan, and Trump says, hey, Erdogan, how about we get you guys back into the F-35 program? And Turkey says, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Wouldn't mind getting some F-35s into Turkey's arsenal. Israel comes along. Oh, this is crazy. Israel comes along, starts crying about it, and says, no, don't give Turkey F-35s. Why not, Israel? Because if you give Turkey F-35s, then they're going to be equal to us in the air. Well, why are you so worried? Think about it. Why is Israel so worried about Turkey getting F-35s? Why? Ask yourself that question. If Israel is this big, badass country that no one can defeat, if Israel is like the demons that Ibn Fadlan's character in the film 13th Warrior imagined the savage enemy was, or the savage enemy to be, why is Israel so worried about Turkey getting F-35s? Because Israel understands that Turkey could beat it. That's it. Why is Israel so worried about Iran getting nuclear weapons? Because Israel understands that Iran could beat Israel. That's it. That Iran has that ability. That Iran has that capacity. So if Israel really is like the demon that Ibn Fadlan imagined his enemy to be, why is it so worried? Because at the end of the day, Israel is like the savage that Ibn Fadlan's character in the 13th Warrior defeated. After which, Ibn Fadlan says, it's just a man. It's just a man. Right? So it says here, okay, hold on, let's read some more. The Iran-Israel war boosted the desire for strong leadership among the Turkish public, even though Erdogan refrained from using the topic for self-serving political gains. And Turkey is certainly not Iran, with large military parades, where large military parades are tied to the survival of the regime, etc., etc. So the Iran-Israel war sparked anger in the Turkish public, right? That anger said, Turkey, what are you doing? Why are you making us envious of Iran? Why are we now envious of Iran? We should be doing what Iran is doing. What's going on? And the reason why Turkey is pulling back or holding itself back is very simple. Because Turkey has to maintain diplomatic ties with the Americans. But eventually, and we're already seeing signs of this, eventually the Americans are going to cut the leash off of Turkey. Because it'll have no choice. Because Turkey is going to say, listen, you want us to control their access way into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea? You better unleash us. You better unleash us, America. And America will eventually do so. America will eventually do so. And that's the end of that article. I'll read your guys' comments real quick. Hold up. We'll get to more articles here. We got a lot of articles slated for this stream. Congratulations on 5K followers. I appreciate that, Iron Warrior fam. God bless you too, sir. Here we go. Mr. Blackwell has... Oh boy, oh my god, I thought about this last night. Mr. Blackwell has invoked the curse that I have been under since 2012, 13. The curse of 5K subscribers. Because when I made... Oh shit. You see guys, when I made my first YouTube channel, I was in high school. I'm not joking, I go back a long... You think I just popped up back in 2019? You think I just popped up on YouTube at the beginning of this channel's existence? No, you're very wrong if you think that. I've been YouTubing since YouTube was a brand new company. I started YouTubing back in 07 or 08. I think it was 07. And I started my first YouTube channel. And I started my first YouTube channel as a way to express myself. And I began making videos against atheism. That's how I began. Believe it or not, it wasn't really against Islam. It was against atheism. And I started doing it when I was in high school. I was a junior I started my YouTube channel during my summer break after completing my junior year of high school. So before I became a senior in high school, I started my YouTube channel. Arguing with atheists, things of that nature. And then, after I got out of high school, I stopped YouTubing for years. And then in 2012 or 13 or so, I decided to get back into YouTube. I logged into my account after years of not posting anything, and I started YouTubing. And I was very edgy, much edgier than I am now. I was extremely argumentative. I never live streamed. I don't think live streaming was a thing back in the early 2010s. But I did a lot of videos, and I started uploading videos every day. And I would talk about anything that I could. My goal was to upload one video a day. That was my initial strategy. And it still is sort of my strategy, but not so much. But I was so obsessed with maintaining this strategy that I actually would just find any story that would interest me, even by a little bit, and talk about it. So if I had nothing to talk about, I would just search the news until I found a story that I thought I could talk about. I mean, I remember finding stories like, a horse was found dead. The local sheriff thinks that it was done by a cult and it was a satanic ritual. Oh, let's talk about it. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. So I did a video every day, and you see, I kept doing that, and then by 2013, my channel had amassed. It was either 5K plus subscribers, or it was around 6,000K subscribers, right? So it was in the 5,000 to 6,000 range. And a lot of people were watching me. My videos were getting thousands of views each. It was great, but I pissed off a lot of people. And I mean a lot of people. A lot of people were angry at me. Evangelical Christians were angry with me. Because at that time, you see, back in 2012, 2013, you see, I don't know if you guys remember this, but 2012, 2013 America was a different America. And not in a good way. It was a different America, especially when it came to LGBTQ issues. Americans, even conservative Americans, even Republican Americans, were very sympathetic to Sodom. I don't know if you guys remember this. I remember it very well. It was the Chick-fil-A era of America. Even when Obama was super hated, and everyone and their mama was talking about Christian persecution in Syria, and then ISIS came out a year later, and everyone was talking about ISIS. But even during that time, Franklin Graham was more famous than he ever had been in his whole life. Everybody was eating at Chick-fil-A because Chick-fil-A, the CEO of Chick-fil-A said, "I don't really agree with gay marriage," and then everyone started attacking the CEO of Chick-fil-A. So then Chick-fil-A made billions of dollars in one day or something like that, or $1 billion in one day and I saw this myself. I remember passing by a Chick-fil-A and seeing the line of cars. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. Seeing a line of cars that was going into the street, and the line of people that was so big, the line of people from the register all the way to the end of the line, going all the way outside into the parking lot. It was horrendous. Not in a bad way, but it was a way for Americans to say, hey, we're against you trying to control the free speech of Christians. And so people thought, okay, wow, there's a lot of Christian hope. But no, even during that time, evangelicals, especially evangelicals, but also Roman Catholics, were very sympathetic to Sodom. Very sympathetic to Sodom. And a lot of people hated me. Evangelicals hated me. Roman Catholics hated me. And it was a very interesting time in my life because it was just years of conflict, years of arguing, years of debating and arguing, splitting hairs over whatever, and arguing over Bible verses. What does this verse mean? What does that verse mean? And 2014 came, it got more intense. 2015 came, it got even more intense. And it was just a very different time. So in 2013, I was really, really talking about the issue with Sodom, and I was talking a lot about my issues with American Christians. And I began to compare American Christians to Russian Christians. And I said, why can't you Americans be like Russian Christians? Russian Christians actually do the right thing. And eventually YouTube got rid of my account, even though I want to say I had 6,000 or 5,000 plus subscribers. It actually could have been 7,000. I don't remember, but it was a lot. YouTube got rid of me. So then I started a new account, and it was called just straight up Theodore Shubot. My first account, I think, was called Ted Shubot or T Shubot. And then the second one was called Theodore Shubot or Ted Shubot. I don't remember, but it was Shubot. And that channel, I was extremely active in that channel, and I basically continued doing the same type of stuff that I was doing in the first channel. The second channel really, really grew to the point where I was getting, it was like 5 or 6 or even 7K subscribers. YouTube got rid of me because I said something about Sodom, and okay. So then I did a third channel. And the third channel I started in 2018, and I was growing it slowly and slowly, and eventually I got about 1,000 subscribers, and I was talking about anything and everything, some horse was found dead, was it the occult, that sort of bullshit. And then I saw a news story about Poland, and how Poland and Israel had a spat. And I said, why is Poland and Israel having a spat? What's going on? Well, the reason why they were having a spat was because Netanyahu said that the Auschwitz death camp was a Polish death camp, and basically that Poland was complicit during the Holocaust. This is what Netanyahu said. And Poland said, what are you talking about? I mean, there were more Polish people who saved Jews than any other people who went out of their way. How do I say this? Poland had more citizens who saved Jews during the Holocaust than any other country at that time. If you look at the Yad Vashem list of righteous Gentiles, basically the list of names of people who went out of their way to save Jews, there are more Polish people, and there are more Polish names on that list than any other than for any other people in the entirety of the list. So Poland came out and said, what the hell, Israel? What are you talking about? And Israel said, yo, you, Poland, you contributed to the Holocaust. And so it pissed off a lot of people, and it pissed me off. So I remember I did a video about Poland, and I did not expect the video to go anywhere, but ended up getting, I think it was like 40,000 views in a day or something. And then all of a sudden I had this massive Polish audience, and they are still people on this live stream from that Polish audience that go back all the way to that Polish audience. Jacob Glowsticks is one of them. So I ended up getting people in Poland following me and watching my videos, and some of them are still watching me today, which is quite amazing. And so then for my third account, I ended up, because I had so many Polish audience members, my subscription number went up to about, I want to say about 5K subscribers. And then I did a video not too long after that. I did a video about why the Holocaust could actually happen again. I didn't say anything anti-Semitic. I did not support the Holocaust. I did not express any sort of Nazi sympathies. None of that. Never did any of that stuff. I was simply doing the video as a warning, because I was noticing, even at that time, I was noticing the rise of anti-Semitism. And YouTube said, oh, this video is anti-Semitic. You're promoting hatred. We're going to get rid of your channel. And they just deactivated the whole channel. It was insane. So Blackwell is right. Blackwell is absolutely right that now that this channel is at 5K plus subscribers, there is a real chance that this channel will be taken down for some bullshit ass reason. And let me tell you, YouTube, this is what I hate about YouTube. What I love about YouTube is the diversity of its audience. There's a massive market in YouTube. And so because there's a massive market in YouTube, anyone can get an audience in YouTube, because there's so many people. There's billions of people who are coming onto YouTube every day. So it doesn't matter what you want to talk about, you will find an audience on YouTube. As opposed to Rumble, where your audience is going to be heavily right-wing. So if you do videos that are critical of the right-wing, which I have done before many times, you're not going to get much of an audience. And if you do get an audience, you're going to get a lot of haters. So alternative media is, I mean, it could be my last hope if this channel gets deactivated. But it's not really the best place for me. Whereas with YouTube, you're always going to have an audience. But the problem with YouTube is that YouTube can take down your video or videos almost arbitrarily. They can just take a video down, and then you appeal it, because you can appeal it. And if you don't pass the appeals court, so to speak, YouTube just says, nah, you're done. That's it. Your video's not going to be re-uploaded. You could try to make a further appeal. You could try to talk to a human representative of YouTube. You could try to talk to an actual human working at YouTube. It doesn't work. They don't care. They said, nope. The AI technology said, hey, you've broken the rules. The automation technology. And you appealed it. Some humans looked at it. They concluded that you broke the rules. You're done. So they can take you out even if you didn't break a rule. It's really, really bad. So you have to be super careful on YouTube how you talk. When you say something that may be even perceived as edgy or extreme, you have to really clarify what you're trying to say. You have to really clarify that you don't mean this, but you actually mean this. Because if you don't, there is a very good chance, especially if you have reached the 5K threshold, that you're going to be gone. That your video is going to be taken down, or if it's your third strike, your channel will be completely unalived. So you have to be very careful. But there is a chance. And once you reach, I'm telling you right now, I am telling you guys right now, once you reach that 5K threshold, you have haters. You got haters, and they're going to be flagging your videos and doing mass reporting of your videos. This happens. It doesn't matter who you are. You start getting 5K subscribers, people are going to be reporting your ass for whatever bullshit reason. And they're going to be accusing you of hatred and anti-Semitism and whatever. And it doesn't matter what the truth is. You could end up just being destroyed on YouTube, and your account could be deactivated. Meanwhile, you have people who are feeding baby ducklings to alligators on YouTube, and YouTube says, nah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nah, no animal cruelty. Nah, there's no animal cruelty at all. No, no, no. But you say something about Israel, all of a sudden, you're a far-right Nazi. Give me a break. I'm going to try to read your guys' comments. Hold up. Hold on. I said something about Ibn Fahadlan. Thank you, Sweet Body Fit. Yes, I don't like to say this, but if you give the stream a like, the algorithm does push the stream to other people on YouTube, and it'll increase the audience number. Let's see here. Hold up. Remember, folks, that NATO surrounds Russia on both sides. Baltic, yep, that's correct. That's correct. And NATO has been nothing but aggressive towards Russia for decades. Let's see here. My country, the United States, should recognize Palestine as an independent nation. I'm all for it. Y'all Americans should demand it within our government. I am waking up about Israel, so is our people. All right. I think Israel should just stop doing war crimes, and America should push Israel to stop doing war crimes by cutting off aid. As far as recognizing a Palestinian state, I don't really mind it. But even if Palestine is not ever declared to be an actual country and Palestinians remain as subjects to Israel, if Israel could treat Palestinians as equal citizens and not do war crimes, I think that'll be great. Mac 4 to 5, what a load of BS. Even the Americans can't build a hypersonic missile. Well, for one thing, you're Russian, and to give you guys credit, the Russians build the best hypersonic missiles in the world. And you're right, the Americans cannot build what the Russians have created. The Russians have the Oroshnik, which is the most horrifying thing that we've ever seen being done on a battlefield in a very long time. And the Russians own it. So yes, you're correct. The Russians have the scariest hypersonic missiles. The Iranians have learned about hypersonic missiles from the Russians, and we got a sample of those hypersonic missiles when the Iranians bombed Israel. So yes, the Russians have the scariest stuff. That is true. Biggest mistake is taking sides for Israel, taking one side for Israel. Palestine is a nation, period. I would say no when younger, raised evangelical, but I understand. Let's see, which is why they invaded both Georgia and Ukraine, as Russia says it's in their sphere of influence. That's correct. And the invasion of Georgia was a warning shot. That was Russia saying, hey, NATO, stop. Just stop. We're warning you. You guys continuously expand into our sphere. And Ukraine is the red line. And for years, the Americans knew that Ukraine would be the red line, and America didn't care. And they passed that red line. And now we're acting surprised about Russia being at war in Ukraine. And the Israelis acting like fascists towards the Palestinian Arabs who lived there for millennia. That's correct. Yeah, recognizing Palestine as a nation does not mean I don't support the crazies in that country. Palestine is a nation, and Israel. I think you meant to say that you don't support the crazies in that nation, which is true. We shouldn't support fanaticism, regardless of who does it. If Palestinians do fanaticism and they stab Jews on the streets of Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, 100% that should be punished and should be prosecuted and punished. And if Jews are doing crimes to Palestinians or to each other, that should also be likewise prosecuted and punished. The problem is war crimes. The problem is injustice. The problem is murder. The problem is thievery. That is the problem. Palestine needs to be recognized. Now, if Palestine is recognized as a state, and Macron is on his way, reportedly is on his way to recognizing Palestine as an official country. Who knows if he's going to do that? The French government says that it will do this in September, but Donald Trump said that it means nothing, and maybe it does in the grand scheme of things. Maybe it does. Well, I shouldn't say in the grand scheme of things. France recognizing Palestine as a state wouldn't mean much in the immediate sense, but it would mean something in terms of it. In terms of it would be the first G7 country to recognize Palestine, and that it could set a precedent for other countries in the G7, like England or Britain, to recognize Palestine as a state. And if that happens, and if France starts a ripple effect in which other major countries begin to recognize Palestine, then that would be quite bad for the Israelis, because then Israel would be having to face a huge media empire saying Palestine, Palestine, Palestine, and then Israel would say there is no Palestine, and then much of the world would be saying you're wrong, there is a Palestine, it's a country, and you need to treat it like an actual country and not as one of your subjects. So then Israel would just be pressured immensely. And so remember guys, last year Norway, Ireland, and Spain recognized Palestine, and that was really the beginning. So those three countries started this. Those three countries really set the precedent. You know, Norway is a major country. Then you have Ireland and Spain. And so they started a ripple effect. Now we're seeing the French saying that they're going to recognize Palestine by September. So it looks like we're seeing a ripple effect that was caused by the Irish and the Norwegians and the Spanish. That's if the French actually do this in September. We'll see. Let's see here. Don't forget to give a thumbs up. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. And China sees Taiwan and virtually all of East Asia in its sphere as well. That's correct. Especially Taiwan. Yeah, Taiwan, the Senkaku Islands. Hong Kong. That's their big thing. The Jews want to force the Arabs to the Tigris and Euphrates, or Tigers and Euphrates, and the Arabs want to force the Jews into the Red Sea. Harry Truman. Yeah, I've read this quote before. John Morrison, thank you, sir. Thank you for the congratulations for 5K subs. I appreciate it. At the same time, we're in the Bermuda Triangle of YouTube at this point, and by that I mean we're in cursed territory. We're in the territory where I could be gone. Now, if YouTube gets rid of this channel, I'm just gonna have to go into Rumble. I'm sorry. I'm just either that. I think here's what I should do. What do you guys think of this? If YouTube gets rid of this account, deactivates it, says that I'm spreading hatred when I'm not spreading any hatred at all. But if YouTube says, Ted, you're a far right spreader of hate. Now we have Mr. Crowder, we have what's those guys' names? Lotus, the Lotus Eaters, we got those guys. Those guys literally back Nazi parties like the AfD. Those guys are cool. They're not spreading hatred. No. Nothing wrong with those guys. But Ted, you, the one who's been warning people about Nazism, the one who's been warning people about a future Hitler for years, the one who's been warning about the revival of Japanese nationalism, the one who has been warning people about the rise of anti-Semitism, you, Theodore, who has been warning people and really blowing the horns of Gondor about a future Holocaust and warning people about a future Holocaust, you're the Nazi. Right, not the AfD lovers over there at the Lotus Eaters, not people like Steve Crowder, not people like what's his name? I forgot his name, but not like all these pro-Israel hospitalists who make excuses for war crimes. No, not those people, not those people. You, Theodore, the one who's been warning people about the revival of Nazism. You are just filled with hatred, evil. Hitler incarnate. You're the Palestinian, Middle Eastern Hitler. You're a Muslim fundamentalist. You're a terrorist, whatever. And they deactivate my account. Let me know what you guys think about this idea. What would happen if I just got onto Twitter? My account is completely censored on Twitter, by the way. If I post any picture for my post, Twitter or X automatically blots the picture out and says sensitive material. So I'm heavily censored on X. I have no idea why. Maybe Elon Musk hates me. I don't know. But I'm heavily censored on there. So I think what I should do is start a new X account. Brand new. Call it Ted Shoebot, something like that. Get rid of my other account because it's fucking useless. It's bullshit. No one even reads it. And they just start from scratch. And then you guys, I'm sure all of you guys have X accounts, so just get on X and then follow my new account. I think I'm just going to start a new account on X, and I'll start posting on there, and we'll just do the same shit, and then I'll just live stream from X, and that'll be the end of it. I think that's what I think that's what I would do. Hold on a second, guys. I'm trying to read your guys' comments. Hold up. How many people are listening to this stream? "36 people. Not bad. Let me see here. Okay, Ibn Fadlan did not go to modern-day Ukraine. He went to Volga, Bulgaria. There you go. And he encountered Slavs and Scandinavians here because the city of Bulgar was a big trading hub back in the day. There you go. All right, I stand corrected. Technically, that specific part is part of Tatarstan. I'm currently on the former soil of this very state. Oh, damn. That's awesome. Vikings, pirates who founded the capitals of Ireland and Ukraine. There you go. The prototype that may... Okay, you guys are talking. Thank you, JP. All human beings are made in the image of God, even the good and wicked of men and women. Christ came to forgive our wickedness, even the Jews that spit on us in Jerusalem. Okay. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Arnold the Predator. Yeah. Alexis Corral, at the time of the invasion of the Nordic peoples into the territories of Eastern Europe, Ukraine did not yet exist. Okay. China has the J-10, J-11, J-15, J-16, J-20, J-35, J-36, J-50, J-50 fighter jet, HQ-7, HQ-9, anti-missile air defense, DF-5, DF-17, DF-21. There you go. There's a lot of DFs and a lot of Js. Yeah, China's got some serious stuff from what I understand. Literally, the Ukrainians cannot be counted among the Slavic peoples. Why not? Pretty certain that Ukrainians are Slavic. 5K, guess it's time for Ted to get banned. Yep, we're in the cursed territory. China has too many awesome weapons, even though it is a so-called communist country. If one is not blind, Indian Rafale was shot down by one of the worst fighter jet made by CCP. Yeah, I heard about that. And the Indians were trying to hide it, and then some French member of intelligence, speaking anonymously, spoke to the media and said, yeah, they shot down one of our fighter jets. So, yeah, it's quite remarkable. Lifting up a glass of kvass to you, Ted, for your subscriber celebration. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. Enjoy your kvass. Was your OG channel kind of like a car rant channel? Yes. Even though I didn't do any videos from a car when I did my OG channel, but it was basically the whole channel was just me in front of a garbage ass camera just talking. And there was no cuts. There was no anything. It was just one take. I would just do every video in one take. If I made a minor mistake in the video, I wouldn't give a shit. I would just continue on. And that's how I did things in those days. It was very simple, very cut and dry. I want to talk about this story. Turn camera on. So, okay, I want to talk to you guys about this story, guys. It's quite amazing. So Obama has been arming Muslim rebels, okay? Obama is arming Muslim rebels because he wants to kill Christians, and he's a Muslim, and that's why he's doing this, and this is terrible, guys. What's happening? And then you realize that arming Muslim rebels has been a part of American policy since forever and had nothing to do with Obama's personal views. It had nothing to do with Obama's religion. And that's if he is a Muslim. I don't think he's a Muslim. I think Obama's just a liberal atheist. I mean, what Muslim says that every child needs a gay friend? What Muslim says that? I was in one of those lines, Chick-fil-A. I was at a burger joint right next to a Chick-fil-A, watching it all happen. I raised a toast to Theo and the gathered people with a glass of Hennessy. There you go. Awesome. Drinking vodka. Enjoy it. Cheers. We should eat pierogies and drink some of your burdock. That sounds awesome. Since you mentioned sodomy, what's your opinion on the word malakoi? I have, dude, what verse are you talking about? Could you give me the verse, please? What verse are you referring to? Pierogi, bigos, golapi, golonka, good Polish beer. Sounds like a good time. Thank you, Master Driver. Happy Friday to you too. To you too. Best part of the week. I appreciate that, sir. These streams are always the highlight of the week. Meanwhile, at YouTube HQ, Saad, why don't you support Think Israel? It is, guys, it is so insane. I was accused of spreading hatred when I did a video. This happened 2 years ago. I did a video warning people about the revival of anti-Semitism. Yes, the whole video was about this. Not 1 ounce of hatred was being incited in this video. The video gets taken down. YouTube says the video is spreading hatred. Now, it's some AI automated system that really does all this stuff. So I appealed it. The appeal people came out and said, nope, your video is spreading hatred and that's it. I write to YouTube. I get an email back from some Indian employee. And he says, Sir, I will take care of it. And he takes care of it. So if you are doing a video about the dangers of anti-Semitism and your video gets taken down, rest assured, I shouldn't say rest assured, but there's a very good chance that some Zionists in India will help you. But if it's a video about Dennis Prager, Rabbi Prager, oh, your video is gone. And ain't no one in YouTube HQ is going to help you get that video back. But this is the problem with YouTube. The great thing about YouTube is that it's a huge market. You're always going to find an audience. If you're just consistent, if you're just as authentic as you possibly can be, if you just push it and get a camera, get a microphone, get a decent microphone, and be authentic as you can, be as authentic as you possibly can, and just push through, do videos, engage with your audience, right? You will grow an audience. It's just a fact. It's like a garden. How do you get a garden? Make sure your soil is healthy, put manure in the soil, put compost in the soil, water the soil, add seeds, water it consistently, take care of your plants. Don't just neglect them and forget that they're there. That's when your plants die. And if you just water your plants consistently, make sure the soil is good, and pull out some weeds here and there, your garden's going to be okay, at least, right? Same thing with doing YouTube. The same thing with doing YouTube videos. If you're just consistently making videos, you're being as authentic as you possibly can. You're not being fake in front of the camera. You're not being totally fake. I mean, there's always a little bit of fakery in front of the camera to a certain extent, whether you like it or not. The way that you talk in front of the camera is not going to be the same way that you talk to your friends. So it's not the totality of your very being, but it is definitely a part of who you are. So you have to authentically show that part of you that's for the camera. If you could just do that, you're going to grow an audience. Rumble is a little bit different. With Rumble, the overwhelming majority of the people who are on Rumble are there because they don't like the censorship on YouTube, which means that these people overwhelmingly are going to be right-wing. So if you're pro-Trump, if you think that what happened on January 6th was great, if you love the AFD, if you hate mass immigration, whatever, and you do videos on expressing these views, you're going to get yourself an audience. I have posted a lot of videos on Rumble, not consistently, but I have posted enough on Rumble. My videos get like 4 views on Rumble. It's bad. It's really bad. I don't think I would be really able to seriously make it on Rumble. It really sucks. Do you think Trump will be impeached? No, I don't. Don't we have the hypersonic missile Dark Eagle? America has hypersonic missiles. I'm just saying that The hypersonic missiles that are built outside of Russia cannot beat what Russia has. Russia has the Oroshnik, which is pretty terrifying. Very efficient. It's like when you see the Oroshnik hitting its target, it's like lightning bolts. MAGA will fall if Trump pardons Maxwell, but not Snowden. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if Trump shows in any way, in any form or another, that he is helping Epstein, or if he does anything that can be perceived as helping the Epstein circle, then it's not going to look good for him. Yes, and MAGA will eventually fall. MAGA will be replaced by people who are disillusioned with Trump, and they will follow someone like Tucker Carlson, and then they're just going to have a new leader of their cult of personality. And is that leader going to follow through with his promises? We have yet to see. But yes, the Trump movement will, I think if this continues on, and if Trump does things that can be perceived as being helpful to Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell in any way, Trump will leave a very sour taste in the mouths of his followers. Hello, Rusty Shackleford. France, what about France? Just finished my first week of med school. Congratulations. First Corinthians 6:9. Okay. I mean, hold on a second. First Corinthians 6:9. What does it say? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, do not be deceived. Yeah, it's homosexuality. That's what it's referring to. Yeah, that verse is referring to homosexuality. I think it's very clear. YouTube is run by a bunch of Riris. I don't know what that is. I think many countries have a chance to succeed except India. I mean, India is growing in its own way, but I don't think India is ever going to become as big as China. You know, Gypsy Bird just gave me an idea. If I start a new X account, I want to call it TED Talks. That's what I'm gonna name it. TED Talks. That's it. And I'll end every video with thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So you can slap good old YouTube in the face. Since when is exposing hatred, promoting hatred? Yeah, I know, right? It's just beyond me. The way that YouTube functions is extremely frustrating, and that's just an understatement. Let me read your guys' comments. Hold on. I would rather watch you on Rumble. The problem with Rumble is that it's a very closed market. It's a very tight market. If you're not MAGA, Epstein file, let's talk about Epstein, AFD are the good guys, Nazis are the good guys, right? If you're not that, then you can forget about it. You're going to get 4 views if you're lucky. I don't have any social media. YouTube is all I got. Oh, damn. Well, I guess if YouTube deactivates this account, I'm going to have to peace out. I think that Ukraine will cease to exist, win or lose. I think Ukraine is going to be conquered. It's getting conquered right now by Russia. But I think that the rest of Ukraine is just going to be a colony of the Germans. And I think the Germans and the Russians are going to fight it out over who's going to control Ukraine, just like in World War I and World War II. Let's see here. Don't forget that recent airline crash in India happened because the co-pilot cut the fuel off. What? It's the Indian pilot's skill issue, not the tech. Flares/chaff and maneuverings exist for a reason. I didn't know that. Also, Indians lost 5% of their Su-30 Mk1 in non-combat incidents. Oh, damn. You see right there, that's what I'm talking about, right? It's the incompetence of India that will prevent it from becoming as powerful as China. I think many countries have a chance to succeed. Okay, I already read that. YouTube. Okay, I already read that. For some reason, a lot of my subscribers are Pakistanis because I trolled a lot of Indians. Oh, damn. BitChute, as far as an audience goes, as far as viewership goes, from my experience, you actually have a better chance of getting more views on BitChute than on Rumble. Yes, BitChute is actually more far right than Rumble is, generally speaking, and BitChute is straight up Nazi territory. I mean, Rumble, you got your MAGA-ites, your Tucker-ites, you got your conservatives, you got your far right guys, nationalist guys, you got your Nazis. In BitChute, it's all Nazis. But they're actually, the way that the algorithm works in BitChute is that if you upload a video, because it's so much smaller than the other platforms, if you upload a video onto BitChute, you actually have a higher chance of getting more views than on, let's say, Rumble. Who are going to watch you on BitChute, if you are if you're against Nazism, and you do a video that expresses animosity towards Nazism, you're going to get maybe 300, 400 views, which isn't bad for a new YouTuber, but you're going to get a lot of hate comments. And that's been my experience on BitChute overall. Oroshnik is a mid-range missile. There are way more... Oh, there's something scarier than the Oroshnik. Okay. America... I don't know why America's messing with Russia. I really don't know. It's so insane to me. If you see the Oroshnik, why in the hell would you mess with this country? This country can throw lightning bolts at you. There are way more interesting pieces in stock for long... Oh, damn. So we're really screwed. And seriously, guys, in a war with Russia, we are screwed. We are absolutely screwed. Do you know who's the real enemy of the United States? The real enemy of the United States is not Russia. The real enemy of the United States are the neoconservatives and the war hawks, the Lindsey Grahams, the people who are using war to get money. And they push under this feigned patriotism, this fake patriotism. They push for wars. And the reason why they push for wars is because it fills up their pockets with cash. That is the bottom line. If you look at a guy like Lindsey Graham used to be worth around $800,000, roughly speaking, $800,000. All of a sudden, he's worth $50 million. How does a guy go from being a $100,000-aire to a multi-$100,000-aire to a multi-tens of millionaire? How does that happen? Answer, it's because he gets enriched by the military-industrial complex. Who are the biggest contributors, financial contributors, to Lindsey Graham's campaign, to his whole political career? If you look at Lindsey Graham's political career, who has been the biggest contributors to his political career? It's been the American defense technology companies. The big defense companies. That's who's been the biggest contributors, the biggest financial backers of Lindsey Graham. So he gets wealthy off of pushing for war. And if you want to doubt what I say, just look at the interview of Lindsey Graham on Fox News, in which Lindsey Graham is saying the whole purpose of America being involved in Ukraine is money. He says this. He says, we have to focus on money because of all the resources and all the minerals that are in Ukraine. He says, Ukraine is the most mineral wealthy country in all of Europe. And there's so much natural gas there. There's so many resources in Ukraine. He says they are trillions of dollars worth in resources in Ukraine. Why isn't the United States capitalizing on that? This is what he said. It's all about money. So these people are pushing death, they're pushing destruction, they're pushing militarism, they're pushing war, so they can get wealthy. So you're on the battlefield, and you're fighting some guy like the two guys in Saving Private Ryan, and one guy's got a knife, you're trying to stop the guy from sinking the freaking blade into your heart, and you're wondering to yourself, how in the hell did I get myself into this mess? It's because of people like Lindsey Graham. Russia is not the enemy. The enemy is people like Lindsey Graham. That's the enemy. You want to know the real enemy of the United States? It's those people. Because they're leading us to war, they're pushing war, and they're encouraging aggression against Russia. And this aggression towards Russia is going to lead to our demise. Bottom line. If you look at the weaponry that Russia has, just looking at the Oroshnik alone should tell us that a war with Russia would mean a war of annihilation. It's insane. It's completely insane. It's so absolutely ridiculous what's happening. And people vote for Lindsey Graham, and they love Lindsey Graham. People vote for this guy. Who votes for Lindsey Graham? Who are these people? Who are these psychopaths who vote for this evil, twisted lunatic? Hold up. Kevin Blackwell says, I've been enjoying Ted's longer videos while at work. Give me a break from listening from the same music all day. I really appreciate that, sir. You know that you have succeeded as a YouTuber when you become white noise. I'm dead serious, too. If someone listens to you because your voice helps them fall asleep, you have succeeded as a YouTuber. If someone is listening to you because they want some noise in the background as they do work or if they're studying, you have won. You have succeeded as a YouTuber. Because what that means is that you relax people. And if you can relax people, you have succeeded. Because the trick to being not the trick, I don't like that word trick. It sounds deceptive. The foundation of good oratory, the foundation of being a good speaker in front of the camera is the ability to be relaxed in front of the camera. And if you are relaxed in front of the camera, then you can relax others. And if you can relax other people, that means they're listening to you more, or that means they just like you. And you have succeeded as a YouTube personality, or really, you have succeeded as any personality online. So that's really good to know. I appreciate that, sir. Time to open up some local beer. Enjoy it, sir. Cheers. Trolling Indian scammers is hilarious. I agree. Oroshnik was a warning, not to the Americans, but to the British. It was a warning to both, because the Ukrainians had fired American ATACMS, and then the Ukrainians then fired British, Storm Shadows or whatever. It's basically a British long-range missile. So the Oroshnik was a warning to both the Americans and the British, I would say. That one do not redeem video single-handedly ended India's reputation. It's so, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. That video and that part of the video, that specific part of the video, was a watershed moment in the history of the war between the American people and Indian scammers. Truly. Because it has been a serious war. It's been a war over people's money. It's been a war of deception. The Indians have been deceiving, not all Indians, but Indian scammers have been deceiving Americans and other peoples for too damn long, and they take advantage of people's ignorance, and they take advantage of people's own lack of knowledge of how the IRS works or how other departments work, and they say, well, you own this much money, so the police are coming after you right now. If you do not pay the money, the police will be at your door, I swear to Shiva. And a lot of people bought into that. But the people who bought into that were elderly people, primarily elderly people, and immigrants who don't understand the system. They don't understand how departments actually communicate. Departments like the IRS and departments like the police, how they communicate. If the police actually had an issue with you, they wouldn't call you. They would just knock at your door. They would say, we have a warrant for your arrest. This is the police. And you got to come out. That's how the police department would communicate to you if they suspected that you have done a crime. If the IRS has an issue with you over unpaid taxes, the IRS would not call you. The IRS would send you an official letter that's been notarized. That's how the IRS would communicate with you. Elderly folks and immigrants who don't understand this are the biggest victims of Indian and Pakistani scammers. I mean, they're all part of the Indian subcontinent anyway. So a lot of people got taken advantage of. And that video helped expose people to the reality of this scam. But more so, I believe that video resonated with a lot of people because so many people are pissed off at India for these scams that they were so happy to see someone scam the scammers, so to speak. So it's really good. I watched a YouTuber that made a good observation. The merchant class is addicted to short-term gain, even to their detriment. That is true. Yeah, that is correct. And they end up being up to their knees or up to their neck in debt, and then they want other people to pay for it, and then they end up just being reduced to shambles. And the thing is that America is a country that is riddled with debt. America is a nation that is up to its ass in debt, and we are going to suffer for it. And it's a reflection of the American people, because the American people love debt. They are encouraged to acquire more debt. They are told, hey, acquire more debt. They're listening to some guy who wrote a book. What was it? Rich Dad, Poor Dad or whatever. And he's telling people, get on debt, get more debt, get more loans, get more loans, get more loans. And then people listen to these people. They acquire more debt. And then they end up deeper into financial misery. And that's the entirety of the American society. The great majority of Americans are in tremendous debt. And so eventually, I mean, this way of living cannot sustain itself forever. Eventually, there's going to be a pop. There's going to be an explosion in this whole parasitical financial scheme, and it's not going to lead to anything good. It's going to be a disaster. Lindsay is a girl's name, yeah. Lindsay Lohan. Non-interventionism versus isolationism. That is the great culture war of our time right now. I almost always fall asleep before the end of your stream. That's great. I'm happy to be someone else's white noise. I really hope YouTube doesn't ban you. Yeah, me too. When your website got taken away by those that we won't name, I was really concerned. Yeah, that was a terrible time. That was a very dark time in my life. But I hope I don't get banned as well. I'm trying very hard not to get banned on this channel. But knowing my luck, I will probably be banned. And if I get banned, do not fret. Do not fret. I will be on X. And I will start a new account. Perhaps I should start the account now. But I'll get a new account and I'll call it TED Talks. Or just Ted Shoebot. Maybe that'll be better. I don't understand how the U.S. doesn't pressure India to stop this. It's very simple. It's because India is an ally of the United States, and America doesn't want to piss off India too much because America is afraid that India will get too close to the Chinese. Well, not to the Chinese, because India and China hate each other over a territorial dispute, but America is afraid that India will get perhaps too close to the Russians or too close to the Iranians. The Indian government does the bare minimum because it helps its economy. That's correct. It gets several billions for its GDP. Talks with Ted, not to be confused with trademarked TED Talks. Yes, that's true. That's true. You could say TED. You could say TED Talk without the S in the end. Perhaps that'll be okay. The Shoebot Show. That wouldn't be bad. Americans are consumers. Chinese are builders. That's correct. And if you look at Russia and if you look at China, both of these countries are producers, and so they're very self-sufficient. Russia is very self-sufficient. America, the problem with America is that we are not 100% self-sufficient. We could be 100% self-sufficient, but we're not, because we're more interested in buying the goods of other countries, so that we can then dictate what those countries should and shouldn't do. Just like we did with Guatemala when we were buying bananas from them, and then Guatemala wanted to nationalize its banana production, and then the United States in the 1950s bombed Guatemala. So we buy the products of other countries so that we can control the policies of those countries. The problem with this is very obvious. If a great catastrophe takes place and America gets cut off from other countries, we're going to be in a lot of trouble, because we will not have complete access to those products, be they certain foods or be they pharmaceuticals. America will be deprived of certain things. So America needs to be self-sufficient, I think. I think America should just drill its own oil. I think America should be self-sufficient when it comes to energy, when it comes to farming, when it comes to meat. And we are self-sufficient to a certain extent for some of those things, but I think America should be 100% self-sufficient, because when the you-know-what hits the fan, America will be ready. That's my opinion. I feel that college is a 4-year program to get you into indentured servitude. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it gets people into massive debt. So let's go back to the news. We're going to talk some more about Turkey and Turkey's military-industrial complex, which is very interesting. Okay, we read this article already. So let's get out of this one. And let's read this one. This is from Middle East Eye. And this is a recent article on Turkey's hypersonic missiles. And so it says here, Turkey flexes muscles with new bunker buster and hypersonic weapons. Again, this is about preparing for war with Israel. That's what this is about. And Iran's and Israel's 12-day war really acted as a catalyst to Turkey, for Turkey to accelerate its weapons production, and for Turkey to really accelerate the boosting of its own military-industrial complex. Have you heard of the World Economic Forum's 2030 agenda? I feel like all current problems will eventually lead us into the arms of the WEF. I have no clue. I would have to fully investigate that to prove what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I would have to investigate it. So let me just make this screen a little bit bigger. All right. So it says here, Turkey this week unveiled a range of ballistic missiles and other advanced ordnance at a national arms fair as the recent Israel-Iran conflict has pushed regional tensions to the brink. Turkish defense manufacturer Roketsan, that sounds almost Japanese, Roketsan showcased several new systems, including air-to-air missiles, ballistic missiles, and a hypersonic weapon. While Ankara has been producing Typhoon-type ballistic missiles for some time, the latest variant, known as the Typhoon Block 4, is notable for its hypersonic capabilities. Weighing 7.2 tons and measuring 10 meters in length, the missile is estimated to have a range of 1,000 kilometers, which means Turkey can hit Israel. That's what that means. And remember what Eric Weinstein said recently. I talked about this in one of my recent videos. Eric Weinstein, by far, one of the most influential Jewish thinkers in American society, was on the Piers Morgan show recently, and he said, we are witnessing the end of Israel. And he said, we saw the damage that Iran inflicted on Israel. Now, this is what Weinstein said. I don't know how he found this out. I'm not sure, but this is what he said. Eric Weinstein said that Iran had restraint when it struck the Israelis. And I think he's right. I don't think you have to find some sort of document to prove that. I think he is right, because Iran showed restraint when it hit the U.S. air base, or when it fired at the U.S. air base in Saudi Arabia, when it fired at the Al Ubaid air base. Iran did show self-restraint. And I think it obviously showed self-restraint when it hit Israel. Yes, Iran did hit civilian areas. It also hit military areas as well. But we all know very, very well, this is quite obvious, just given the arsenal that Iran has, we all know very well that Iran could have done a lot more damage if it wanted to. So therefore, ergo, Iran showed self-restraint when it hit Israel. It demonstrated this. And what Eric Weinstein said was that the Israelis are filled with hubris, because the Israelis came out and said, look, the Iranians couldn't even kill a lot of us. They couldn't even inflict that much damage. And according to Weinstein, the Iranians saw the hubris of Israel and said, what's wrong with you people? We were showing restraint when we hit you guys. We could hit you far, far worse. We could inflict far worse damage if we wanted to, but we didn't. This is a warning to you. And so what Weinstein was saying was that Iran is warning the Israelis. We've shown restraint this time around, but for the next time, we're not going to be as nice. We're not going to be as restrained as we are with this one, as we are with this barrage of attacks. And so what happens, and this is what Weinstein observed, what happens when those ballistic missiles are armed with nuclear weapons? And to express the conclusion that Mr. Weinstein came to, we are witnessing the beginning of the end of Israel. And now we see Turkey making ballistic missiles. They've already made a ballistic missile. We see Turkey showcasing its new ballistic missile that can hit a target 1,000 kilometers away. That means that Turkey can't hit Israel. Now think about it. If you dropped a nuke, now Iran is a fairly big country, right? All right, it's like 4 times the size of Iraq. If you drop a nuke on Iran, Iran still lives. If you drop one nuke on Tel Aviv, Israel's gone. If you drop several nukes on Tel Aviv, Israel is definitely gone. How do I know this? Because there are around 7 million people who live in Tel Aviv and in the Tel Aviv area. So they live in the city of Tel Aviv, and they also live in the adjacent areas around Tel Aviv. 7 million people live in Tel Aviv and in the Tel Aviv area. If 7 million people are gone, that would mean only 2 million people will be left in Israel. And those people are going to be mainly settlers, people who are living in the West Bank. They're Israelis. You just have 2 million left. That's it. Israel is done. It's gone. And I don't say this because I like this idea. Please understand this. I'm not saying this with glee. I'm not saying this because I want this to happen. I don't want this to happen. I don't want to see more bloodshed. But this is my observation, just as this is the observation of Eric Weinstein. And you have these people. This is what I don't understand. Every time I do a video on this topic, I'll get one of these guys who will come along and say, "Ha! Theodore, you don't know what you're talking about because the Israelis control everything." There's this type of, and I actually wanted to talk to you guys about this. There is a type of political mind that is growing, especially online. So you have, for example, you have your regular political factions that everyone knows about. You have your liberals, you have your conservatives. The liberals are what? They're Democrats, pro-abortion. They're somewhat more critical of Israel than the Republicans are, than the conservatives are. They will support certain things that are against tradition, right? These are your basic liberals. Basic liberals. They're not necessarily even bad people, but they're liberal nonetheless. Then you have your conservative. They vote Republican no matter what. Even if they don't like the candidate, they'll vote for him because he's Republican. They watch Fox News all day. They think Trump is great no matter what he does. They love Israel no matter what evil Israel does. This is your run-of-the-mill American conservative. And then you have, and listen, conservatives come in different flavors depending on the country that you go to, or even depending on the region of America that you go to. So you can go to Russia, and I'm sure Russia has its own flavor of conservative. I'm sure you have your run-of-the-mill basic Russian conservative. They watch Russia Today. They read Sputnik or something. And then you have your basic liberals. Maybe they love Lenin. Some people like that. But then there is the other type of political mind. This is a political mind that is sort of in the minority. They were sort of in the fringe for the longest time, but they're quickly becoming mainstream. And this is the mind this is the political mind that is contrarian. They're the type of person that will say, Israel controls everything. They control everything. No one's going to stop Israel. America's not going to stop Israel because the American politicians are terrified of the Israelis and everyone's terrified. This type of person, they hate Israel. They'll express hatred towards Israel, but they will describe Israel in a way that makes Israel look like an omnipotent creature that can never be defeated. They speak in a way that makes Israel sound like an omnipresent, omnipotent, invincible being. And so if I say, listen, we're seeing the beginning of the end of Israel, I'll get these contrarians who come along and they'll say, no, because Israel can never be defeated. And they don't like Israel. You have people who love Israel and they'll say Israel can never be defeated. Those people worship Israel. But then you have people, it's sort of like Gnosticism, right? In the Gnostic theology, you have God and the devil, and God is good, the devil is evil, and that's true. But what the Gnostic heresy does is it makes the devil equal in power to God. So God is good, the devil is evil. God is the opposite of evil, the devil is the opposite of good, but they're both equal in their power. And so you have a sort of Gnostic paradigm when it comes to the pro-Israel versus anti-Israel crowd. You have the people who are so pro-Israel that they worship Israel, and they'll say Israel can never be defeated. These people describe Israel as if Israel is this invincible, omnipotent being that just can never be stopped. But then you have this other type of person who hates Israel, and they're in the opposite part of the coin from the guy who worships Israel. These people hate Israel, but they will make it out as if Israel is invincible. Israel can never be defeated. No. And these people are just as crazy as the people who say that Israel can do no wrong and Israel can never be defeated. They're just as crazy. They're just as sick, maybe even worse than the pro-Israel people who worship Israel, because these types of people will worship Hitler. But they'll say Israel can never be defeated. Israel, that's never going to happen. No, it's never going to happen. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. And you people you're contrarian to a fault. You want to exhume this personality of a free thinker. You want to exhume this impression of being a free thinker. I'm a free thinker, but you're just a contrarian. And a contrarian is not a free thinker. A contrarian is actually controlled. Whether he knows it or not, he's actually controlled. Because with a contrarian, all you have to do to get a contrarian to say what you want, you just say the opposite of what you mean. So if you are critical of Israel and you're dealing with a contrarian, just say, I love Israel. And the contrarian will say, Israel sucks. And you got him to say what you want him to say. They're just controlled. Because their knee-jerk reaction to everything is just to say the opposite, be the opposite. They're controlled under this facade of being a free thinker, but they're really not, right? But you have these people who say Israel can never be, we will never see the downfall of Israel because Israel's so powerful. Bullshit. That's bullshit. How do I know that? We literally saw the bullshit of this way of thinking demonstrated just a number of weeks ago when Israel got attacked by Iran. Counterattacked, I should say, by the Iranians. And America couldn't prevent that destruction from being inflicted upon the Israelis. So we saw it. Plain and simple. We saw it. It's very obvious. Israel can be defeated. Now let's get back to this article here. The unveiling of the Typhoon Block 4 has generated significant media attention, especially as Iran's use of ballistic and hypersonic missiles against Israel remains under close scrutiny across the region. So basically, oh my God, Israel got hit with what? Iranian ballistic missiles, and then Turkey all of a sudden has a giant freaking missile, and they put some hijab on it, they put some curtain on it, and they go, here is the great unveiling. And they denude the missile, and they show the whole world the missile, and it's a hypersonic, long-range missile that can hit a target 1,000 kilometers away. So people are wondering, wait a second, Iran hit Israel with hypersonic missiles. Turkey is now showcasing its own hypersonic missile. What's happening here? I know what's happening. It's very obvious. Turkey is in competition with Iran. Turkey is in competition with Iran. They're rivaling over who can be the biggest threat to Israel. So right now, Iran is the winner because they've actually hit Israel. But now Turkey is saying, no, we can be better than Iran. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think eventually what's going to happen is the Iranians and the Turks are just going to tag team against Israel. That's what I think is going to happen in the end. And ain't no one going to stop them. America will say, Israel, we had a really good run. But anytime we talk about helping you, we get a whole mob of Tucker Carlson fans. And they're saying, no more wars for Israel. No more wars. No more wars. So it's very unpopular for us to do this. It's very unpopular for us to do this. Sorry, Israel. And Russia's going to say, Israel, Iran's our ally, and this whole time you've been messing with our allies, so tough luck. Anyway, so it says here, despite Iran's vulnerable air defenses, it has effectively employed such weapons to strike deep into Israel, including targets in Tel Aviv. In today's modern battlefield, the importance of hypersonic ballistic missiles has become abundantly clear, as recent events have shown. Ooh, what does that mean? And this is being said by a Turk, by the way. Murat İnkiçi. İkinci. I'm telling you, dude. Someone has to do a study on Turkish and Korean. They sound so similar. I remember I was watching a Korean movie, a South Korean movie years ago, and I heard the language and I said, is that Turkish? It sounds like Uzbek or Kazakh Turkish. Murat İnkiçi, general manager of Roketsan at the International Defense Industry Fair, IDEF, on Tuesday. Okay, so the guy who is the general manager of the company who made the missile is saying, in today's modern battlefield, the importance of hypersonic ballistic missiles has become abundantly clear, as recent events have shown. What recent events are these? Do tell, Mr. İnkiçi. Do tell, Mr. Murat İnkiçi. Tell us, what recent events? What recent events? He's not telling us, but we all know what he's saying. We can read between the lines. He is referring to the bombing of Israel. So he's saying, we all know how important hypersonic missiles are because, hell, we just watched Israel getting pounded with hypersonic missiles, so we got to make our own. We got to make some serious hypersonic missiles so we can pound Israel as well. That's what this is. Haluk Gurgun, president of Turkey's Defense Industry Agency, told reporters that several additional missile and hypersonic weapon projects are underway and will be unveiled to the public in due course. Oh, so there's more. They're not even showing their full power. They're showing just a little bit of what they got. Here's one missile that we made, Israel. We got some more coming. We've made some more hypersonic missiles. Or we're currently making more different types of hypersonic missiles. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said in June that Turkey would strengthen its deterrence by increasing its stockpile of medium and long-range missiles. In January, Erdogan announced that Ankara had successfully developed a new missile called Cenk. Oh God, dude, check this out. With a 2,000 kilometer range intended for use in Turkey's space program. They have successfully developed a new missile called the Cenk. Now, they should call it the Seljuk. I don't know why they're not. Why is Seljuk, when you say the name Seljuk, there's something about it that just instills fear. Because the Seljuks, they were really the founders of Turkey, if you think about it, right? The original inhabitants of that country that we call Turkey are really just the descendants of Greeks and other Indo-Europeans, Lydians, Hittites, who were living there for thousands of years. Those people eventually got Turkified by the Seljuks. Seljuks were people who came from Turkmenistan in Central Asia. So the Seljuks they really laid the foundation for the Ottoman Empire. So I don't know why they're not calling their weapons the Seljuks, right? The Seljuk. Yeah, they're calling the missile Cenk as if they named it after freaking Cenk Uyghur. Now remember, when Israel started bombing Gaza, they actually got a missile and they wrote Cenk Uyghur. I'm not joking, this actually happened. Look it up. When the bombing of Gaza began, Some Israeli guy put the name Cenk Uyghur on one of the bombs and dropped it on Gaza. I'm not joking. Look into this. So it's almost like Turkey heard about that and said, okay, we're taking this shit personally. They put the name of one of our people on one of their bombs. We're gonna name a whole freaking ballistic missile after Cenk freaking Uyghur. We're launching the Cenk Uyghur at them bastards. Israel, you put a name of one of our people on your bomb that you used to kill people. We're sending in the Cenk. Oh yeah. Now, me personally, I would call the missile the Seljuk. Or I would call a Turkish fighter jet the Seljuk. So that way, when the enemy hears about your coming, they would say, the Seljuks are coming, the Seljuks are coming. Here we go, guys. Here we go. And this thing can hit a target 2,000 kilometers away. 2,000 kilometers away. That's insane. At the defense fair, Roketsan also introduced the 300ER air-launched missile, capable of striking targets over 500 kilometers away when deployed from platforms such as fighter jets and drones. Interesting. Additionally, the Roketsan unveiled the development of the Simsek-2 satellite launch vehicle, an advanced two-stage liquid-fueled system capable of carrying a 1.5-ton payload to an orbit about 700 kilometers. This marks a significant milestone in Turkey's space technology ambitions. So they want to be able to go into space. It's not looking good for Israel, I'll tell you that right now. It is not looking good for Israel, guys. They have Iran to deal with, and now they have this rising Turkish military-industrial complex to deal with. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. LOL, Friday TED Talks are the best. Appreciate that, Master Driver. Thank you. Have you noticed while support for Israel is dwindling, U.S. is also losing influence? Yes, 100%. In fact, the American passport is no longer the top passport of the world anymore. The Singaporean passport is now on the first place position of best passports in the world. The Japanese passport is now more powerful than the American passport. Theodore's terrifying news. That's right, TTN. Hello, YouTube. Theo is exposing evils, not promoting it. Appreciate that, Mr. Alexis Corral. There is also an opinion that Israel is like a crusader state, dependent on outside help and warring with everyone around it. That's a good observation. That's a good analogy. I would say so. And the Crusaders were all about what? They were all about taking over Jerusalem. And the Israeli project is about what? Taking over Jerusalem and building a third temple. So the Crusader movement really was like Zionism. The Catholics said, hey, we're the Jews. We're the true Jews. We're the true Israel. Therefore, we deserve to control Solomon's temple and the Temple Mount and all that. And so they went to Israel and they butchered a bunch of people in the process and they murdered a bunch of people. They did war crimes and all sorts of atrocities. And then they controlled Jerusalem for 200 years and it was all about power. It was all about power. And they said, well, we have to control Jerusalem because Jerusalem belongs to the Catholic Church and the Catholic Church is the true Israel. Therefore, Jerusalem belongs to us. And they ignored the verse in Paul's letter to the Hebrews where Paul is saying, we're in heavenly Jerusalem, not earthly Jerusalem. And they ignored that verse in the book of Revelation where John calls Jerusalem Sodom and Egypt. Sodom and Egypt. So why were the Catholics so obsessed with controlling Jerusalem? Answer, because they were power hungry. It wasn't because they didn't understand the Bible. Listen, anyone can read the New Testament and figure out that our focus is on heavenly Israel, heavenly Jerusalem. They deliberately misconstrued the Bible for the purpose of obtaining power because they knew whoever can control the city of Jerusalem can then say, we are the king of Jerusalem, the city where Jesus was resurrected, and look at us, we're so powerful spiritually. Oh, Jerusalem, you mean the city that actually murdered Jesus? Oh, Jerusalem, you mean the city that Jesus said, hey, Jerusalem, if only you would just follow me like the little baby chicks go under the wing of their mother when it rains. But no, Jerusalem, you have chosen evil because your house, the temple, has made it desolate. Your house has made it desolate. It's a city that Christ cursed. And here we are revering this city, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, and the Catholics got obsessed with it, and that's what led to the Crusades. And come to think about it, I was thinking about something a couple nights ago. I find this to be very, very interesting. Jerusalem is the city where Christ was crucified. It's the city where Christ was condemned to death. And Jesus said, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, if only you would be like the chicks who go underneath the wing of their mother when it rains. In other words, he was saying, Jerusalem, if only you could follow me, but you're not following me because you're wicked. I have to breathe. Remember what Jesus said. He talked about the area of Beersheba. And he said, because Beersheba rejected Jesus. And he said, Beersheba, you are more wicked than Sodom. This is what Jesus says. Beersheba, Sodom is better than you, Beersheba. Why? He said, because if I went to Sodom and I did the miracles that I did before you, they would have accepted me. But you, Beersheba, are worse than Sodom. That's what Jesus said. And so, did Jerusalem accept Jesus, or did it reject Christ? Obviously, it rejected Christ. Yes, okay. That means that Jerusalem is worse than Sodom, according to Jesus. It's worse than Sodom because it rejected Christ. And oh my God, guys. What did Jesus tell St. Paul? There's a story in the book of Acts where Paul goes to the temple and he's praying in the temple, right? He's praying in the temple because at this point, Paul had not gotten the memo yet. He was still praying at the temple. He thought that, okay, we still got to pray at the temple. The temple is good. It's holy. So he's praying in the temple. And then all of a sudden, Jesus appears to him. And Jesus tells Paul, what are you doing here? What do you mean, Jesus? What the hell are you doing here, Paul? Leave this place. He tells Paul to leave this place, leave the temple. And Paul says, why? And Jesus says, because these people will reject me. These people will reject what you try to tell them. If you try to tell them about me, they will reject what you say. They will not follow me. So leave this place. And Paul says, but Jesus, I'm a murderer. I killed Christians. I persecuted the church, etc. And Jesus says, leave this place, for I send you to the Gentiles. I send you to the Gentile world. So Jesus told Paul to leave the temple and to preach to non-Jews. And what does the Catholic Church do in the Middle Ages? It obsesses over the temple, over Jerusalem. It obsesses over the city that Christ said, that Christ called desolate. He said, your house has made you desolate. The Catholic Church obsessed over the city that John called Sodom and Egypt. And so the Catholic Church paid dearly for this because the Catholic Church went to Jerusalem, did its crusade, took it over, did atrocities, murdered Muslims, murdered Jews, murdered Eastern Christians, by the way, took over the city, and then controlled it for 200 years. For 200 years, it was an occupied city. It was occupied by the Catholic Church. And then what happened? The Muslims came and took it from the Christians. And the Muslims controlled it. And then eventually what happened? The British came, and the British took it from the Muslims. And then what happened? The Jews came, and they began to do acts of terrorism. They killed the British. They killed the Arabs. They terrorized people. And then eventually the British left Palestine. They left Jerusalem. They left that land, and they said, okay, the Jews can have it, whatever. So now it belongs to the Jews. And then what do we see? Bloodshed, killing, violence. Now, originally, the city of Jerusalem was a Canaanite city. If you read the book of Genesis, it makes this very clear. Jerusalem was a Canaanite city. And initially, the Canaanites who inhabited Jerusalem, were following the true God. We know this for a fact because the king of Jerusalem at the time of Abraham was a priest of God. It says this in the book of Genesis. The king of Jerusalem at one point in time was a Canaanite priest by the name of Melchizedek, who was a holy priest of God. Abraham followed him. Abraham accepted his offering of bread and wine that he gave to God. Abraham tithed to the king of Jerusalem, the Canaanite king of Jerusalem, Melchizedek. So then what happened, right? The Canaanites ruled over it. And then God tells Abraham, Abraham, your people are going to be in Egypt for 400 years, and then they're going to come and they're going to take over this land. But right now, the Canaanites are controlling it, and I'm not going to push them out now. And this is what God tells Abraham. I will not push the Canaanites out of Canaan because the cup of the Canaanites is not yet full. In other words, the Canaanites are doing some evil things, but not enough evil that would warrant them being kicked out. So there is a responsibility in controlling Jerusalem. You have to be holy to control Jerusalem. So the Canaanites, they turn to evil, cannibalism, human sacrifice, homosexuality, bestiality, all that sick shit. So then in comes the Hebrews. After 400 years of slavery in Egypt, the Hebrews come and they take over Jerusalem. So now the Judeans, the Hebrews, now they had the responsibility to rule over Jerusalem, but with holiness. Well, guess what? God sends the Messiah, his son, and the Son of God goes to Jerusalem, and Jerusalem kills Jesus. Jerusalem kills the Messiah. So then what happens? God says, okay, I'm going to go to the Gentiles. The Muslims eventually take over Jerusalem. The Christians come, the Crusaders, they come and they start fighting the Muslims over Jerusalem. They take over Jerusalem. Then what happens? The Crusaders start killing each other over who's going to control Jerusalem. And the Christians begin to kill one another over land in Judea. What happened when the Jews were controlling it? After the death of Jesus, after the murder of Christ, I should say, what happened to the Jews in Judea? They began to kill one another over what? Over who was going to control Jerusalem. They did this during the Roman-Judean War. I've talked about this many times. And they were murdering each other over who was going to control Jerusalem and over who was going to control the temple. And the Christians and the Muslims began to kill each other over what? Who was going to control Jerusalem? Who was going to control the Temple Mount? Then the Jews came along. They started killing the British over what? Who was going to control Jerusalem? Who was going to control Israel? Now the Jews are controlling it, and the Muslims and the Jews are killing one another over what? Who's going to control Jerusalem? In fact, one of the things that provoked Hamas into doing October the 7th was a bunch of evangelicals talking about killing red heifers on the Temple Mount where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is, the third holiest site in the Muslim religion. The evangelicals were talking about red heifers and saying, "Oh, we're gonna kill red heifers near the Al-Aqsa Mosque." And the Muslims in Gaza heard that and they said, "We have to save the Temple Mount." And they killed a bunch of people. They went into Israel, murdered hundreds of civilians. And that sparked the genocide of the Palestinians right now. So what's happening here? It seems like anytime people are trying to control Israel, they start butchering each other mercilessly. It seems like anytime someone wants to control Jerusalem, they turn to murder. And there's chaos and pandemonium. And there's insanity. And there's madness. Be it the Judean Civil War 40 years after the crucifixion, be it the crucifixion itself, because Jesus came along and said, "You see this temple? The whole thing's going to come down in 3 days." And what was Jesus trying to say? He was saying, "I am the temple," because he tells the Jews something greater than the temple is here. He was speaking of himself. And he was telling the Jews, forget this temple, because the fulfillment of the temple is here. And what did the Jews say? What did the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the scribes and the zealots say? They said, this man wants to destroy our temple. And because he is an enemy of our temple, we're going to murder him. And they murdered him over the temple. And when the Judeans decided to revolt against the Romans, you had one faction that said, well, we're going to control the temple. This was primarily the Sadducees and the Pharisees. But then you had the Zealot faction that came along and they said, no, we're going to take the temple from you. And they began to butcher each other. And before that, the Sadducees said, no foreigner can make a sacrifice in the temple. That includes the Caesar. And the Caesar said, what? You're blocking me from the temple? That's an act of war. That's an act of defiance against Roman rule. We're going to war. So the Roman-Judean War began over the temple. The Judean civil war began over the temple. Christ was murdered because he was perceived as an enemy of the temple. The Crusades invade Jerusalem because they wanted to control the Temple Mount and Jerusalem because they said, this will give us power. And the Jews want to control the temple for themselves. And so there's violence and there's bloodshed and there's all this chaos and insanity. And so I'm looking at this history. I'm thinking about all this history. And Scoop 1337 is correct. He says, he puts a comment here. Jerusalem, a city that drives men mad. And there is a verse in the book of Zechariah where God says, I will make Jerusalem into a trembling cup for the world, for the nations. Trembling cup of what? A cup of wine. And what does wine do? It makes one drunk. It makes one a little bit mad. So he says, people will become drunk over Jerusalem. That's the Crusades. That's the Judean revolt. That's the Judean civil war. And that's the mess that we see right now. It's the Jerusalem syndrome. It's a city that drives men to madness. And anyone who obsesses over Jerusalem will be cut to pieces. In fact, this is what God tells the prophet Zechariah. All those who elevate Jerusalem, all those who burden themselves with Jerusalem will be cut to pieces. That's the Crusades. I'm not just singling out Israel here. I'm not just singling out the Israelis. I'm also talking about the Crusades. And what else did the Crusades lead to? The sacking of Constantinople. Crusaders entered the city of Constantinople and butchered tens of thousands of people, murdered, raped, pillaged, you name it, they did it. And the perpetrators were people who obsessed over Jerusalem. And while they were in their obsession over Jerusalem, they were murdering and raping their fellow Christian. Answer. Why? So you ask yourself, why would Christians do this? Why would people who claim Christianity, why would people who claim to follow the gentle, humble carpenter do something so egregious and evil? Answer, because they were never following Christ. Answer, because they were all about power. They were money hungry. They were power hungry. Constantinople was what? It was the big rival to the Vatican. Yep, it was. That's why when Constantinople said, we are the second Rome, the Pope lost his shit. He got pissed. What do you mean Constantinople is the second Rome? There's only one Rome. There's no second Rome. Because it's all about power and control. And so by controlling Jerusalem, they thought, well, we're going to have so much theological, so much spiritual power by controlling Jerusalem. It was all about power. And the Muslims wanted to control Jerusalem. Why? Because, well, that's where Muhammad visited. When he went through his Isra and Miraj journey, he got on a flying horse, the Al-Buraq, and he flew all the way to Jerusalem. And so if the Muslims can control Jerusalem, that would mean what? That would mean ruling over the entire Muslim world. So if a Muslim country like Iran or Turkey could take over Jerusalem, that would make the country that controls Jerusalem the most powerful country in the Islamic world. It's about power. That's what this is about. And anyone who obsesses over Israel or earthly Israel, not spiritual Israel, anyone who obsesses over earthly Israel will go mad. Anyone who obsesses over earthly Jerusalem will go mad. So then I started thinking. I was thinking more about this a couple nights ago. And I started thinking to myself, there is a movie that you can watch. It's called Session 9. If you have not seen the film Session 9, and if you are a fan of horror movies, if you love horror movies, I highly recommend that you watch Session 9. This film came out, I want to say in the year 2000. Remember the movie Braveheart when there is a Scottish guy who says, I'm not dying for these bastards, let's go home. He is in the movie. He's in the film. He's the main character. Now, I don't want to spoil too much of it if you haven't seen the film. But this movie is about a Scottish guy who lives in the US and he runs an asbestos moving company. And there is a crazy house that is abandoned, and the state hires this business to remove the asbestos from the crazy house. Now, when they did this movie, this is crazy. When they actually did this movie, they filmed it at an actual abandoned crazy house. There was a crazy house that shut down and it just became this empty building. And the people who did the movie, they actually went into this building and they filmed all these scenes in the building. So when you're watching this film, you're actually watching scenes that were recorded in a real abandoned crazy house. It's pretty amazing. So they go into this crazy house and they're there to remove the asbestos, but because the place is cursed, they all start losing their minds. All the employees begin to slowly lose their minds. And they slowly spiral downwards into self-destructive behavior. It happens very gradually. And it's called Session 9 because there is an area of the building called, or there is a, not an area, but there is a series of recordings that are discovered in the building. And the recordings are the creepiest part of the whole movie. They are the creepiest part of the whole movie. And these recordings are of sessions that were done. Psychological sessions of psychological evaluation. So the film was called Session 9. So I was thinking about this history of Israel and how there were all these different peoples that were crazy over Israel and they were killing each other over Israel and Jerusalem and the Temple Mount. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, Israel is Session 9. That's what Israel is. It's Session 9. Session 9 is an analogy for Israel. All those, and this is in the Bible, all those who burden themselves with Jerusalem will be cut to pieces. Why? Because Jerusalem is a trembling cup. A cup of what? A cup of wine. A wine that maketh a man go mad. Bottom line. Bottom line. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold up. I don't see how Israel and Turkey can even fight each other. If anything, it might be surface level tensions, but the reality is Turkey and Israel will have long-standing trading ties. So let me try to explain something, all right? Because I've heard this before. Being a trade partner, or two countries being trade partners, does not prevent those two countries from going to war. Case in point, before World War I, before the outbreak of World War I, England and Germany were major trading partners. What happened in World War I? What happened in World War I? They went to war, right? Now, if you and I were alive in the early 1900s, and I told you England and Germany will go to war, and you would say what? You would say, no, applying your logic. And I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha. I'm not trying to be a schmuck or anything. I'm just giving you my response. Using your logic, you would say, no, they're not going to go to war. Ted, you're wrong because Germany and England are major trading partners. Who would be right? Who would be correct in their predictions? I would be correct. And I'm not saying this because I'm trying to do a gotcha or anything like that. I'm just giving you my observation. So China and Japan right now are major trading partners. And they hate each other. They could go to war because America is always making sure that Japan is militarily ready for war with China. Taiwan and China are partners. Cambodia and Thailand were partners until recently, and now they're in a small war. It could escalate into a major war, who knows, but right now they're in a small war. So I don't see how being trading partners could prevent a war. Now, you bring up Azerbaijan, and that is a good point. Azerbaijan and Israel are strong allies, and this aggravates Turkey. But I think in the grand scheme of things, Turkey and Israel will still go to war. Because Azerbaijan, think about this. Azerbaijan is the big enemy of Armenia. Armenia is an ally of Iran. Azerbaijan hates Iran. And so Turkey can say, okay, Azerbaijan, you want to go against Iran? We have to go against Armenia, right? And they did go against Armenia. But there's also the problem of Syria. And who's in control of Syria? And Turkey is a much more powerful country than Azerbaijan. So I think that Turkey can really have leverage over Azerbaijan in that regard. Either way, listen, the truth is going to flesh itself out no matter what. You may be right, I may be wrong, but I just don't see how being a trading partner with a country prevents you from going to war with that country. Congrats on 5K. Appreciate that, Jack DeAngelis. I wonder if Iranian people still feel like America's ally. No. The Cenk missile, they named it after the Young Turk. Yeah. Let's see. 5K. Wow, congratulations. Appreciate that, Short Farrell. U.S. military-industrial complex, Warhawks, today's Knights Templar. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Good observation. Evangelicals already did a dry run on red heifers. Man. Jerusalem, a city that drives men mad? Absolutely. When they attack Jerusalem, they will attack Judah too. What a time to be alive. I think you should go on Tucker's show with this thought. I think that would be a great show, in all honesty. Now, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't think Tucker will ever invite me because I've been sort of critical of him. Perhaps that wouldn't faze him. I don't know. But I think what I just explained would make for a great show. I really believe that. And I thought about this 2 nights ago. And I was actually tempted to just go to my camera and do a video and just express what I just expressed to you guys just now. But I decided, you know what, I'm going to hold back and I'm going to talk about it during my stream, because when you do pre-recorded videos and then you have a weekly live stream, you don't want to do a video about every single thought that you have, because you want to save some material for the live stream, right? It's always nice to save ideas for the live stream, because if you do a pre-recorded video about every single idea you have during the week, when it comes down to the live stream, you're going to have less material than you would have had if you just had saved some of it in your mind. Let's see here. But that is a good idea. I talked to Azerbaijani girl. She wanted to destroy our media. Yeah, that's a pretty common sentiment. Did you watch the Jubilee show with Mehdi Hassan against the Zionist Iranian? Oh, God, dude. Oh, my God. Yes, I did, unfortunately. Guys, if there is a group of people who are more fanatical than Israeli Zionist extremists, it's Iranian Zionist. And I don't say that with exaggeration. I mean this 100%. Iranians who are pro-Israel are more fanatical than a lot of Israelis. True, it's the damn truth. See, you can talk to Israelis, and you will actually meet Israelis who will say, yeah, I'm a Zionist, but what Israel is doing is a crime. I mean, just read Haaretz. Those types of Israelis are on Haaretz writing articles all the time, every day. But if you talk to Iranian Zionist, with those people, Israel can do no wrong. Israel is always right. If Israel puts babies into wood chippers, it has a good reason to do so. That's the mentality that you're dealing with, right? Israeli soldiers could be filmed putting babies into meat grinders. And and Israelis will come out and say, this is wrong. Not Iranian Zionist. They'll look at that and they'll say, you know what? Those soldiers, they probably have a good reason to do that. You know, they probably have a good reason. I mean, if the rabbi says that baby meat is kosher, I mean, they must have a good reason, right? This is the type of psychopath that you're dealing with. But yes, I did see the video. Yeah, I've dealt with these Iranian Zionist types before, and they're just insane. They truly are insane. They were fanatical for the Shah. They were fanatical for the Ayatollah. Now they're fanatical for Israel. It's just different flavors of fanaticism that spring from the same fanatical mindset. It was part of the Soviet Union. Azerbaijan, yes, that's correct. And so was Armenia, by the way. Yep, you're right. So cringe. Yep, Hulk Hogan died. Yeah, I know, man. That was sad. That was sad. I actually have to take a piss real quick, guys. I've been holding it for a while. Just give me one moment. I'll be back, okay? Hold on. Azerbaijani Zionist? Is that such a thing? I was about to go take a leak, and then I read that comment. Is that such a thing? Oh, my God, dude. We literally, oh my gosh. We have videos of Azeris beheading Armenians. Could you imagine Azeri Zionist? I think Azerbaijan, after the United States and India, Azerbaijan arguably is the most Zionistic country. They're super pro-Israel. Even when they're Muslims, they're super pro-Israel. Even though they're Shiites, you would think that them being Shiite, they would be on Iran's side, but they're not. They're actually on the side of Israel. And this is the big contention between Turkey and Azerbaijan. And we actually have videos of Azeri soldiers beheading people. And those Azeri soldiers, more than likely, are pro-Israel. So if Israel wants to get an army of psychopath Zionists, it could easily tap the military ranks of Azerbaijan. It could do some, what's the word? It could streamline, that's the word. Israel could streamline fanatical psycho recruits from Azerbaijan. Anyway, give me 1 second here, okay? Hold on. I'll turn the music up for you guys. Got some scare music playing. All right, guys, I'm back. Let me know if the music is too loud. Let's see here. I'll read your guys' comments. Seeing Theo's gaming chair reminded me to get one for myself, but I keep delaying it for some reason. This is a pretty good chair. My cat loves to sleep on it. Every time I leave my room, I'll come back. Not every time, but a lot of times I'll leave my room, I'll come back, and the cat is on the chair. Surprisingly, she wasn't on the chair this time. But usually she'll get on the chair as soon as I leave. And so I have to move her out of the way, you know. She has her own chair that she sleeps on, but she really prefers this one because it's nice and soft and cozy. Many Jews used to live there, Azerbaijan, and they have a pretty much similar culture. Azeris hate Iranians because they support Armenians. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense in the sense that it's right, but it makes sense in the sense that that's why they hate the Iranians. But their hatred for the Armenians is pretty insane. It's insanely violent. Let me see. Let me lower the music down a little bit. It's a little bit too loud. Let's see here. Monday, I wore my Aussie shirt. Every time I wear it, I say a prayer that he finds the Lord. Oh boy, I don't know. That guy was a hardcore Satanist, wasn't he? I heard Aussie's given name was John. I have no idea. I've never been a big Aussie fan. I've never been an Aussie fan at all. Don't get a gaming chair. Get a mesh chair. Best purchase I've ever made. Oh, damn. I'll have to look into that. Will you be uploading this video to YouTube? Which video? I almost always take excerpts from my streams and make them into separate videos. Maybe I'll be taking this part. I'm not sure. Why do they hate Armenians? Why does everyone in the region hate Armenians? It has something to do with dispute over land and also dispute over religion. The Azeris are Muslim. The Armenians are Christian. Oh, by the way, I also want to say another thing. You have these crazy sick Zionists online who say things like, oh, if we don't support Israel, all the Christians are going to be dead. They're all going to be dead. Could you please explain to me, then why in the hell has Israel been backing Azerbaijan when Azerbaijan butchered Christians in 2020? I mean, what the hell was that about? They're like, oh, if we don't support Israel, the Christians are all going to die. The Muslims are going to kill them. Okay, so if Israel is this staunch bulwark for the security of the Christians, then why in the hell did it back the Azeris when they were butchering Christians in Nagorno-Karabakh? It's just insane to me. If I'm not wrong, Israel has not survived more than 80 years. I've heard that before. I'm not sure if it's going to be true this time, but I think eventually Israel will just not survive anymore. Maybe it'll happen 2 years from now, maybe next year. I don't know. But I think if I had to give a range for, if I had to give a time range for when I think Israel is going to be gone, I would say at least in the next 10 to 15 years, at least. I come from a mixed Iraqi, Turkmen, Kurdish family, and we had Armenian neighbors growing up in Canada. Super friendly people. Parents spent many late nights with them breaking bread. You know, my dad also, when he was living in California, he had an Armenian friend, and my dad told me that he was one of the nicest people ever. You know what's amazing is we had a situation when I was growing up, and back in the 1990s, we had a neighbor who looked like a creep. He looked like an absolute creep. Do you know the fat guy that gets eaten in Jurassic Park? You know, the guy who said, stick, stick. Oh, no wonder you guys all went extinct. Remember that guy? He was, I think he was in Seinfeld. Okay, he looked like that guy, but with gray hair and glasses. And this guy also had glasses. And my dad always told me to stay away from him. I remember he had big, thick, square glasses, and he would always wear his socks really high up close to his knees, and I think he would walk around with sandals, or it could have been shoes. I don't remember, but I remember he had really high socks that went up to his knees, big, thick, square glasses, gray hair, and he had a pudgy face. And my dad always told me, stay away from that man. He was our neighbor. He lived right next to us, right next door. So when we would leave our house for whatever reason, we would see him sometimes outside of the house. He'd be watering his plants in front of his house. And my dad always told me, stay away from him. And I always stayed away from him because my dad told me so. Plus, he did have a very creepy vibe about him. And then I remember he moved. He left. And when he left, my parents were so happy because they were really worried that this guy was a predator. And for good reason, because the guy looked like a sick bastard. Even as a child, I remember getting very creepy vibes when I saw him. And so when he left, my parents, I remember very clearly in my memory, my parents saying, oh, thank God this guy's gone. We're so happy he's gone. And then an Iranian family moved in to the house that this guy used to live in. So we had Iranian neighbors. And this Iranian family, I remember they were so nice. They were very, very good neighbors. The head of the home, the father, would talk to my dad many times. And I have very clear memories of the daughter being outside. And the daughter, she looked very Iranian. And the daughter had this cat, I remember. And the daughter would go outside of our house, and outside of our home. We didn't live in houses. We actually lived in condominiums. outside of our condominiums, there was this green field, and people could go out and sit at the green field, and you could have a picnic at the green field, things like that sort. It was very nice. And she would go on that green field. She would sit at that green field, and she would have a little roll of string, and she would play with her cat. And she would do this all the time. And I remember my parents saying numerous times, "Oh, we're so happy that this family is here. We're so happy that this family is here, because they're so much better than that creep that was living here." And so I've never gotten the impression that Iranians are a sick or violent culture. I've always, from my impression of them, has usually been that they are a gentle, hospitable people. And I'm sure that's true, generally speaking. We all know there's Iranians who are evil people, absolutely. But I think for the most part, Iranians are a hospitable people. That's at least the impression that I've gotten from them. Let me see here. You have an Armenian girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even have a girlfriend. There's no girlfriend. Let me see here. Azeris are the most pan-Turkic group there is. I didn't know that. Pan-Turkism should be banned. It should be. It is a dangerous ideology. Ozzy denied being a Satanist. It was an act. He was a character. He acknowledged God. He was a lukewarm Anglican who said the Serenity Prayer because of AA training. Don't know if it was a legit. I mean, I don't know how you can be a legitimate Christian and then act like you're a Satanist on the stage. That doesn't make any sense. Always sad. I have a stake in this topic. I'm one of the fringe tribes being potentially affected by it. I was in an Armenian restaurant yesterday. Very good food. Wow. I gotta try Armenian food. I've never tried it before. Osborne was an honest kid. In 1998 interview, he said he drew inspiration from the lunatic Adolf Hitler from his bad charisma. Yeah. I mean, he was inspired by Hitler. Okay. Don't know about this Aussie fella, but his Let It Die sure was great. Iranians are the noble ones. You mean the Aryans? That's what Aryan means, noble one. Let's see here. So we read this article. Hold on a second. Okay. So we got some more articles to look at about Turkey and the rise of Turkish power in the Near East. So let's read this article. This is an article that was published by Newsweek recently. And let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it. U.S. ally issues ominous warning over Middle East war. So it says here, Turkey's foreign minister has warned that the NATO member country could intervene in Syria to deter what it sees as emerging threats to its national security following recent violence and Israeli military operations. So Israel and Turkey are rivaling over who's going to control Syria. Israel considers Syria to be a part of its sphere of influence, or it wants Syria to be part of its sphere of influence at least. That's why it's working with the Druze. And Turkey considers Syria to be a part of Turkey's sphere of influence and sphere of power. And so the way I would describe it is what Syria is to Turkey, Ukraine is to Russia, and vice versa. So for many, many years, America was talking about including Ukraine into NATO. America was working with the Ukrainians against Russia, working to arm the Ukrainians, etc., etc. And then America also backed a primarily Nazi coup in the Euromaidan. And so Russia said, hey, that's an act of aggression. This isn't right. And then Russia took over Crimea. So when you look at that type of situation, that eventually led to what? It eventually led to the Ukrainian-Russian war. That's the bottom line. So Before Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, what happened? People were saying, look, the media was saying, look, there's a buildup of Russian troops outside of Ukraine. There's a buildup of Russian troops on the Russian side of the border. And a lot of people were saying, nothing's going to happen. Russia's not going to do anything. This is all just fear-mongering. Russia is just trying to intimidate Ukraine, blah, blah. And then what happened just days later? Boom. Russia invades Ukraine. Why? Because Ukraine has always been the red line for the Russians. Always. And the Americans have always known this. The Americans have always known, if you start messing with the Ukrainians, it's going to be a red line for the Russians, and the Russians will attack. And if you look at all these different memos and these different communications that were said amongst the Americans right after the Cold War, you will see discourse about how if you start to expand NATO eastward, you are not going to prevent Russian expansionism. You are only going to provoke Russian aggression. And they were right. So the Americans always knew this, and they always knew Ukraine is the red line. So Russia was always warning the Westerners about this. They thought, who cares? Who cares? Boom, Russia had to show its teeth. So what's happening right now with, let's say, Turkey and Syria? Turkey is telling the Israelis, back off, Israel. Back off, Israel. Syria is part of our sphere of influence. Syria is part of our sphere of power. Back off, back off, back off. The Syrian government is on our side, not on your side. You are going against the legitimate government of Syria, which was put there by NATO and to a certain extent by you guys. So the Syrian government wants us to be in Syria. They don't want Israel to be there. And so the Israelis think, or people in Israel think, that Turkey is just bluffing. And just like people were shocked when Russia invaded Ukraine, people are going to be in for a real shocker in the future when it comes to this whole situation between Israel and Turkey. People are going to be really shocked. Let me see something here. Hold on. Let me make my screen a little bit smaller. I'm a little bit too big. Here we go. Much better. There we go. Much better. So it says here, why it matters. The threat highlights the danger of Syria becoming a direct battleground for the Middle East's major military powers. Battleground between the Middle East's major military powers. Which are the major military powers of the Middle East? Israel and Turkey and Iran. Turkey, which maintained a significant military presence in Syria throughout the civil war, remains entangled in a country that sits at the intersection of conflicts involving major Middle Eastern powers. Israel, Iran, and Turkey, and also has a presence of ISIS. And ISIS is just the big pretext that other countries use to militarily enter and be involved in Syria. So there's Iran, there's Israel, there's Turkey, but Israel and Turkey are really the major players right now who are trying to control Syria. And Turkey has been involved in the Idlib province for a very long time, going all the way back to the 2010s. They've been controlling the Idlib province, and the Idlib province is basically an extension of Turkey. So Turkish expansionism in Syria has been going on for years. The Idlib province has been considered a part of Turkey's military power for many, many years. So Syria really is a part of Turkey's sphere of influence. So Israel's going in there, flexing its muscles, doing freaking bombing raids, doing bombing campaigns in that country. This makes Turkey look weak. And if you want to be a serious regional power, you don't want to be sitting there looking weak all the time. You have to show your teeth. And just as Russia had to show its teeth by invading Ukraine to let the Americans know that Ukraine belongs to Russia, or at least eastern Ukraine belongs to Russia. Turkey is eventually going to show its teeth to let the world know, to let Israel know that Syria belongs to Turkey. So it says here that a broader regional war could also pull in the United States, which has backed Syria's interim leader in efforts to end the conflict, reshape alliances, and push for more peace treaties with Israel. So it says here what to know. Turkey views any attempt to divide Syria as a national security threat and would directly intervene if necessary. Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan said. So the Turks are already saying it. They're already warning the Israelis. Any attempt to divide Syria is going to be seen by us, the Turks, as a national security threat. And we, the Turks, will directly intervene if necessary. This is a warning to the Israelis. Stop messing with us in Syria. Now, is Israel going to get a clue? Sadly, no. And we know this because America didn't give a damn. America was told Ukraine is the red line. People in the American government itself said Ukraine is the red line. And Russia made it very clear. And there wasn't a whole lot of respect for Russia's boundaries. So Russia had to show its teeth. It invaded Ukraine. And the world sat there, oh my God, they've invaded a sovereign country. What's happening? What's happening is NATO didn't know its own limitations. That's what happened. So Israel thinks we're the big bad guy in the Middle East. We can just go into Syria, mess with the Turks, bomb an airstrip on a Air Force base that Turkey says belongs to it. And America's going to be on our side. Who cares? No one cares. Israel is going to be up for a rude awakening. Now, you could sit there and say, that's not true because Israel has the most advanced intelligence department in the world, definitely the most advanced intelligence operation in the Middle East. And so they definitely know their limits. And they definitely know, they would definitely know if Turkey was seriously a threat. But because they're messing with Turkey, they obviously know that Turkey is not going to be a serious threat. They have the intelligence. They know more than we do. Really? Really? Then please explain to me all of the destruction that Iran inflicted upon Israel. If Israel had all of the wherewithal, if Israel had all of the know-how about Iran's capabilities, and that's why the Israelis were messing with the Iranians all the time. And if Israel was truly not clueless about its own limitations and about the capabilities of Iran, then please explain to me the destruction that was inflicted upon Israel. You think Israel wanted that? You think Israel wants the world to see how useless the Iron Dome is? You think Israel wants the world to see Israel getting pounded by ballistic missiles, even while getting protection from the Americans? Obviously, the Israelis don't want this impression. They don't want this image. But it happened. It happened. Why? Because Israel messed up. Israel is too filled with hubris to recognize its own dangers and to recognize its own limitations. And that's why it ended up getting pounded by the Iranians. So the same thing goes with Turkey. Israel thinks that it can just do things in Syria and get away with it. It's ignoring its own advisors. There's people in the Israeli government who are saying, we have to be careful, we have to be wary of Turkey. But apparently, Israel is too reckless, because if it wasn't reckless, it wouldn't be doing all this. It wouldn't be doing all these activities in Syria and pissing off the Turks. But it is pissing off the Turks. And it is going to be getting a rude awakening in the future. So it says here, As Turkey, we could never stay silent against such a move, said Fidan. So against what move? A move by Israel to divide Syria, to control Syria. Turkey's foreign minister, Hakan Fidan, said, according to Turkiye Today's website, quote, this is what the foreign minister of Turkey, Hakan Fidan, said. If the groups in Syria move toward division and destabilization, Turkey will consider it a direct threat to its national security and will intervene. Israel pursues a policy aimed at weakening its region and keeping it in chaos. And he's right. Israel benefits from Syria being in a state of civil war. It was never about Bashar al-Assad. This is the big lie. Oh, it was about Bashar al-Assad. Bashar, oh, blah, blah, he was the big dictator. It was never about Bashar al-Assad. Israel did strikes against Syria when Bashar al-Assad was in power. Oh, because Bashar al-Assad has to be taken down because he's an evil tyrant. Bashar al-Assad was protecting the Druze. Bashar al-Assad was protecting the Alawites. Bashar al-Assad was protecting the Christians. And then what happened? When Bashar al-Assad was in power, freaking al-Nusra did a massacre of Druze in Syria in 2015. Did Israel give a shit about the Druze then? Did Israel do a bombing campaign on Syria then? No, it didn't. ISIS did a massacre in Soeda, where the fighting between Druze and Sunni has been ongoing. ISIS did a massive massacre of Druze in Soeda in 2018, murdered hundreds of Druze people. Did Israel fight against ISIS? No. ISIS was this big, bad terrorist organization, the worst terrorist organization in the world, and Israel never went to war against ISIS. It makes you wonder. One has to call this into question. So now all of a sudden, Assad is gone. Netanyahu does a victory speech after Assad flees Syria and says, we got rid of Assad. Now the people of Syria can build up Syria. We can help Syria make a better country. And then what happens? Israel goes into Syria, invades Syria, and has been bombing Syria in the name of helping the Druze when it didn't do shit for the Druze in 2015 nor in 2018. Oh, and by the way, Israel helped to depose Bashar al-Assad, and it helped Al-Qaeda take over Syria. So the country that caused instability in Syria, the country that helped usher in this Al-Qaeda government under al-Shara to take power in Syria, and the country that has been causing destabilization in Syria is now telling us that it wants to save Syria. If you really believe that, you're a tool. Truly, you are a tool. Assad is gone. Why in the hell are you still bombing Syria? Why in the hell are you still being involved in Syria? Don't give me this shit that it's about the Druze. They didn't do fuck all for the Druze back in 2015 nor in 2018. So what's happening? It's very obvious what's happening. They want to keep Syria in a state of division because Israel is hitting two birds with one stone. If Israel can continue to be in a state of war, then it can keep its people on the edge. We're in danger. We're always in an existential crisis. We're always under a threat. We're always in a battle for our existence. Oh my God. If they can keep the Israeli population in a state of panic and aggression and war and instability and fear, then guess who they're going to vote for? The militarist, the fanatics. And guess what that means? That means all of the military defense companies, all of the military weapons manufacturers in Israel make money. And that's why when you look at the top military companies, the top weapons companies in the world, you find Israeli companies. Why? Because Israel is always in a state of freaking war. That's why. And guess who else makes money? The American defense contractors. The American weapons companies make war. They make money because they're making the 2,000-pound bombs for the Israelis. So it's a freaking business. They keep everyone in a state of fear, in a state of terror, shock, disturbance, instability, existential crisis mode all the time. Always people are making money. It's a freaking business. It's a business. That's what this is. So that's the first bird that Israel strikes with one stone. The second thing is that it keeps Syria weak. And if Syria is always in a state of instability, then Syria can never be a threat to Israel. It can never be a competitor to Israel. Now, here is where Israel's plan really bounces back at its face. It's very simple. Because what was being said when the Syrian civil war was a brand new thing back in 2011, 2012? I remember these days. I'm kind of a veteran in writing about this stuff because I was writing articles about this topic back in 2011, 2012. What was being said when the Syrian civil war was a brand new thing? What was being said by the NATO hawks was that Turkey needs to be a force of stability to restabilize Syria. So there was a civil war in Syria. America was backing the Americans, the British, the Turks, the Israelis. They were backing the rebels against Bashar al-Assad. And the one country that was being highly esteemed by NATO as the country that will be a force for stability in Syria was which country? Wasn't the Russians? Obviously not. The Americans want to keep the Russians out. It wasn't the Israelis. It was the Turks. And so Turkey, since the beginning, since day frickin' one of this civil war, has been getting propped up as the force of stability for Syria. Then once Assad was gone, bam, Turkey was given the green light to take over. Why? And what was the pretext? What was the pretext for raising Turkey up as the force of stability? The Syrian civil war. Instability in Syria. So Israel comes along and says, well, we need that instability. Got to keep Syria divided. Well, wait a second. If you are fueling instability in Syria, then you're only going to give further justification to NATO to greenlight the Turks to entrench itself deeper into Syria to control Syria, because you have all this instability. Then NATO is seeing the instability and thinking, wait a second. Turkey definitely needs to be in charge in Syria because they are a force for stability in the Muslim world, in the Middle East. So Israel is only giving more of a reason for NATO to lift Turkey up as the force of stability in Syria. And look at what happened. Case in point, look at what happened. Donald Trump told Erdogan, oh, congratulations, Erdogan, for controlling Syria. Why did Trump congratulate Turkey? Because this is the NATO plan. The NATO plan was always to have Turkey control Syria. Why? To keep the Russians out. That is the reason. To keep the Russians out. So now the Israelis are going in there. They got their own plans. And the Americans are saying, listen, Israel, don't bomb Syria. Why? Because the government of Syria is now one of our guys. But Assad's gone. Why are you bombing Syria? Assad is gone. Because it was never about Assad. It was always about controlling the Middle East. And it was always about Israel becoming the biggest dog in the Middle East. Well, you can't have two dogs owning the same frickin' bone. That's not going to happen. So, there's going to be a clash. There's going to be a clash. And this is what Benjamin Netanyahu said back in April. He said, we don't want to see Syria being used by anyone, including Turkey. Well, tough luck, Natan, because Turkey being there has been the plan all along of NATO. It's been NATO's plan all along to have Turkey being in Syria. That's it. So eventually there's going to be a clash. And then what's going to happen? The Americans are going to say, who do we stand with? Turkey or do we stand with Israel? Well, with Turkey, we have control over Russia's access into the Mediterranean. Israel doesn't have that type of leverage. So, sorry, Israel. It's going to be like that scene from Aladdin when the genie tells Aladdin, sorry, Aladdin, I have a new master now. And that master was Jafar. So there you go. And plus, I just want to add something about NATO being about money. War is a racket. We've always known this. We've known this for a long time. War is a racket. NATO is a giant business. Everyone sits there and says, oh, NATO, it's about protecting the world from insecurity. Bullshit. NATO's purpose, NATO has two purposes. Three purposes, actually. Well, let's just say two. We'll summarize. We'll sum up some of the other secondary reasons with one reason, okay? The first reason of NATO is for America to have an empire in Europe. This is the first reason of NATO. America has an empire over Europe. What is the other reason? The other reason is money. Now, there's geopolitical reasons as to why there's a NATO. I get it. America wants to control Europe because if it doesn't control Europe, then Russia's going to be there. And if Russia's going to be there, then America is not an empire anymore. I get it, okay? But it's a big-ass freaking business. NATO is a business. How do I know this? After the Cold War was over, right? The whole point of NATO was to fight Russia, to destroy the Soviet Union, the evil empire. Oh, Reagan, he called it the evil empire. He called it the evil empire because Reagan was such a righteous and courageous man. What happened after the end of the Cold War, guys? What happened? What happened after the end of the Cold War was a bunch of people in the Pentagon sat around and said, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? The Cold War is over. Russia's supposed to be our friend now. And so what are we going to do? 1/3 of the Pentagon's funds, or I'll just put it this way, a massive amount of money was being spent because of the Cold War. So now that the Cold War was over, where's all the money going to go? In other words, there was so much money being made in making weapons and bombs and all this stuff, tanks during the Cold War, that once the Cold War was over, a bunch of guys in the Pentagon said, okay, what are we going to do now? I mean, we're going to have no reason to exist. And all these big companies that make weapons, they're not going to be making money. They're going to lose money. So they want to continue their business. So what are we going to do? Plus, you have all these politicians whose campaign contributions come from big military defense companies. People like Lindsey Graham, he got a lot of money from the American defense companies. So you know what NATO did? They found a new project, the Balkans. The Balkans became their new project, guys. They said, okay, we got a new project now. Serbia, Bosnia, Kosovo, Albania, Croatia, Slovenia. This is our new project. So you have the Serbs. Right, let's get a little bit into this. I was reading about this a couple days ago, and I just thought this whole thing was super fascinating. So you have the Serbs. Historically, the Serbs have been the most pro-Russian people in the world. I think the Serbs are more pro-Russia than Russians. All right, you meet a Russian guy and talk to a Russian guy about Russia, they'll say, well, a lot of problems, blah, blah, blah. You talk to a Serbian guy, it's like Russia all the way. We are Russia. We are Slavic brother. Serbs love Russia. And a lot of this goes back to the 1870s when the Russians backed the Serbs in their war for independence against the Ottomans, and the Russians defeated the Ottomans. And so during the Congress of Berlin in 1878, the Russians said, we won the war, so we call the shots. Turkey or you Ottomans need to give independence to Serbia. And so the Ottomans had to abandon Serbia, and Serbia became an independent country, and the Ottoman Empire lost a bunch of territory. And so the Serbs have a very strong affection for Russia to a great extent because of this reason. So Russia helped to give birth to Serbia, right? So the Serbs are very pro-Russia. So you had Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia went all the way back to World War I. Yugoslavia was there for a long time. And Yugoslavia was dominated by who? The Serbs. Yugoslavia was dominated by Serbia. Bottom line, by Serbia. And the Americans didn't like that. The Germans definitely didn't like this. Why? Because if you have a giant block of power in the Balkans and it's controlled by Serbs, that means you have a bunch of people who admire Russia dominating the Balkans. And the Americans and the Germans did not, and they still do not want, any sort of friends of Russia dominating any region on Earth, especially the Balkans. Why? Because the Balkans is the bridge between, if you don't consider Turkey to be a part of the Balkans really is the bridge between Asia, or really Turkey, which is kind of Asia, and Central Europe. So you go from Turkey to Bulgaria. From Turkey, you go to Bulgaria. Bulgaria and Turkey are neighbors. So from Turkey, you go into Bulgaria, you're in the Balkans. So Turkey borders with the Balkans. So from Turkey, you go to Bulgaria or you go to Greece. From right there, you're in the Balkans. From there, you go upwards. You go to Albania, Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia. Eventually, you go into Slovenia. From Slovenia, you go into Italy. You're in Europe. You're in Western Europe, Southern Europe. And also, you can go from the Balkans, you can go directly to Austria. You're in Central Europe. And so, being in such close proximity to Germany, Germany never wants any sort of friend of Russia to be close by. So the Germans wanted to end Yugoslavia because it didn't want a major block of power controlled by Serbs in the Balkans. Because that would mean a friend of Russia controlling the region that leads into Central Europe. So, now that I've gotten that out of the way, let's get a little bit into what NATO did to the Balkans. I was reading about this earlier this week. So, you have all these different countries, different governments in Yugoslavia that want to be independent. Croatia wants to be independent. Bosnians want to be independent. Kosovo, Albanians, they want to be independent. And then you have Slovenians. They want to be independent as well. And so the Slovenians say, we're going to declare independence. America says, great. Great. Now, the Americans understood that if Yugoslavia started to break down, that there would inevitably be a war. The Americans understood this, but they didn't give a shit. Because for them, it was all about weakening Russia's position in the Balkans. So by weakening the Serbs in the Balkans, you weaken the Russians. That was the whole strategy. So what does Germany do? Germany played a huge role in the destruction of Yugoslavia. Germany begins to flood these various countries with guns. Lots of guns, right? To quote the Matrix. So Slovenia says, we're going to declare independence. Germany floods Slovenia with guns. Why did Germany flood Slovenia with guns? Because they were anticipating a war. So to prepare these countries for war with the Serbs, they flooded Slovenia with guns. And Slovenia was the first country in Yugoslavia to become independent from Yugoslavia. There was a 2-week war. Didn't last very long. Slovenia got its independence. Germany recognizes Slovenia as an independent country. That's it. The Serbs realize, okay, we're about to enter a serious war because by severing Slovenia from Yugoslavia, Yugoslavia lost its control over the axis into Italy. Because from Slovenia, you can go to Italy. So Yugoslavia didn't like that. Serbia didn't like that. Mr. Whatever his name was, the guy who was running Yugoslavia, I don't remember his name, but the guy who was running it, the Serbian dude, he didn't like that either. Who was running Yugoslavia? Who was the leader? Leader of Yugoslavia. What was his name? Tito. It wasn't Tito. Who was the guy in the 90s? I forgot. Anyway, whatever. The Serbs didn't like that. So Croatia comes along, and the Croatians say, we're going to declare independence. Now, with the Croatians, things were a lot muddier. A lot muddier. Why? Because within Croatia's borders was a substantial Serbian population. And these Serbs did not want to be under Croatia. They didn't want to be in a Croatian state. The reason for this is because they knew that if they were to live under Croatia, if they were going to live under Zagreb, that they would be persecuted. And they knew this because there was already persecution against the Serbs. You can go all the way back to World War II, in which the Croatians murdered hundreds of thousands of Serbs with the help of the Germans. And then also in the 1990s, there was clear persecution of ethnic Serbs in Croatia by Croatian nationalists. There was a little game, if you want to call it that. They considered it to be a game. It was a very evil act. But there was this thing that Croatian nationalists would do, wherein they would take explosives and they would put explosives under Serbian-owned cars. So that when, at night, so they would go at night, put a bomb under a car if the owner of the car was Serbian. And then when the Serbian guy woke up, he'd go to his car, he'd turn the ignition on, and the car would blow up. Croats would do stuff like this. Very sick and evil stuff. So the Serbs said, we don't want to be under Croatia. We don't want to be under Zagreb. So the Serbs said, we don't care if the Croats want to be independent, but we just want to make sure that we will have our own state under Yugoslavia. So the Serbs declared themselves independent of Croatia, and they created a new state. It was the Republic of Srpska Krajina or something like that. They declared their own state. Now, the Americans did not want this. The Americans didn't want this. The Americans wanted for all of Croatia to be under Zagreb, not under Yugoslavia. The reason for this was because if you were to allow the Serbs of Croatia to have their own state under Yugoslavia, independent of Croatia, then you would still have this Yugoslavia where you would still have a Yugoslavia filled with a Serbian majority. And you would still have, therefore, a Serbian power bloc, a powerful, large bloc in the Balkans dominated by a Russian ally. And the Americans nor the Germans wanted this. So, to prevent this, they said, those Serbs need to be under Croatia. Croatia needs to control all of its territory because they didn't want another little Serbian state in the Balkans, because that would mean a Yugoslavia dominated by ethnic Serbs. And they didn't want that because that would mean Russia having all these allies in this giant power bloc called Yugoslavia. So they didn't want that. So the Americans came in, they backed the Croatians. The Germans flooded Croatia with weapons to go to war against Srpska, the Republic of Srpska in Croatia. The Americans gave all this training to the Croatians. The Germans flooded Croatia with guns, and the Croatians defeated the Serbs and then took all of Croatia. This led to a massive refugee crisis in which you had Serbs traveling all the way to Serbia and getting killed in the process. The Croatian military would actually open fire on Serbian refugees. It was pretty horrific. So there was a massive refugee crisis, and then in this crisis, there was a massive massacre of Serbs. So there was that. Then you had the Bosnian situation. And the guy who was running Bosnia was a Muslim man by the name of Ilija Izetbegović. Izetbegović was a Muslim. He wanted to be independent from Yugoslavia, but he was willing to compromise. Because, you see, in Bosnia at this time, just like today, there were 3 ethnic groups living in Bosnia. The Bosnian population could be broken down into 3 categories. Catholics, Croatian Catholics, Muslim Bosnians, and Bosnian Serbs, who are Eastern Orthodox. So the Muslims wanted independence. They wanted to make a Muslim country independent of Yugoslavia. The Eastern Orthodox Serbs said, okay, let's make a compromise. If you want to make your Muslim country, fine. But allow the Christian region, the Eastern Orthodox Christian region of Bosnia, to still remain under Yugoslavia. Initially, Izetbegović said, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. The Americans find out that Izetbegović was about to compromise. And the Americans told Izetbegović, do you really want that to happen? We don't want that to happen. And the Americans destroyed the deal. And they destroyed any sort of chance of compromise between the Bosnian Muslims and the Serbian and the Bosnian Serbs, the Eastern Orthodox Serbs in Bosnia. And the reason why the Americans didn't want this compromise was because the Americans knew that if you were to allow the Eastern Orthodox Serbs to be independent of Bosnia and remain under Yugoslavia, that would mean a Yugoslavia dominated by Serbs, and that would mean the continuation of the Serb-dominated bloc, and that would mean, in turn, the continuation of this giant bloc in the Balkans being a friend of Russia. And they didn't want that. They wanted Bosnia to be fully severed from Yugoslavia. They wanted Kosovo to be fully severed from Yugoslavia. They wanted Croatia to be fully severed from Yugoslavia in order to fully destroy Yugoslavia. They didn't want Yugoslavia to exist. So here were these Bosnian Serbs saying, listen, you guys want to make your Muslim country? Cool. Let us remain under Yugoslavia. No. Because the entire point was to destroy Yugoslavia. That was the whole point. So Izetbegovic declares independence. He rescinds the compromise. And war happens about 2 days later. Same thing with Croatia. Croatia said, we're going to declare independence. The Eastern Orthodox Serbs said, okay, you guys want to be independent? Cool. Allow us to remain under Yugoslavia. No. All of Croatia must be Croatian. That's it. There was a war. The Serbs lost. The Serbs were kicked out in a massive refugee crisis. Same thing happened in Kosovo. Same thing happened in Bosnia. And the Germans and the Americans were behind it. And the Germans flooded those regions with guns. Lots of guns. Why? Because the Germans do not want to have any sort of Russian influence in the Balkans. Because the Germans consider the Balkans to be a part of their sphere of influence. The Balkans leads into Central Europe. Where lies Germany and Austria? Austria borders with the Balkans. So the Germans don't want any sort of Russian ally dominating the Balkans. This is the same reason as to why the Holy Roman Empire, or the Austro-Hungarian Empire, supported Albanian nationalism in the early part of the 20th century. Why? Because the Albanians were enemies of the Serbs. It's the same reason as to why the Nazis, the German Nazis, backed the Croatians and the Albanians and the Bosnians. Why? Because they were enemies of the Serbs. Because the Serbs are the greatest ally of the Russians. And to weaken the Serbs would mean to weaken the Russians in the Balkans. The policy never changes. That's the whole point. So you have the Nazi policy. Well, let's go back further. You had the Austro-Hungarian policy of strengthening the Albanians against the Serbs to weaken Russia's position in the Balkans. You had also in World War I, the Austrians and the Germans backing the Muslims in the Balkans. In fact, the Germans were talking about declaring a jihad. Yes, you can read about this. The guy who was running Germany at the time, what was his name? What was his name? Not Otto von Bismarck. It was, I can't believe I don't remember the guy's name. Who can I'm having a brain glitch. Who controlled Germany in World War I? It was Kaiser Wilhelm II. Kaiser Wilhelm II had a jihad declared on the Russians because he wanted to mobilize the Muslim world against the Russians. So in World War I, the Germans backed the Muslims in the Balkans against the Serbs. Why? To weaken Russia's position in the Balkans. Fast forward to World War II, and the Germans, I'm not going to say, oh, the Nazis. It was because it was the continuation of the same German policy. The Germans backed the Bosnians, the Albanians, and the Croatians. Why? To weaken Russia's position in the Balkans. And fast forward to the 1990s, and what do you see? The Germans flooding Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo with guns, and arming and training the KLA and Kosovo to get rid of the Serbs, to defeat the Serbs. Why? The same damn reason as to why the Nazis did it, the same damn reason why the Austro-Hungarians did it, the same damn reason why as to why the Germans did it in World War I, to weaken Russia's position in the Balkans. The policy doesn't change. And what was happening at the same time? NATO was making money. So NATO said, well, the Cold War is over. What are we going to do? We got to still make money. The Balkans. So they went into the Balkans. They destroyed Yugoslavia, got rid of it. A bunch of people died. And then what happened? Iraq. That became the next project. And what do we have now? The Middle East and Ukraine. That's the project right now. It's a business. It's an empire. And it has left a path of destruction, carnage, and gore. And what are we going to be doing? What are we going to do? What are we doing right now in light of the future? We are pushing the Germans into nationalism and militarism. We are applauding it. We are encouraging it because we want to use the Germans as a proxy against the Russians. Why? To keep the Russians weak. Because if you look at the creed of NATO, the whole purpose of NATO has been to keep the Russians weak. That's been the purpose of NATO. And to make money. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold up. Wilhelm. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot that. Let me read your guys' comments here. Hold on. I have in my collection Persian bladed weapons with beautiful encrust. Damn. Yeah, okay. In 2008, there was a war between Georgia and Russia, mainly due to Georgia's wanted to join the EU and NATO. Yep, that's correct. It was the same scenario as in Ukraine. That is correct. It was basically Russia's way of saying shots fired. This guy is about as misinformed and clueless about Ukraine. Oh, we have a NATO bot. Could you please inform me then? Could you please correct me and help me be informed? Help me out. Let's see here. All about spheres of influence, folks, whether Russia's, America's, etc. Yep, that's correct. Always sad ethnically, no. Russian by culture and citizenship. Mr. Nastia, please let Mr. Kinda High that you are not a woman. Please let him know that you are a he and not a she. Congrats on the 5K. Appreciate that, your humble servant. More money to be made managing conflicts, not ending them. That's correct. This Pete guy was a NATO bot. You always get him when you bring up Ukraine. They don't really want to reason with you. They just want to poison the well and just say, this guy doesn't know anything, in the hopes that people who are watching me will say he must not know anything. I mean, that Pete guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. They wanted a divided Syria, and now they are about to get a bigger Turkey. But you see, if you listen, you can go back to 2012 and you can read articles about how NATO wants Turkey to be the dominating force in the Middle East, or in Syria at least. Malcolm Jamal Warner was in a pretty interesting dystopic series about 20 years ago. I have not heard of that. Who else thinks Trump will soon be going into Greenland with his own version of a special military operation? It wouldn't surprise me. Putting the Epstein, yep, that's not a bad observation. That is an astute observation. That wouldn't surprise me at all in the least bit. And Trump will say, hey, Putin, you invaded Ukraine. We're going into Greenland. That's our sphere, baby. Don't mess with it. Optimus Vukuk's government in play here. He always trying to sit on two chairs at the same time. No one likes this guy. Congrats for 5K. Appreciate that, Mr. Anime. I can't pronounce your username. I'm just going to call you anime character. Milosevic. There you go. I can't believe I forgot Milosevic, and I cannot believe I forgot Mr. Freaking Wilhelm II, Kaiser Wilhelm II. Yugoslavia was filled with weapons since Tito. Their military people served according to their location. Bosniaks served in Bosnia. Okay, fine, but Germany made it even more weaponized. The whole point is that Germany flooded those countries with German weapons for a purpose. What was the purpose? That's my whole point. Also, weapons warehouses for mobilization were available to specific civilian officials to open up. There you go. But they were giving weapons to rebels. That's the thing. You're talking about warehouses for officials, but the Germans were not trying to arm officials. They were trying to arm rebels. Just like, listen, there was a lot of weapons in Syria before the revolution because Syria had a nice big military, but NATO flooded Syria with weapons because it wanted to arm rebels, not officials. Can't be too upset with Serbia. They are surrounded by NATO. Yep, that's correct. Republika Srpska was in Bosnia. Yes, but there was the one in Croatia, which was the... I was referring to Republic of Srpska Krajina. That was in Croatia. So there was Republika Srpska in Bosnia, but there was also Srpska Krajina in Croatia. German's gonna German? Yeah. Peace? We can't make money! What are you talking about peace for? Oh, and by the way, when NATO was established after the Cold War, America said NATO is about stability and maintaining peace in the world and protecting the world. And so Russia said, great. Gorbachev said, great. And we'll join NATO. And America said, what? And Russia said, yeah, we'll join NATO and we'll work with you guys to make a safer and better world. How about that? And America said, no, we don't want you joining NATO. No. Well, why not? NATO is about protecting the world, right? Making the world a peaceful place, right? Maintaining peace, correct? So can we join NATO? We'll help you guys out. No. Well, why not? Oh, never mind, Russia. Change the subject. The reason why America never allowed Russia to join NATO was because the whole purpose of NATO was to fuck over Russia. That was the whole point. Oh, you guys want to make the world a safer place? We'll join. Great. We'll be friends. No. Why not? Because the whole point of NATO is to go to war with you guys. That's the whole point. It was to keep maintaining a policy of aggression against Russia. Georgian war started because Georgians started shelling Abkhaz and Ossetian areas of the country. Yes, that's also true. But Georgians did talk about joining NATO, and Russia did not want Georgia to be in NATO. So what happened was Russia backed two regions that also didn't want to be a part of Tbilisi, and sure as hell didn't want to be a part of NATO. And Russia backed those two groups, just like Russia backed Donetsk and Luhansk. And the Ruskies were UN peacemakers there. Well, there you go. Russia definitely had a legitimate reason. AI bots trying to sabotage the chat. The majority of political bots are on NATO's side, believe it or not. Special military operation in Panama as well from Trump. That I could see that. The purpose was to get rid of the giant stockpile post-reunification. Money was to be made. Money was to be made, guys. Let's go to the next article because there's no more comments to read. So we're going to go to the next article because there's a lot of articles to read. I got a lot of articles slated. I was preparing. I'm not exaggerating, guys. I prepared for 6 hours straight last night for this stream. Yep. First thing I did when I woke up, I did some chores and all that. But the first work that I did last night when I woke up was to start streaming, was to start preparing for this stream. And I said, because the last 2 weeks, the last two streams, I am not proud of. They were, the first one was like a little bit over 5 hours, which is horrible. Then last week's stream was a little bit over 6 hours, which is like, okay, better than 5 hours, but still. And I didn't have enough stuff to talk about. I didn't have enough material, and I was very underprepared. It was just terrible. I said, man, this stream sucks. Last week's stream was so bad. I just switched to the music. Last week's stream was so bad that I didn't even upload any videos from that stream. I always upload videos from a stream, almost always. Last week, the stream was so bad, I said, I don't even want to upload videos as excerpts from the stream. I don't even want to do it. Because it was such an underprepared stream. So I told myself, I said, that's it. Thursdays are dedicated to preparing for the stream. Because the streams are not, because what I would do, I did this for the last two streams. For the last two streams, I woke up and I would wake up on a Friday morning and I woke up on Friday morning and I would prepare for the stream. So I would look at, okay, what's in the news for Friday? And I was just desperately trying to find stories. It just wasn't good because I was focusing so much on what is the news for Friday. So the Friday stream became sort of a Friday news episode. Instead of the stream being what it should be, which is me talking about the general news for the week, not just for Friday. And so I said, okay, I'm going to need more time than just a Friday morning or a Friday late morning or even a Friday early afternoon to prepare for Friday stream. So I have dedicated Thursdays for stream preparation, which means that every Thursday I'm going to be looking at the news cycle for the week so far. I'm going to be looking at the current events for the past week or the week thus far. And I'm going to be talking about those stories. Then when Friday comes, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to spend 3, 4, 5 hours looking at the news for Friday morning. That way I would have more information to talk about. And plus it would be more updated information about particular events that have been happening, that have been taking place. So the whole point is to have so much information that I can easily do a 7-hour stream. That's the whole point. Because I really hate half-assing things. I don't like half-ass streams. 7 hours is the new benchmark. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Anyway, guys, let's get into the news. Let's talk some more about Turkey. Turkey. All right, here we go. Damascus asks Turkey for defense support after sectarian clashes and Israeli strikes. So it's not like Turkey is in Syria uninvited. Turkey is in Syria invited. The Syrian government, which is recognized by NATO, recognized by Israel, recognized by America. In fact, the Syrian government right now was put in place by America. The Syrian government is inviting Turkey and wants Turkey to be in Syria. Israel is not invited. The Turkish government is telling the Israelis, Israel, what are you doing? We don't want you here. You weren't invited. And we've invited Turkey, but we're not inviting you. Why are you here? And Israel is basically saying, I'm going to shit all over your sovereignty. Oh, yes, we know. We applauded you pushing out Bashar al-Assad. Oh, yes, we talked about freedom and democracy in Syria. Oh, yes, we really talked about how now Syria has the freedom and the democracy and the access and the willpower to rebuild itself. But here we are bombing your country because we are literally taking a shit all over your sovereignty. We don't give a shit. That's what Israel is saying. We're the bosses here. So if Turkey is going to be the leading nation of the Muslim world, damn it, it's going to have to show teeth to Israel. I'm not saying this because I want this to happen. I'm just giving you guys realpolitik and geopolitical realities. Listen, when it comes to predicting war, most people are in a state of denial. We were in a state of denial when Russia did troop buildup on the Russian side of the border with Ukraine. We were all in denial. No, Russia's not going to invade. That's not going to happen. It happened. And we were all shocked. We were all shocked. Iran's going to bomb Israel. No, because if Iran was going to bomb Israel, Israel wouldn't be acting so daring because Israel has the most powerful intelligence agency in the world. They know more than we do, and they know damn well that Iran's not going to strike, or else why would they be acting so daring against the Iranians? The Iranians struck. We keep getting surprised by the truth. We keep getting surprised and shocked and ambushed by the future. Something is going to happen between Turkey and Syria. Mark my words, it's going to happen because Turkey's going to have to show teeth. So Syria invites Turkey to help govern Syria. And Israel's saying, we don't care. We don't respect the Syrian government. We don't respect Turkey. Teeth is going to have to be shown. So it says here that deadly... Is the music too loud? Let me know if the music is too loud, guys. Deadly violence in Syria has increased Israeli-Turkish tensions, and Ankara harshly criticized Israel's airstrikes last week. Syria's interim government has requested Turkey's support to strengthen its defense capabilities, Turkish officials said Wednesday, following sectarian violence over the past 2 weeks that drew in Israeli strikes. Ooh. Guys. Turkey is in Syria as a response to Israel. Not just as a response to Druze-Sunni conflict. Syria wants Turkey in Syria as a response to Israel. Because Israel has bombed the shit out of Syria. This coffee is really getting to my head. The defense ministry officials who spoke on condition of anonymity, according to procedures, said that Syria has also sought assistance to combat terrorist organizations, including the Islamic State. The Islamic State has always been used as the pretext to justify military intervention. Turkey was working toward providing training, advisory services, and technical support to help strengthen Syria's defense capacity. The officials added Syrian officials could not be immediately reached for comment. It has been seeking a defense agreement with Damascus. So Turkey has been seeking a defense agreement with Damascus that could reportedly include establishing Turkish military bases on Syrian territory. So Turkey is really making it quite clear Syria belongs to us. And we're going to build military bases in Syria. That means Israel just can't willy-nilly, nonchalantly just start bombing Syria without really encroaching upon Turkey's sphere in the region. Which means that an attack on Syria would be an attack. Now, that's if Turkey builds all these bases and Turkey really makes it clear that Syria belongs to Turkey. If Israel starts bombing Syria and starts bombing nearby, starts bombing territory adjacent to Turkish military installments, that would be a declaration of war on Turkey. It would be like this. Why did Julius Caesar invade Gaul? You could say, well, it's because France, historically Gaul, had very good fertile soil for vineyards and growing wheat. Yes, that is correct. But there was a region that was controlled by the Roman Empire. It was called the province. Do you know where we get the term? Do you know where we get the term le Provence, le Provençal? Or where we get the term Le Provençal wine. Oh, this is the wine of Le Provençal. This is Le Provençal food, right? Le Provençal bread. All that Le Provençal stuff is a direct descendant of the Roman Empire. Because Le Provençal was called the province by the Romans, because that was a province of Gaul that was controlled by the Roman Empire. The savage Gauls, who were not under Roman civility, wanted to encroach upon that territory, but also there was an even greater threat than the savages or the barbarians of Gaul, and that was the Germanians. The Germanians were really, truly the arch nemesis of the Roman Empire. They were a people that the Romans could never really subdue, and they were a people that would eventually finish off what was left of the western half of the Roman Empire when it became sort of a sick man of Europe, so to speak. So Julius Caesar understood that the Germanians were in Gaul, that they were controlling various regions of Gaul. The Romans also understood that the Gauls were terrified of the Germans because the Germans were militarily superior to the Gauls. And the Roman Empire also understood that the Germanians were getting way too close to Le Provençal, to the province. So the Romans knew, okay, we have to go into the province, further protect it, further fortify it from Germanic invasion. But not only that, we're going to have to invade all of Gaul in order to keep the Germans away from Roman territory. Le Provençal was a part of Rome's sphere of power, and therefore the Romans considered all of Gaul to be land that should be under Roman control, because the Germans did not respect the Roman sphere of influence. The Germans kept going into Gaul, and they were getting closer to the province. So Julius Caesar invaded all of Gaul. Took him a while, but he eventually did it. And in doing so, he had to fight the Germans, and he defeated the Germans in Gaul. So all of Gaul became a part of the Roman Empire. But the purpose, the geopolitical purpose of invading and taking over the rest of Gaul was to protect Roman interest in that region. So Turkey has a province in Syria. It's called Idlib. And Turkey has been controlling the Idlib province for many, many years. That is kind of what the Provençal was to the Roman Empire. So what the Provençal was to the Roman Empire, the Idlib province is to Turkey. So the province belongs to Turkey. It really has. I mean, it really does belong to Turkey. It's been under Turkish military occupation. It uses the Turkish lira, the Turkish currency. All businesses in the Idlib province are registered under Ankara. Education in Idlib is governed by Turkey. So it really is an extension of Turkey. So just as Julius Caesar invaded all of Gaul to protect the province, Turkey wants to control all of Syria to protect and to preserve Turkey's sphere of influence in the region. So here comes Israel. Israel has been bombing Syria. Israel doesn't give a shit about Turkey's position in Syria. So what eventually is going to happen? The same thing that happened between NATO and Russia. NATO didn't respect Russia's boundaries. Russia said Ukraine will be a red line. NATO started entertaining the idea of Ukraine joining NATO. And also, NATO did a coup overthrowing a pro-Russian government in Kiev, and Russia said, that's it, we're done. We have to defend our sphere of influence. So Turkey's going to have to do the same thing against Israel. Realpolitik, yeah, congratulations on 5,000 subs. Appreciate that, Susan. 10,000 subs stream for 24 hours. Yeah, that'll be a whole lot of exhaustion, and I doubt I'll get 10,000 streams. Yeah. So anyway, let's continue to read on. So it says here that Wednesday's news, which came days after violent clashes between Bedouin and Arab tribes and Druze militias in the southern province of Sueda, means that Ankara will likely be stepping up its presence and activity in Syria. We're going to be seeing more Turkish presence in Syria. We're going to be seeing more Turkish military installments in Syria. And here's the thing. It's all being done under America's permission. This is all being done with America's blessing. It's not like Turkey is doing something against America's interest or against America's orders. Turkey is entering Syria and controlling parts of Syria, and Turkey is planning on advancing its military interests in Syria with America's permission, under America's green light, because America wants Turkey to be in Syria. So in comes Israel, and Israel's saying, yeah, we don't really want Turkey to be here. We don't really want Turkish installments to be here. And America's saying, what are you talking about, Israel? We want Turkey to be here. So Israel is going against the interests of Turkey, but it's also going against the demands and the interests of the United States empire. So this is why I'm telling you, when Turkey has had enough and shows its teeth to Israel, America's going to say, hey, guys, calm down, be friends. But when the you-know-what really hits the fan, and there's a serious war between Turkey and Israel, America's going to say, if we go against Israel, then we're going to piss off the Turks. That could push the Turks closer to Russia. That would strip NATO's control over access from the Mediterranean, access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. We can't lose that. We can't lose Turkey. Turkey's a major chess piece in this game. So America's going to say, okay, you guys destroy each other. And if you say, well, Ted, that's impossible. Did we not see Iran inflicting destruction on Israel and America not preventing it? Did we not see that? We saw that with our own eyes. So we've already gotten a sample of destruction being inflicted upon Israel. I'm not saying I liked it. I'm not saying I saw it with glee. I'm just saying this is the reality. So Turkey has all the cards. Turkey has the permission of the United States empire to go into Syria. So what leverage does Israel have to start bombing the shit out of Syria? It's going against what America wants. So it says here, in an interview with the Associated Press earlier this week, Thomas Brock, who is the U.S. envoy to Syria, said the U.S. has no position on the prospect of a defense pact between Syria and Turkey. So America is saying we have no position. So America is just showing its indifference to what Turkey does in Syria. He's saying America has no position on any sort of defense pact between Syria and Turkey. We don't have a position. We don't care. And this is what the American guy said. He said, quote, "It's not in the U.S.'s business or interest to tell any of the surrounding nations with each other what to do. We don't care what Turkey does because America doesn't want to piss off Turkey because Turkey is a vital chess piece for NATO in the Mediterranean, in the Black Sea. So America's saying, Turkey, we want you to control Syria. If you want to have a security pact with the Syrian government, by all means, we don't give a damn. Why doesn't America give a damn? Because America wants this at the end of the day. Because America wants Turkey as a chess piece against the Russians in the Middle East. That's it. Israel has its own interests. Israel wants to control the Temple Mount. Israel wants to control East Jerusalem. Israel wants to be the biggest dog in the Middle East. Israel wants to keep Syria divided. Israel wants to have its empire in the Middle East. So it says here, the situation in Syria has increased tensions between Turkey and Israel, which is occupying the former no man's land adjacent to its border as a buffer zone. In April, Israel struck 5 cities in Syria, including more than a dozen strikes near a strategic airbase in the city of Hama, where Turkey reportedly has interest in having a military presence in Israel. Sorry, a military presence, period. Israel accused Turkey of trying to build a protectorate in Syria. So Israel's saying, Turkey, you just want to make Syria into a territory of the Turkish Empire. Yes. And you, Israel, want to control Syria because you want to have your own empire in the Middle East. So this is a battle over empires. Just like Russia versus Ukraine is a battle over empires. The American empire versus the Russian empire. Turkey has vocally criticized the recent Israeli strikes, with Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan claiming Tuesday that Israel wants a divided Syria. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, long a harsh critic of Israel, accused it last week of using the Druze minority in Syria as a pretext for expanding into the war-torn country. Israel, using the Druze as an excuse, has been expanding its banditry into neighboring Syria over the past 2 days. And in a way, he's right. Israel doesn't give a shit about the Druze. They're just going in there as a pretext. They're using the Druze as a pretext. They're using the Druze as a pretext so they can go in there. The question is, what's going to be the camel that breaks the... What's going to be the camel? What's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? And what is going to be the catalyst that's going to strike, or that's going to spark, a serious prolonged conflict between these two powers? Those who say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. The Knesset just approved applying sovereignty. Yep, I read about that. We'll talk about that later on in the stream as well. We got a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about, guys. So, remember what I told you guys about Turkey buying F-35s. So, Turkey used to be a part of the American F-35 program, which means that it was eligible to purchase F-35s from the United States. Okay. Turkey bought Russian S-400s, which is it's a Russian missile system. Turkey bought those S-400s from the Russians. The Americans told the Turks, don't do it, Turkey. Turkey said, we don't give a shit because we can do whatever the hell we want because we know that you need us to control Russia's access into the Mediterranean. So Turkey said, we're going to buy the S-400s. America said, if you do this, Turkey, we're not going to allow you, we're going to kick you out of the F-35 program. Turkey gave the Americans a big fat middle finger and bought the S-400s anyway. So Turkey got kicked out of the F-35 program. Turkey said, no big deal. We don't give a damn because we're going to build our own 5th generation fighter jet. We don't give a shit. So Turkey is near completion with its 5th generation Khan fighter jet, which is going to be a serious weapon for the Turkish Air Force, and it's going to be able. I think it'll be rivaling the F-35s or the fighter jets that Israel has. So Trump comes in. He comes into office. He begins to talk to the Turks about possibly allowing Turkey to re-enter the F-35 program. Israel says, Trump, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do that, because if you allow the Turks to buy F-35s, it's going to put the Turkish Air Force on par or at an equal footing with the Israeli Air Force. We don't like that. So look at what the British and the Germans did recently. I found this to be just crazy. Turkey's Eurofighter... I'm sorry, guys. I got the Elden Ring music playing, which is beautiful stuff, but it's a little bit on the louder side. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low. I think it's good at that volume. So let's go back to this article here. Turkey's Eurofighter jet deal, a headache for Israel. So America says, Turkey, you're not allowed in the F-35 program. You're booted out. Okay, fine. Turkey starts to develop its own fighter jet. It's almost done with it. It's going to be operational, I want to say, by 2029. The British and the Germans go to the Turks and say, you guys want to buy some European Eurofighters? Yeah. Yeah, we'll buy them. Israel says, no, don't do it, Britain. Don't do it, Germany. Guess what the Germans and the British tell the Israelis? We don't give a shit. We're going to sell them to the Turks anyway. We don't care what Israel wants. While they may not match the stealth and sensor fusion of Israel's F-35s, their deployment would still significantly improve Turkey's operational flexibility and regional deterrence. While Turkey's agreement with Germany and the United Kingdom for the purchase of 40 Eurofighter Typhoon fighter jets does not constitute a direct or immediate threat to Israel's air superiority, it is nonetheless a headache, an Israeli official told the Jerusalem Post. The whole point being that the Germans and the British made a deal with the Turks to sell to the Turks 40 Eurofighter Typhoon fighter jets, regardless of the objections of Israel. That's my whole point. In other words, Israel is being disobeyed, and Israel will continue to be disobeyed. And this really is a slap on the face to all those people who keep telling me, Israel will never be defeated. The West will always kowtow to Israel. The West will, because, the Israelis control everything, and Jerusalem controls everything, and blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Israel is being disobeyed. It's being disobeyed. We have an example of this right here, right in front of us. The Germans and the British have disobeyed Judea. The agreement marks a significant step in Ankara's ongoing efforts to modernize its military. The aircraft, developed jointly by the UK, Germany, Italy, and Spain, are considered among the most advanced fourth-plus generation fighter jets in the world. Their inclusion in the Turkish Air Force fleet would significantly boost the country's aerial combat capabilities. So remember, I've talked about this before. Turkey is superior in every way militarily to Israel, except with Air Force. The Israeli Air Force is what gives Israel the edge over Turkey. As far as army goes, as far as naval capacity goes, Turkey is superior to Israel. So if Turkey can make a powerful enough Air Force and be on par with the Israelis when it comes to air battles, Turkey can easily defeat Israel. That's the bottom line. And this is why Israel is terrified of this. But the fact is that Germany disregarded the protests of Israel and agreed to selling 40 Eurofighter Typhoon fighter jets to the Turks. The country that organized the Holocaust has agreed to sell fighter jets to help Turkey against Israel. I'm not saying there's a direct connection, but the irony of it is pretty interesting to say the least. So it says here that this is not a game-changing threat to our Air Force. The Typhoon is a capable but not superior aircraft compared to our fighter jets, the official said. But it's a clear and worrying signal that Turkey is accelerating its arms buildup in a way that could eventually challenge Israel's military edge in the region. What gives Israel's military edge in the region is primarily its Air Force, not its army. Its army isn't really that great. It's not its air defense. It's not its missile defense system. Iran was able to bypass that shit. And Hamas has been doing its fiercest fighting against Israel, more so than in any part of this war, going back to 2023. And Hamas has been able to kill nearly 1,000 Israeli soldiers, which in 20 months of warfare, think about it. In 20 months of warfare, Hamas has been able to kill close to 1,000 Israeli soldiers, not close, but getting closer to 1,000 Israeli soldiers. Around 900 or so Israeli soldiers have been killed so far. In 20 months of war, guys, the Iraq war lasted how long? How long did the Iraq war last? What was it? Over a decade? And how many American soldiers died in Iraq? What was it, like 3,000? But that was after years of war. It's been less than 2 years. And the casualty count, the death count for the Israelis is already getting close to 1,000. The Israeli army is not as good as people thought it was. The evangelicals said, oh, they're the invincible, omnipotent army of Judea, blah, blah, blah. Jerusalem will never be defeated. A bunch of terrorists, they're not really terrorists at this point. They're combatants. They're insurgents. A bunch of combatants, insurgents, who walk around with sandals have been able to kill virtually 900 Israeli soldiers in less than 2 years of war. And that's after Israel has bombed the shit out of like 80% of Gaza. This is not that impressive, Israel. It really isn't. So Israel's biggest advantage is its air force. So if Turkey can get an air force that's near the strength of Israel or on equal footing with the Israeli Air Force, Israel's in deep, deep shit, to say the least. So it says here, the Eurofighter Typhoon 4.5 generation aircraft are highly maneuverable, equipped with advanced radar systems, and capable of multi-role missions, including air superiority and ground attack. And by the way, this is a German technology that's being used. This is German technology, guys. I lost my highlights. This is German technology. So the Germans backed the Turks in World War I, and we see the Germans backing the Turks against the Jews. And this is the same country that did the Holocaust. I mean, the historical... What's the word? The historical reminiscence that's happening in my brain right now is pretty remarkable. So it says here, man, I'm losing my highlights. What's going on? Why am I losing my highlights? Okay. While they may not match the stealth and sensor fusion of Israel's F-35s, their deployment would... Okay, I already read this. Or maybe I didn't read this. Hold on. Okay, I'm just going to read the rest of the article. While they may not match the stealth and sensor fusion of Israel's F-35s, their deployment would still significantly improve Turkey's operational flexibility and regional deterrence. In parallel, Turkey is actively pursuing additional deals for US-made F-16s and potentially even F-35s. Now, if America approves allowing Turkey to enter the F-35 program, you best believe I'm going to be doing a video. You best believe I'm going to be doing a video on that. If America agrees to say, hey, Turkey, you can enter the F-35 program again, it'll be the biggest FU to Israel that America has ever done in a long time. It'll be the incarnation of Donald Trump's F-bomb that he dropped on Israel. Because if Turkey can get F-35s, that would mean Turkey being almost or really at an equal footing with Israel when it comes to air superiority. America knows this. Israel sure as hell knows this. It would be the biggest FU to Israel to have ever come out of the Trump administration thus far. If America says, all right, Turkey, you can get into the F-35 program again, I will read as many articles on it as possible, and I will just jump in front of my camera and start a video. It'll be insane. Very ironic. Yeah, very ironic. What about the new Typhoon missile? I talked about it earlier in the stream. But yes, just to give you guys a quick summation, Typhoon missile is Turkey's new indigenously made supersonic missile, and it'll be able to hit a target 1,000 kilometers away, and it's going to give Turkey definitely a serious edge militarily, and it'll give Turkey the ability to strike Israel directly. So there's that. So things are just not looking good for Israel. Israel is losing its supporters. Israel is losing its friends. Israel got bombed recently, and America could not prevent all of the destruction that happened. America actually wasn't able to prevent the destruction that happened, because if it was able, then that destruction would not have happened. So America couldn't stop the destruction that was inflicted upon Israel. Now we have the majority of Republicans in America who are under the age of 50 not liking Israel. Israel is losing the Republican Party. It's just amazing what's happening right now. The entire world that we have grown so accustomed to in the post-World War II era is just changing. And in regards to Israel, it is really just being reduced to shambles. People can't see it because people can't see it because so many people are stuck in a certain narrative. And the narrative is Israel will never be defeated and America will always be a friend of Israel. This is the narrative. And people are really confounding themselves into this narrative. And they just don't want to see the future. The bottom line is nothing lasts forever. No empire has ever lasted forever. Alliances don't last forever. Nothing lasts forever. So Israel is not going to last forever. It's going to come to an end. And we are seeing the gradual steps of this end result. We are right now witnessing the gradual presaging steps towards Israel's end. That's what we're seeing. The rise of Tuckerism, the rise of isolationism or the popularity of isolationism, the rise of non-interventionist ideology, the growing disfavorability towards Israel that's taking place in the United States. It's just, even Mike Huckabee had to condemn Israel. Even Andrew Knowles, who's been pro-Israel for years, is now saying the war in Gaza needs to come to an end. Because Israel has become so reckless, and it is so filled with hubris, and it is so filled with this idea that America will always stand by Israel, that it is going so far as to attack Christians directly. In the beginning of the war, Israel bombed the church. An Israeli tank directly hit a church, directly. Netanyahu comes out and says, "Oh, we're sorry, oops, it was a mistake." It was such a bullshit, disingenuous apology that I'm shocked that anyone would actually consider it to be sincere. This is what Netanyahu said. It was, sorry, it was an accident. And eyewitnesses say that the tank hit the church directly. The Patriarch of Jerusalem has said that Israel attacked the church. 2 people were murdered. A bunch of people were injured, including the parish priest, Mr. Romanelli. It was a direct attack on Christians. Because you have these psychopaths. You see, people sit there and they think, oh, Israel has this moral army and they're under certain orders and everything is done based on orders. Here's the thing is, the Israeli military is filled with psychopaths. I know this because I've looked into it myself. It's filled with extremists and psychopaths. If you want to get an example, I'll give you guys an example. Look up Yehuda. His name is what's his name? Yehuda Brick, I think his name is. Is it Yehuda Brick or Yehuda Vach? I think his name is. He's a fanatic who runs a major unit in the IDF. I'm gonna look his name up real quick, so I don't want to give you guys any mistakes. Yehuda Vach. This guy, Yehuda Vach, is a fanatic. The guy's a fanatic, and he wants a 3rd temple to be built, and he's one of Israel's major military commanders. And this guy was literally running kill zones in the Netzarim corridor where he would order his soldiers to snipe civilians. And they would snipe civilians for fun. This is just one example of what I'm talking about. So the IDF is riddled with fanatics, and it's riddled with people who hate Christians. And so they see a church, right? So think about this. They believe that Gaza belongs to them and that Gaza needs to be Jewish because they believe that Gaza rightfully is Jewish land, historically Jewish land. And by the way, if you look at the Hasmonean kingdom, the Hasmonean Jewish kingdom invaded Gaza and took it for the Jews. So the Jews actually invaded and conquered Gaza over 2,000 years ago. This is why they say historically it belongs to the Jews. But that's a side note. They believe Gaza is Jewish and that the Palestinians who live there are foreigners who don't belong there. The Jews belong there. So they believe that any Christian churches are pagan, idolatrous temples that are corrupting and tainting Jewish land. You see, they will sit there and say, oh, we're fighting Islam. Our fight is your fight. Christians and Jews need to unite to fight Islam. That's a ruse. They want to use American Christians to support Zionism to get their way. And once they get their way, they will attack Christians. They will kill Christians, as they have already been doing. We're seeing the reality. We're seeing the reality of the ruse that's been used for decades to deceive people into trusting Zionism and to allying with Zionism. They will kill Christians once they get the upper hand. Just like Muslims will kill Christians once they get the upper hand. Jews will do the same damn thing. They talk about Muslim taqiyya. There's Jewish taqiyya. And we have been falling for Jewish taqiyya for too damn long. And so now people are opening their eyes. They're saying, what? An Israeli tank attacks a church? What gives, Israel? Because they don't give a shit. Because if they have the power, they'll destroy all the churches in Gaza, every church in Gaza. They'll destroy all the churches in the West Bank. Once they get the upper hand, once they get unleashed by the Americans, that's what they're going to do. They don't give a damn. They'll destroy the churches. And if you don't believe me, look at the fire that was done to destroy the church of the fishes and the loaves back in 2015 or so. A bunch of Jewish fanatics just burned a church. So if you allow these fanatics to take over Israel, you're not going to get Sharia law. You're going to get co-Sharia law. There's Sharia law, then there's co-Sharia law. You're going to get co-Sharia law. That's what they want. It's just insane to me. Okay, let's go back to this article. Let's go back to this article, guys. So it says here that in parallel, Turkey is actively pursuing additional deals for US-made F-16s and potentially even F-35s after being removed from the F-35 program in 2019 due to its purchase of Russian S-400 air defense systems. These renewed efforts have raised alarms in Jerusalem, especially amid reports that Ankara is also expanding its naval and drone capabilities. I'm telling you, man, if America renews Turkey's membership for the F-35 program, I will do a video on it immediately. It'll be the biggest FU, the biggest American middle finger to Israel in a very long time. Opposition leader Yair Lapid lashed out at the Israeli government this week, blaming it for failing. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. So Netanyahu's main political competition, Yair Lapid, blamed the Netanyahu government for not being able to block the deal between Turkey and Germany and Britain. So the Germans and the Brits said, hey, you want to buy Eurofighters? Go right ahead. Now, just think with me for one moment here. Think with me for one moment, guys. Britain has a history of violence with the Israelis. Remember what happened? There was what was it called? The King George Hotel or something? There was a hotel in Israel, in British Palestine, that was bombed by a bunch of Jewish fanatics. They were part of the Irgun or the Lehigh or whatever. They were Jewish extremist terrorists. They put a bomb in the British hotel in Israel, Palestine. Killed a bunch of people. The British got pissed. The British tried to fight King David Hotel. There you go. The British tried to fight against Jewish extremist terrorism. The Jewish extremists were murdering British people and they were murdering Arabs. They don't talk about that. They always want to make it out as if it was just Jews being killed by Arabs. Bullshit. Bullshit. That's a lie. the Jewish extremists in British Palestine did many massacres on Arabs. They don't talk about that. They just want to talk about, what the Arabs did. They never talk about what the Jews did. They never talk about not Jews, sorry, I don't want to make generalizations. They never talk about what the Jewish extremists did to Arabs in British Palestine. They did massacres. They did massacres on Arabs in British Palestine. And the Jewish extremists blew up the King David Hotel, killed a bunch of people. They were murdering British people. They were doing massacres of Arabs. So the British, they left Palestine with a bitter taste in their mouth for Israel. Let's just put it that way. The Germans, well, we don't really have to get deep into the history between the Germans and the Jews. We all know what happened in recent history. Biggest massacre of the Jewish people was done by the Germans. So the Germans have a history of violence with the Jewish people. It's a terrible history. It's a terrible history. The Holocaust was absolutely evil. But nonetheless, it is a historic reality. The British have a history of fighting against Jewish extremism, and the British were driven out of Israel by Jewish terrorists. So look at how the tables have turned. The Israelis are saying, Britain, you better not sell Eurofighters to Turkey because that's going to put us at a disadvantage. Britain's like, oh, really? King David Hotel, bitch. We're selling them. The sale is going to get done. And the Germans are saying, we know the history, okay? And so it's kind of like we're resuming from where we left off. We're going to kind of help kill more of you. Not saying that's a good thing. I'm just making some historical connections here. It is very ironic that the Germans are helping the Turks to be militarily better than the Israelis. It is interesting that the British and the Germans, both of whom have a history of violence with the Jewish people, are working to put the Israelis at a disadvantage. I mean, it is interesting. Nonetheless, we can start calling them the FU-30. That is a clever one. I did not think about that. That is a very clever one, Short Farrell. Yes, that's a good one. Yeah, we're going to start calling it the FU-35. That's right. So Yair Lapid says, why did you allow this deal to happen? Nathan, why did you allow the deal to happen? Because the Germans and the Brits are giving a big FU to the Israelis. If Israel has had a functioning foreign ministry or a normal government, it would have already intervened diplomatically to prevent this arms deal from advancing. Germany and the UK are now equipping Turkey with powerful jets that could eventually alter the balance of power in the region. Oh, that means that Germany and Britain are working to put Israel at a disadvantage. Could this be the global intifada? Could this be a part of the global intifada? I don't know. He warned that Turkey already has the largest navy in the Middle East and now seems to be targeting aerial parity with Israel. So the Israelis know that on the seas they have the disadvantage. The Israelis know that in the battlefield with soldier versus soldier, the Israelis have the disadvantage. The Israelis know that the only advantage that they have over Turkey is in the air. And the Germans and the British are helping the Turks become equal. The Germans and the British are working to be an equalizer between the Turks and the Israelis. It is interesting. It is interesting. They're working on a sequel. I mean, Germany does have that history. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying history does matter when you look at the future and when you look at current events. Just saying. Let's see here. This is dangerous, Lapid stressed, and our inactive government let it happen without lifting a finger. Israel's recent wars in the region, including its 12-day conflict with Turkey's neighbor Iran, and more recent strikes on another neighbor, Syria, have unnerved Ankara, prompting a push for rapid armament in order to count... It's almost as if the British and the Germans and the Americans don't like what Israel is doing in Syria. It's almost like that's what's happening. Because America told Israel, hey, Israel, stop bombing Syria. Don't do that. That's our proxy. We got rid of Assad. He's gone. We don't have to do this anymore. The Germans have praised the new government of Ahmed al-Shara. So have the French. So have the British. So NATO doesn't like what Israel is doing. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. But I will say this. If America re-enters Turkey into the F-35 program, it's going to become the Fu-35 program. I'm just going to say it right now. Speaking at a signing ceremony on Wednesday with British Defense Secretary John Healey in Istanbul, Turkish Defense Minister Yasar Güler said the deal brought Turkey, quote, one step closer to a fully comprehensive agreement, unquote, on the jets, adding it would also strengthen NATO and Turkey's aerial capabilities. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely, guys. Insane what's happening, right? It really is surreal. It really is surreal what's happening. And Israel continues to act recklessly. And its recklessness is pushing people away from Israel. Its recklessness is making more and more people disillusioned with Israel. And let's look at what's happening. Let's look at the fruits of Israel's labor. More and more Republicans are becoming disillusioned with Israel. I am included in this number because I was once very pro-Israel. And now I'm not pro-Israel. Now I am disgusted with Israel because of its murderous behavior. And I am disgusted with Israel because also of its acolytes in the United States who continue to use Christianity to try to justify murderous behavior. So let's read this. This came out recently. It says here, how Israel is losing support from conservative America. Ooh, not liberal America, because Israel has already lost those people. Conservative America. If conservatives are becoming disillusioned with Israel, what does that say? What does that say? I'm going to make this a little bit larger. The text is kind of small. There we go. Much better. A recent report from CNN revealed that in just 8 years, Democratic voters in the United States had reversed their views on Israel. So it used to be that the majority of Democrats were pro-Israel. That actually used to be a thing, pro-Israel Democrats. That's not the case anymore. And believe it or not, only 7% of Democrats actually believe that Israel's war is justified. Only 7%. So what happened to the 93%? That means 93% of Democrats do not believe that Israel's war is justified. So Israel has lost those people. So it says here that in 2017, Democrats sympathized more with Israel over the Palestinians by 13%. In 2025, Democrats sympathized more with the Palestinians by 43%. That is an unprecedented swing in so short a time. In many ways, this completed a trend that has been building for years as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has openly embraced the Republican Party, leading the once solid bipartisan support for Israel to split along party lines. So Netanyahu said, okay, we lost the Democrats, but we're never going to lose the Republicans. This is what Netanyahu said. He said, we're never going to lose the Republicans. They're always going to support us. Well, guess what? They're losing the Republicans. It turns out that support among Republicans is not so solid. In recent weeks, there has been increasing evidence that support for Israel among conservatives is fraying significantly. Last month, a Quinnipiac poll, found that 64% of Republicans sympathized more with Israel than with the Palestinians. Okay, so you can say the majority of Republicans still support Israel. That's true, but that sounds like a lot until you consider that just 1 year earlier, that number was 78% in the same poll. So it went from 78% to 64%. So last year, 78%. Hold on. Guys. In just 1 year, Republican support for Israel went down by 14%. In just 1 year. It's losing its friends, is what I'm trying to say. For the most part, that attitude has little to do with sympathy for Palestinians. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, for the most part, that attitude has little to do with sympathy for Palestinians. Rather, it stems from either isolationism, antipathy towards Jews, or some combination of the two. So here's the thing. With Democrats, it's about sympathy for the Palestinians, for the most part. So if you ask a Democrat, okay, why did you stop supporting Israel? They're going to say what Israel is doing is atrocious. And they're absolutely right. And I will say that the Democrats' criticism of Israel, to me, it's actually more legitimate because it's more about humanity and it's more about sympathizing with people who are being bombed all the time. With the Republicans, it's different. You will find Republicans who sympathize with the Palestinians, but they just don't want Palestinians to immigrate into the United States. So they're like, I feel bad for the Palestinians. Let's rebuild Gaza. Let's help the Palestinians, but we don't want Palestinians in America. But another thing with the Republicans is that the Republicans have become disillusioned with Israel, not so much because of the Palestinians, but more so because they're just tired of interventionism. And a lot of conservatives are becoming more and more antagonistic towards Jewish people. And they're getting more and more into Holocaust denialism. So what you have in the American right is this revival of Nazism. That's what you actually have. It's quite scary what's happening. But more and more of these people are getting into the Nick Fuentes faction, which means Nazism, which means sympathy towards Hitler. And so it's not so much sympathy with Palestinians as it is just hatred towards interventionism, favor towards isolationism, and an antagonism towards Jews, because a lot of these people believe that the Jews control the world, they run America, and we're tired of it, and all the support for Israel is the response of Jewish power in the United States. Either way, Israel is losing people. So it says here that the roiling revived controversy over serial sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein's mysterious client list has rocked Trump and, for the first time in a decade, shaken support among parts of his MAGA base. So a lot of people are saying, okay, why don't they release all the Epstein files? Why aren't they telling us about Trump's involvement with Epstein, right? So the New York Times published an article last night talking about all these documents involving Epstein's court case and the grand jury, the grand jury documents and the investigation on Epstein. And basically, Pam Bondi ordered the FBI to do a full review of over 100,000 documents pertaining to the Epstein case. And Trump's name was found in the documents. Now, what does it say about Donald Trump? We don't know. They're not releasing those documents. So now you have people saying, oh, wait a second. So Trump is mentioned in the documents. Why is Trump mentioned? What does it say about Donald Trump? What's going on? Release the files. So then they say, okay, Epstein was Jewish. His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, she had connections to the Mossad. She had connections to Israel. Her father supposedly was involved in the Israeli intelligence. So why aren't the files being released to the public? What's going on? And the conclusion being made by a lot of people is the reason why they don't want those files released is because these politicians don't want to expose themselves. And they're basically being blackmailed by Israel. This is the conclusion. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm saying this is the conclusion that a lot of people are coming to. They're saying Israel has blackmailed our politicians, and so the politicians are not releasing. They're saying that the politicians need to release the files so that we can have justice against people who abused young girls, underage girls. But why aren't they releasing the files? They're not releasing the files because the politicians are being blackmailed by Israel. So justice is not being served because politicians are being blackmailed by Israel. So therefore, who runs the government? Is it the people or is it Israel? This is the question that people are posing. And a lot of people are saying Israel has undue influence on our politicians. We are being occupied by Israel. So the hatred towards Israel is stemming from this sentiment. I'm not saying it's correct, not saying it's right. I don't like anti-Semitism. I sure as hell don't like Nazis. But this is what's happening. And it is scary. It is scary because it's always scary when Nazism is getting revived. And let's just be real here. It's always terrifying. Let's see here. Hold on. The president who once seemed to be made of Teflon, immune to every controversy, is finally showing signs of vulnerability to a scandal he himself long tried to weaponize against the Democrats. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News pundit, who once called Iraqis primitive monkeys, racism, and promoted anti-Semitic theories that Jews were facilitating the entry of undocumented immigrants to undermine white America, known as the Great Replacement Theory, has become an increasingly vocal critic of Trump's policies. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Tucker Carlson, because I was reading this article, I want to say yesterday or today. I was reading this article to prepare for this stream, and as I was reading this stuff about Tucker Carlson and talking about how Iraqis are primitive monkeys and how there are Jews who are facilitating this mass migration into the United States in order to implement the Great Replacement Theory, which is a very popular idea amongst neo-Nazis and European identitarians who are really just Nazis who have remarketed themselves as hipster racists. I was thinking to myself, I have to give myself a little bit of credit here. Because many years ago, back in 2017, the world saw the rise of Tucker Carlson. And Tucker Carlson replaced Bill O'Reilly on the Fox News channel. So Bill O'Reilly had the biggest show on Fox News. Then they got rid of Bill O'Reilly and they said, okay, Tucker, you're the replacement for Bill O'Reilly. So Tucker Carlson replaced Bill O'Reilly. And I said it back in 2017. I said it. Tons of people hated me for this. Tons of people hated me for this. But I was telling people, listen, the rise of Tucker Carlson, and I agree with Tucker Carlson on numerous things, don't get me wrong. But I said the rise of Tucker Carlson is a presaging sign for the revival of Nazism. No one believed me. Tons of people hated me. I used to get a lot of views on my website, way more than I do now. And I got a ton of hatred for saying this. But I said it. I said, the rise of Tucker Carlson is a sign of the revival of Nazism in the world. And I talked about Tucker Carlson's belief. I said Tucker Carlson is all about how immigrants are taking over America. Tucker Carlson years ago. And listen, I agree on Tucker Carlson on a lot of things. Don't get me wrong. I have to acknowledge my disagreements and my agreements. But Tucker Carlson years ago said that the American-Mexican border is now on Oklahoma. That Oklahoma is now the new border state. Basically saying that Texas is no longer America because there's so many Mexicans. When you get into that line of rhetoric, it's extremism and it's also incitement because you're basically saying that Texas is being invaded by Mexicans. And so what do you do with invaders, right? You don't play nice with invaders. So it's incitement. And it's fomenting extremism. And so I said it back in 2017. I said, this Tucker guy, him rising up in popularity is not a good sign. And then what happened with Tucker Carlson? He ends up bringing in this Bradley Cooper guy on his show. And Bradley Cooper, he's not Sieg Heiling, but he's getting close enough. And Bradley Cooper said that, well, and he said this on Tucker Carlson's show. He said, well, the Nazis didn't have the intention to murder all those Jews and Eastern Europeans initially, but they decided to murder all those people because, they invaded the Soviet Union. Then they had all these POWs. They didn't really know what to do with all these Jews and all these Jews and Slavs. So they just decided to kill them. But that wasn't their initial plan. And then this Bradley Cooper guy, and I believe he deleted this tweet for understandable reasons, makes him, because it exposed him as a Nazi. But Bradley Cooper did this thing on Twitter where he showed a picture of some transgender people, and then he shows a picture of the Nazis in France, and he says, I would prefer Nazis over the transgender people. What's that about? What message was he trying to convey? The message that he was trying to convey was that Nazism is cool. That Nazism is a great alternative to the left. So we hate the left. Yeah, transgenderism is bad. So, Nazism is a great alternative. And this is the guy that Tucker Carlson has been pushing, promoting. And a ton of people have been promoting this guy. So we're literally seeing the revival of Nazism in the Western world. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just the reality. But Tucker Carlson was sort of the rise of Tucker Carlson back in 2017 was sort of a canary in the coal mine type of situation. And listen, I know a lot of you people some of you people will think, well, Ted, you've said some nice things about Tucker. I have, because I'm trying to be sincere here. Tucker Carlson was right in his debate with Ted Cruz. But Tucker Carlson is wrong to promote this Bradley Cooper guy. And the thing is that Bradley Cooper spreads these ideas, and then Piers Morgan tried to organize a debate between a reputable historian, prestigious historian on World War II, and Bradley Cooper. And Bradley Cooper refused to come. He didn't want to do the debate. Why doesn't Bradley Cooper want to debate a prestigious historian on the Holocaust and World War II if he is so certain? Daryl Cooper. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Not Bradley Cooper. I'm so sorry. If there are any Bradley Coopers out there, I apologize. Daryl Cooper. I got the name wrong. My bad. The reason why Daryl Cooper doesn't want to do a debate with a reputable historian on the Holocaust and World War II is because he knows he'll lose. But if he's so certain of his historical beliefs, why doesn't he debate it? Because he knows he's going to lose. So he just wants to spread his poison without debating. It's insane to me. I mean, if I had extreme views like Daryl Cooper, I would debate people. I was like, I hold these extreme positions. I'm going to spread my extreme positions, and I'm so certain of it. I am willing to debate my position. I'm willing to debate to defend my position. But Daryl Cooper doesn't want to debate reputable historians because he knows he'll lose. Just like David Irving lost in his court case with what's her name, Deborah Lipstadt, and he sued Deborah Lipstadt, and he lost in the trial. Into this mess came a high-profile Israeli attack on the Holy Family Catholic Church in Gaza City. It was at least the 6th attack on a church in Gaza since October 7th, 2023, but this one caught the attention of the U.S. So this attack on the Catholic Church wasn't the first. It was the 6th one. And after the 6th attack, Mr. Michael Knowles comes out and he says, "You're losing me, Israel. You're losing me." Oh, so you're saying that Israel didn't lose you after the first attack, after the second attack, after the third attack? Really? Just days earlier, an attack by Israeli settlers on a church in the West Bank village of Tebe also drew attention. The church of Al-Qadr, St. George, which dates back to the 5th century, was damaged when settlers attempted to burn it to the ground. And the oldest Orthodox church, arguably the oldest Orthodox church in the world, by the way, is in Gaza, and it was attacked by the Israelis. I'm not even talking about the Roman Catholic Church. I'm talking about the Eastern Orthodox Church in Gaza. It was attacked in the early part of the war. Right-wing pundits have expressed outrage and frustration at Israel's attack on the church, with few believing Israel's claim that it was an artillery misfire. It was just an accident. U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, another staunch supporter of Israel, expressed similar concern, quote, "When you have Christian churches under siege in Gaza and the West Bank, it needs to stop. You're not helping your cause by allowing people to abuse Christian holy sites," he added, warning that such actions could undermine Israel's ability to maintain support in the United States. You're losing support, American support, the most important support for Israel. Because the reason why Israel is so empowered by the United States is because of the pro-Israel sentiment in the United States. The evangelical support for Israel, the American Zionist support for Israel. These are the factions that have been seriously empowering Israel. And these are the factions that empower the pro-Israel lobby. And if Israel loses that support, it loses politicians. Because politicians have been pro-Israel for the longest time because Americans have been pro-Israel. It helps you get elected to be pro-Israel. But that's changing. That is changing, and we've seen the signs. We've seen the signs with Zohran Mamdani. We've seen the signs with even Donald Trump being frustrated with Israel. You're losing me, said influential conservative pundit Michael Knowles. The Israeli government is really screwing up. This horrific war must come to a complete end, and for the first time, Michael Knowles and I are in agreement. Another issue that has exposed a growing rift within Trump's base is the resurfacing of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal and the president's close personal friendship with the convicted sex offender. Adding fuel to the speculation is the fact that Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, was the daughter of Robert Maxwell, who also died under mysterious circumstances and was widely believed, though never proven, to have been associated with the Israeli spy agency, Mossad. The media tycoon received a grand state funeral in Israel's Mount of Olives cemetery, attended by senior Israeli leaders. So that pretty much exposes the father of Ghislaine Maxwell's connections to Israel. The connection between Epstein and Israel is now gaining traction in right-wing circles. All of these factors are converging and revealing a deepening split on Israel from the right. A Pew Research poll in April found that 50% of Republicans aged 18 to 49 have a negative view of Israel, a 15% jump from 2022. Of course, Republican mega donors like Miriam Adelson and others will continue to pump as many dollars as they deem necessary to maintain solid support for Israel. But in the end, money in politics is only worth as much as the voters it can buy, as the votes it can buy. So money is only just as important as the votes it can buy. If you're super pro-Israel and the majority of Americans don't want a politician who's backed by AIPAC, and I'm AIPAC, I can give you billions of dollars. It still wouldn't help you win because AIPAC is super unpopular. So if you're funded by AIPAC and you say, I'm funded by AIPAC, I love AIPAC, and I'm AIPAC, I could give you all the money you want. It still wouldn't help you because you would still be unpopular. Netanyahu made a bet. Now check this out. This is the hubris of Israel that I'm talking about here. Netanyahu made a bet years ago that if he were more brazenly brutal and radical in his oppression of Palestinians and aggression towards Israel's neighbors, solid support among Republicans, bolstered by the American pro-Israel lobby on both sides of Congress, would compensate for losing liberal Democratic voters. That looks like an incredibly poor bet today. So years ago, Netanyahu said, I can do whatever I want, and the Republicans will still support me. That's not how it works, Natan. Brutality can only get you so far, and eventually people will get so disgusted by your brutality that they will throw you under the bus. Hello, Serbian Sun Devil. Let me just check something real quick. People are watching. 33 people. All right, guys, I'm going to get some glass of water, and I'm going to get a quick snack real quick because I'm kind of low on calories, and I need to get some energy in my system to continue the stream. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second. I'll make the music nice and loud. In fact, I will change the music. The music is almost done, the Elden Ring music. Let's play some Elden Ring. Not Elden Ring. Let's play some Resident Evil music. Hold on a second. Oh, I don't want the storm ambience. Yeah, no ambience, please. There we go. Let's play some Resident Evil music. All right. I am back, guys. Let me know if the music is too low or too loud. 34 people, not bad. So let's talk about as Israel loses its friends, we are seeing Turkey rising up. And we're seeing Turkey becoming more and more of an important force, not just in the Middle East, but also in the Black Sea region. And look at what it says here. This was an interesting article that was published recently on why Ukraine is so interested in being a mediator between Russia and Ukraine. Turkey's mediation isn't about peace, it's about power. So it says here that the third round of negotiations between Russia and Ukraine held in Istanbul lasted less than an hour, barely enough time to suggest progress. While both delegations arrived with talking points, their positions remained fundamentally irreconcilable. So Turkey hasn't really been that successful in brokering peace between the Russians and the Ukrainians. And so it says here, while the Istanbul talks yielded no breakthroughs, Ankara framed them as a meaningful step forward. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan described the meeting as another brick in building a foundation for peace and reaffirmed Turkey's commitment to mediation. But behind this diplomatic language lies a broader ambition. President Erdogan sees Turkey not merely as a neutral host, but as a regional power uniquely positioned to engage both Moscow and Kiev. So basically, if Turkey can be the mediator between Russia and Ukraine, that means Turkey maintains its relevance in the Black Sea. This is the whole point. If Turkey never got involved in peace talks between Russia and Ukraine, then Turkey would look irrelevant. And Turkey doesn't want this. Turkey doesn't want this. And Turkey also, besides also wanting to be relevant in the Black Sea, Turkey also has territorial interest in Ukraine because it says here, Ankara's interest, let me see if you guys can make sure, Ankara's interests in southern Ukraine, particularly the coastal areas of Bessarabia and the Danube estuaries, are long-standing and rooted in history. These zones are vital arteries for trade, transit, and geopolitical access. So Turkey definitely has territorial interest in Ukraine, but it also wants to maintain its relevance in the Black Sea. So I thought that was interesting to point out. So let's talk about a very depressing topic. A very depressing topic. And that is Israel's genocide of the Palestinians and the starvation of Gaza. So give me 1 second. Let me just organize my articles real quick. So this was pretty significant. Israel is now declaring that the West Bank is sovereign Israeli territory. And what this means is that the settlements, will no longer be under the Israeli military. Because right now the settlements are under the Israeli military. The settlements, if they're considered sovereign Israeli territory, the settlements will then become under the Israeli government. It'll be officially Israel. They will officially no longer just be settlements. They will be officially Israel. And this will really provide the legislation or the legislative foundation for further settlement expansion in the West Bank, with the agenda being the purging out of the Palestinians from the West Bank. Now, as I've said numerous times, it's not about just genociding the Palestinians of Gaza. The Palestinians of Gaza are not the only ones on the crosshairs of Israel. The West Bank Palestinians are also in the crosshairs of the Israelis, and the Israelis want to purge those people out, and they want to at least ethnically cleanse the Palestinians out of the West Bank, or worse, they want to genocide them. The Gaza topic is so depressing that it lowered Theo's viewership a few weeks back. Pretty much, yeah. So here we go. In a significant yet non-binding move, the Israeli legislature has overwhelmingly approved a declaration urging the immediate extension of Israeli sovereignty over Jewish settlements in the occupied West Bank and the Jordan Valley. The motion, which passed by a vote of 71 to 13, where it really goes to show it really goes to show how deeply fanaticism has entrenched itself in the Israeli society, that the government is so dominated by fanatics. Passed by a vote of 71 to 13, was backed by right-wing and center-right factions, including Likud, Shas, Religious Zionism, Otzma Yehudit, and Yisrael Beitenu. The text declares that the October 7th, 2023 attack by Hamas, referred to in Israeli political discourse as the Simchat Torah massacre, proves that the creation of a Palestinian state poses a mortal danger to Israel's existence. The Knesset declares that the state of Israel has the natural, historical, and legal right to all parts of the land of Israel. The resolution reads, the Knesset calls on the government of Israel to act without delay to apply sovereignty over all areas of Jewish settlement in Judea, Samaria, and the Jordan Valley. Though labeled symbolic, Palestinian experts view the vote as laying the bureaucratic foundation for a permanent Israeli presence and governance in the West Bank, the heartland of a future Palestinian state as envisioned by international consensus. Saad Nimr, professor of political science at Birzeit University in the West Bank, told RT the implications of the Knesset's move are far-reaching. This is not symbolic at all, Nimr said. It means these settlements are now treated as Israeli cities. They're no longer occupied under military law. This is the legal and bureaucratic infrastructure of annexation. He continued, the Israeli ministries, not the military, will now oversee health, welfare, planning, and infrastructure in these areas. It's not about theory. It's about bulldozers, budgets, and expansion. So they're going to continue to expand in the West Bank. They're going to continue to push Palestinians out of their homes. They already kicked out tens of thousands of Palestinians from their homes, especially in the area of Jenin. And this is going to continue this. This is only going to continue. It's not going to stop. And it's going to become bloody. It's going to become violent, sadly enough. And the settlers will continue terrorizing the population. And they will grow worse in their fanaticism. They will grow worse in their violence. And people say, oh, but Christians have to unite with these people because, you know, they're God's people and we have to unite with them because they're the children of Abraham and blah, blah, blah. And their fight against Islamic terrorism is our fight against Islamic terrorism. But then you read stories about settlers attacking churches. And you read a story that took place recently in the Christian village of Taiba, in which settlers tried to set fire to a church, the Church of St. George. What does that have to do with Islam? What does that have to do with fighting Sharia law and Islamo-fascism and all that stuff? And here's another thing. The Israeli government has made it very clear that they are hostile towards Christians because for many years, every single year, tens of thousands of Palestinian Christians would go to Jerusalem to celebrate Easter. Well, what happened this year? There were very small numbers of Palestinian Christians in Jerusalem to celebrate Easter. Why? Because the Israeli government made it more difficult for the Palestinian Christians to enter Jerusalem to celebrate Easter. They used to make it very easy for them. Then they started making it very difficult for them recently. Why? Because the Israelis are showing their anti-Christian sentiment. Bottom line. And it's only going to get worse. I'm telling you, this is not about fighting Islam. This is about fighting Muslims. It's about fighting Christians. It's about fighting non-Jews. It's about purging non-Jews out of the land. And people fall for this Zionism Hosperus propaganda. So this guy says, to describe the vote, I'm trying to make sure you guys can see this. To describe the vote as symbolic is dangerously naive, Delani warned. In Israeli politics, symbolism is often a precursor to de facto annexation. While the Knesset motion lacks binding legislative authority, it institutionalizes consensus in both government and opposition to expand the state of Israel's settler colonial project with new domestic political legitimacy. Delani added that members of the Knesset are already pushing legislation to replace the internationally recognized term West Bank with the biblical Judea and Samaria, further entrenching a nationalist narrative in Israeli law. So it's not going to stop. It's only going to get worse. And then we have, well, we have the starvation of the people. And I know this is a very depressing topic, but it is the reality, and it's a reality we have to face. Somebody put a comment here. Hold on, let me read it. I only watch him because he talks about Gaza. That's how I found this channel. Please continue to bring awareness to the strategy. I will. Blessings from Connecticut. I appreciate that, Bay. Yes, the truth must be heard no matter how bad. Yep. There's a video of the testimony of ex-NHS surgeon Nizam Mahmoud, who broke down as he told an International Development Committee what he witnessed when working as a surgeon in Gaza. Yes, and there are many horror stories like this. There's a Jewish-American doctor. I think his name is Mark Perlman. And Mr. Perlman is a surgeon who gave hospital treatment to Gazans who were shot by Israeli snipers. And he said, I found so many Gazan children with bullets inside of them, bullets in the head, in the neck, in the chest, so many of them. And he said that these were direct shots. These were not bullets that ricocheted or anything like that. These were direct shots, and these bullets could be found in the bodies of these people at an angle, meaning that they were shot from specific high positions, meaning that they were shot from snipers. It's just deliberate murder, deliberate targeting of civilians. And they'll sit there and they'll say, Israel doesn't deliberately target civilians. They just blow up the buildings because there's a terrorist inside. So they have to blow up the entire building and wipe out entire families to kill a guy who is one lower level, lower ranking member of Hamas. Okay, let's say, okay, if that's true, and that's the only reason why you wipe out all these people in these buildings, then why are snipers directly shooting people? Why are they direct shots at civilians? We're not talking about blowing up a building because there's one terrorist inside. We're talking about deliberately aiming and shooting at civilians. Why are Israeli soldiers being ordered to open fire on Palestinians who are queuing up to get food? That argument doesn't work anymore. That argument does not work when put against the reality of Israeli soldiers opening fire on Palestinians who are queuing up for food. It doesn't work when put against the reality of Israeli snipers who set up kill zones in parts of Gaza and who take direct shots at civilians, including children. In other words, they're blowing up these buildings and killing all the people inside of them, or wiping out entire families inside of these buildings, because that's what they want to do. They want to kill people. Reminds me of Schindler's List. Yes, absolutely. It's the same thing. So here's an article that was published by the Washington Post. Gaza starves. Israel's far right sees a dream coming true. Oh yeah, starvation means we can kill all those people and we can make beachfront resorts and beachfront properties in Gaza and murder all these people. But that's the cost of a good real estate deal. You know, a deal is a deal. I mean, even if you have to starve people while you're at it, a deal is a deal. You know, you can't deny it. Money's money. On one side, you have the crushing daily reality of the Gaza Strip. The scale of mass starvation taking place in the besieged territory is so vast that medics and humanitarian staff tasked with helping provide for the hungry are themselves barely managing to stay on their feet. So you have journalists who are getting dizzy and they can't really work that hard because they don't have enough calories. You have medical staff who cannot work effectively enough. They can't work with much energy exertion because they're not getting sufficient calories to do their jobs. The lack of food in Gaza is that bad. One in three people in Gaza are going multiple days without eating, according to the United Nations. Each day brings new images of skeletal children and desperate families seeking sustenance amid Gaza's ruins. I mean, it's so depressing, guys. It really is absolutely depressing. When I look at Gaza, it looks like... Do you guys remember that movie When Dreams May Come with Robin Williams? Have you guys ever seen that film? It is one of the darkest movies ever. Never see that film if you don't like looking at dark stuff. I saw that film in theater when it came out, and it traumatizes me to this day, that movie. Robin Williams plays this guy whose wife commits suicide, and then he dies in a car accident, and he enters the afterlife. He enters heaven, and he's looking for his wife in heaven, and they tell him, listen, your wife killed herself, so she's not in heaven. So he goes into hell to bring his wife out of hell. And the way that they depicted hell in this movie is still terrifying. Even though the film came out in the 90s, like in the mid-90s, it's like one of those dark, horrifying Renaissance paintings. That's what Gaza reminds me of. It's like being in the movie When Dreams May Come. It's like Children of Men. It's like Spec Ops: The Line. I mean, it's just a nightmare. It truly is a nightmare. It makes somebody want to drink. Honest to God, it makes you want to drink. Israeli troops have opened fire repeatedly in the vicinity of the sites, doling out the little food available in the territory. I mean, they really want to murder these people. They really do. They really want to murder these people. They say, oh, we we don't want to. And this is what the Israeli hospitalists say all the time. Emily Schrader, all these hospitalists say the same bullshit arguments, the same lies. And I'm so happy people aren't falling for it this time. Oh, no, we don't want to see starving Gazans. We're helping give the Gazans. We want to feed the Gazans. That's why we put these aid distribution centers. Because, Hamas was the ones that was starving the people. They were stealing the food. That's why we had to build these distribution centers. So they build the distribution centers. And guess what happens? The people go there to get food, and they get shot by the soldiers. They get shot by the soldiers because they truly don't want those people to live. They want to kill these people. They murder these people. They starve these people. And 1,000 people, so far, 1,000 people have been shot to death trying to get food at these aid distribution centers. So far, at these aid distribution centers solely, Israel has managed to murder more people than Hamas killed civilians on October the 7th. They've already surpassed Hamas. It's so depressing, guys. On the other side, you have the surreal vision conjured by Israeli Science and Technology Minister Gilad Jamaliel, who uploaded an AI-generated video this week to social media showing a vision of what post-war Gaza Strip could look like. So how does Gaza look like in their envisage? So it says here, the minute-long clip shared by Jamaliel celebrated Trump's plan to help redevelop the war-ravaged territory into an area of gleaming high-rises, ritzy tourism. This is exactly what I said. They want to build beachfront properties, beachfront resorts, because you know what deal is the deal? Property. It's about a deal. Trump, he knows a deal when he sees one. He's seeing a deal. You know, he wrote the book, The Art of the Deal, even though I've never read it. He wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. He knows a good deal when he sees it. And what's the cost of the deal? What's the cost of the deal? I mean, just a bunch of dead Palestinians. So nothing. It costs nothing. It costs nothing, you know? And he wrote The Art of the Deal. It's a great deal. And you know, what's the creed of, what is the basic philosophy of all real estate, right? Location, location, location. Gaza's a great location. What more do you need to know? There's no argument. Here we go, guys. We're about to enter hell right now. This is hell. We're about to get a sample into hell. The minute-long clip shared by Jamaliel celebrated Trump's plan to help redevelop blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Luxury yachts. Yes, we're going to starve all these people to death, kill them, shoot them, bomb them, wipe out entire families. And what are we going to get in return? Yachts, casinos, strip clubs, whorehouses. Yeah, that's what life's all about. Luxury yachts float by the Strip's Mediterranean beaches. Jewish residents grin over platters of hummus. The catch, most or all of Gaza's actual population is nowhere to be seen because they want to do ethnic cleansing or at worst genocide. In her post, Jamaliel pointed to the necessity of the voluntary emigration of Gaza's Palestinian population. She's not alone among cabinet ministers. She's not alone among cabinet minister and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing government in calling for this outcome. Since the immediate aftermath of Hamas's October the 7th, 2023 attack on southern Israel, numerous Israeli politicians have not only sought the full defeat of Hamas, but cast the entirety of Gaza's more than 2 million inhabitants as an enemy population that needs to be removed. Yeah, and that's exactly how they see it. And they see all Gazans as terrorists. See, here's the thing. They say, we just want to get rid of terrorists. They see all Gazans as terrorists, which means they want to get rid of all Gazans. Those calls were aired yet again at a far-right conference held Tuesday at the Knesset, where participants spoke of Gaza as an ideal site to relieve Israel's housing crisis. We have to relieve the housing crisis. We have to really fix the housing crisis. How are we going to fix? What's the solution? You tell me. What's the solution to the housing crisis in Israel? What are we going to do? We have all these Haredim. They're having 7 kids per litter, and they don't want to join the army, and they keep having kids. What are we going to do with them? We have to spread them out somehow. What are we going to do? We just going to... That's just... What happened? What's going on? What? I'm hearing myself. What's going on? Hold on. There's a Wait, why am I hearing... Hold on. That's weird. Oh, sorry. One of my videos on my computer started playing. I was literally hearing one of my pre-recordings. If they build all this ritzy property, wouldn't the land be cursed since it was built on the top of dead people? Yes. Yeah, it would be cursed land. Ask yourself this question. Let's say you wanted to live in a house or rent a house. So you go into the house, you check it out, you like the house, then the real estate agent tells you, I just have to disclose this to you. There was a whole family that was butchered in this house. Really? Yeah. Yeah, it turns out that Charlie Manson was around here, Charlie Manson and his cult. And so there was a family that was living here. This was back in 1970, whatever. And you know, Charlie Manson and his cult entered the house and they just butchered everyone. Really? Yeah. In the master bedroom, the husband and wife, they were tied up and their throats were slit. And then the rest of the family members were all murdered. Yeah. Their throats were slit. And I think one of them was beheaded and something like that. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Would you live there? It's a sincere question. It's a sincere question. Guys, one of the creepiest stories I've ever heard in my life was the story of let me know if the music is too loud. It was the story of Dennis Rader murdering an entire family. And he murdered the entire family somewhere in Kansas. I think that house is still there. Would you want to live in it? Hell no. Oh, that bed you're sleeping in, that room that you're sleeping in, yeah, that's where that somebody was murdered there. They were beheaded, right? Nope, don't want the house. Yep, exactly. Yes, and I would never step foot there. Neither would anyone with a brain. Yep, or a heart. Yep, no. So that's the thing is you're murdering and you're purging out an entire population so you can build all these high rises and your yachts and you want to build your resorts. And wouldn't you realize that you're living in a place where where mass murder was committed? And you're living in a place at the expense of that mass murder? I mean, isn't that strange? It reminds me of all these people who revere Jerusalem. And they say, oh, Jerusalem is this holy city. And St. John in the book of Revelation says that's where Jesus was murdered. It's a cursed city. Why would you live in the city that murdered Jesus? It's like living in a house where a mass murder took place. It's just crazy to me how people worship a city. But anyway, going back to what I was reading to you guys. Where is... Hold on. Oh, there's the article. No one builds apartments or on graveyards for a good reason. That's a good point. Yep, that's a good point. So it says here that those calls, the calls to cleanse out Gaza, those calls were aired yet again at a far-right conference held Tuesday at the Knesset, where participants spoke of Gaza as an ideal site to relieve Israel's housing crunch, as West Bank settlements long have, and urged the return of Jewish settlers to the enclave. We will occupy Gaza. We will occupy Gaza and make it an inseparable part of Israel. So they're going to make Gaza into a part of Israel. Okay. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, a leading far-right figure in Netanyahu's coalition, said at the conference, which was titled "The Gaza Riviera: From Vision to Reality." According to Israeli media reports, some of the plans discussed included the creation of 2 separate cities in the narrow territory, alongside a tourist district with beachfront hotels. Oh yeah, beachfront. Let's have some pina coladas where kids were starved to death. Yup, pina coladas, everyone. Kill all these people, trick them. The evilest thing I've ever seen the Israelis do is tell people to come get some food and then shoot them. That shit is the evilest stuff ever. Because you're giving people, you're making it out like you're their friend, you're here to help them, they're coming, they trust you, they're so hungry and desperate, and you shoot them. That is the evilest shit I've ever read Israel doing. So it says here, yeah, they want to build beachfronts where they killed people. Okay, they want to have a tourist site. Okay. According to Israeli media reports, blah, blah, blah, alongside tourist district, agricultural zones. Maybe the Israelis got it from the Germans. You know what? Let me show you guys something, because you may actually be correct. Check this out. I wanted to show this to you guys. Look at this. Look at this. Where is it? Hold up. I want to show you guys this article. Very revealing. This is how a lot of Israelis think. Not all Israelis, but this is how too many Israelis think. I'm going to read to you guys parts of this article here. This was published by The Guardian. This woman, Arwa Mahdawi, she collected a whole bunch of quotes from Israeli politicians and Israeli celebrities pushing for genocide. All right, here we go. Now let's look at this, just to give you guys the intentions of the Israeli government and much of the Israeli population. I don't want to generalize all Israelis, but a lot of Israelis think this way. So here is a quote. Here are quotes from various Israeli officials. Let's read them. Okay? This is from David Azule, council leader for the northern Israeli town of Metula. Flatten everything in Gaza just like it is today in Auschwitz. So David Azulai, council leader for the northern Israeli town of Metula, said that Gaza should be made into Auschwitz. So when you say, and I know you meant it as a joke, but apparently I didn't take it as a joke. It's actually reality. Yes, there is inspiration from the Germans. Yes, there's more. I can read to you guys more. Let's check this out. Isaac Herzog, Israel's president, said at a press conference, quote, "It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. In other words, all civilians are terrorists. Kill all civilians." Here we go. This one is from Nassim Vaturi, deputy speaker of the Israeli parliament. Deputy speaker of the Israeli parliament. He is a major Israeli official. This is what he said. "Now we all have one common goal, erasing the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth. The war will never end if we don't expel everyone. To wipe out Gaza, nothing else will satisfy us. Don't leave a single child there. Expel all the remaining ones in the end, so they have no chance of recovery. The children and women must be separated, and the adults in Gaza must be eliminated." This is like Nazi tier level evil here. Please link to the article. I'll give it to you now. Hold on. Here you go. Here you go. Okay. Hold on. Vittori, okay. He said this in February of 2025 when he also called Palestinians subhuman. So they're subhuman, separate the men from the women and children, murder all the men, wipe everyone, push the survivors out, and then repopulate it with Jews. Huh, that sounds like German Lebensraum. German Lebensraum. The Gaza Strip should be flattened, and for all of them, there is but look at this. This is from Yitzhak Kreuzer, a member of National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir's far-right Otzma Yehudit party. This is what he said. He's another Israeli official. The Gaza Strip should be flattened, and for all of them, there is but one sentence, and that is death. They're literally calling for mass murder. This is not a secret. This is being said in the open. Here's a quote from Yoav Gallant, Israeli defense minister, former defense minister. But this is what he said in the capacity as Israeli defense minister. "Gaza will not return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. Eliminate everything." Gallant was in the position at the time. Okay. Here is a quote from Likud Parliament member Amit Halevi. "I'm not sure you're speaking for us when you say we want to treat every child and every woman. I hope you don't stand behind that statement either. When fighting a group like this, the distinctions that exist in a normal world do not exist," said Likud Parliament member Amit Halawi in the Knesset in response to a statement from an Israeli doctor saying suffering children should get painkillers. So there's an Israeli doctor who feels sorry for the Gazans, and he says, we should provide painkillers for the children, and he says, we don't make distinction between combatant and child. He said this in May of 2025. This is very recent. All right? Here's another quote from Meryav Ben Ari from Yair Lapid's opposition party, Yesh Adid. "The children in Gaza have brought this upon themselves." Here's another quote from Likud member of the Knesset, Amit Halawi. "Gaza should be left as a monument like Sodom." That means destroy it all. Is the music too loud? Simcha Rothman, a member of the Knesset for the National Religious Party, said, "They, the children, are our enemies." Now, here's a bunch of quotes from Israeli influencers and celebrities. Former member of the Israeli Knesset, Moshe Feiglin, says, If the goal of this operation is not destruction, occupation, expulsion, and settlement, then we have accomplished nothing. Israeli singer Ayel Golan said, "Erase Gaza completely. Don't leave a single person there." Okay, here's a quote from Shai Golden, who was an anchorman for Israel's Channel 14 News, which, by the way, is a mouthpiece for the Likud government. This is what he said, quote, "We are coming, we are coming, we are coming, Gaza. We are coming to Lebanon. We will come to Iran. We will come to every place. We will annihilate the enemy. We will return the Middle East to a situation where Arabs are terrified of Jews. We will come to annihilate you. To annihilate. Annihilate. Pass this on. Share this video to all of your friends so all your friends can see what we are about to do to you." You see this talk? This is the rhetoric that's going on in one of Israel's biggest channels. And Channel 14, by the way, is controlled by the Likud. And this is what they're preaching. Complete extermination of a population. Annihilate, annihilate, kill. And then we have a quote here from Eliyahu Yusian. And he says, every day we're killing 100 terrorists. There are 2.5 million terrorists there. That means kill all 2.5 million people. And this was the craziest quote of them all. This is a quote from Elad Barashi. Elad Barashi, who is a TV producer affiliated with Channel 14, which, like I said, is the media mouthpiece for the Likud. And he says, Gaza deserves death. The 2.6 million terrorists in Gaza deserve death. This is what's being played in Israeli television. Men, women, and children, in every way possible, we must simply carry out a Holocaust. They're using the term Holocaust to carry out a Holocaust on them. Yes, read that again. Holocaust. For me, gas chambers, train cars, and other cruel forms of death for these Nazis. Without fear, without hesitation, simply crush, eradicate, slaughter, flatten, dismantle, smash, shatter. Gaza deserves death. Let there be a Holocaust in Gaza, said Elad Barashi, a TV producer affiliated with Channel 14. This is the fanaticism that we're dealing with. And so you look at the stories, wiping out entire families in bombing campaigns, shooting people as they're queuing up for food, setting up kill zones in the Metzrim corridor, forcing Palestinians to be human bomb shields. What more evidence do you need? This is why you have even Israeli historians who are saying that this is a genocide. I mean, it's very freaking obvious, is it not? And so now the world is looking at Israel and saying, who's going to stop Israel? And the Turks are saying, we are. The Iranians are saying, we are. That's it. And so what we are seeing in this whole quagmire really is the revival of Nazi ways of thinking. They may not call it Nazism, but it's pretty reminiscent to Nazism. It reminds us of Nazism. It sounds like Nazism. What the Israelis are doing, what they want to do, is very reminiscent to Nazism. I mean, this guy's talking about erecting gas chambers. It's really a sign of what is happening in the world. And that is a Nazi way of thinking is dominating the world. It's rising up in the world. And we're seeing it in Israel. We're seeing it in Germany. And yes, we're seeing it in the United States. In fact, there was a journalist by the name of Artyom Lukin, who was a Russian writer, who did quite a good article recently on the revival of Nazism. And he's saying that this revival is basically coming from the United States. And I wanted to show you guys this article. It's quite revealing. The ideology behind the new America is more dangerous than it looks. So this is what Mr. Artyom wrote. A new ideology taking shape in the West, particularly in the US, a new ideology is taking place in the West, particularly in the US. Under the right conditions, it could prove as dangerous to humanity as fascism and Nazism were in the last century. Now think about it. Donald Trump goes to Netanyahu and he says, yeah, we're going to clear out Gaza. Now, there were all sorts of theories that came out as to why Donald Trump said that. People said, okay, it looks like Donald Trump is saying an extreme statement in order to push the Egyptians and the Jordanians to invest money to rebuild Gaza. Okay, that may be true. But have you ever wondered that perhaps the reason as to why Donald Trump said that was to desensitize people to genocidal or really ethnic cleansing? Perhaps the reason why Trump said that was because there is an agenda. There is an agenda at foot, at hand, that seeks to desensitize people to either genocidal language or the idea of ethnic cleansing. And what Donald Trump said was simply an indication of this rising fascistic, Hitlerian, Nazistic paradigm? Just a thought. So now look what it says here. At the center stands Trump himself and his allies. Throwbacks to the era of great power imperialism. Trump's inaugural speech to launch his second term left little doubt. He called for territorial expansion, industrial growth, and a resurgent military. America, he declared, is the greatest civilization in the history of mankind. He spoke approvingly of President William McKinley and Theodore Roosevelt, both architects of American imperialism. Then there are the right-wing populists, figures like Vice President J.D. Vance, strategist Steve Bannon, and journalist Tucker Carlson. Their rallying cry is America First. They champion traditional values, claim to speak for the working class, and disdain the liberal elite concentrated in coastal cities. But they really are elites themselves. That's the whole joke of this all. Is they say, "Oh, we don't want elites. That's why we're voting for Trump." You're just voting for elites, no matter how you look at it. I mean, you're going to vote for elites. They oppose globalism, support trade protectionism, and promote isolationism in foreign policy. This faction is not particularly new in American politics, but its influence has deepened, especially under Trump's patronage. Then you have the techno-libertarian billionaires, a newer and perhaps more unsettling element of America's emerging ideology, is represented by Silicon Valley billionaires. Elon Musk is the most visible figure, briefly heading Trump's Department of Government Efficiency in early 2025. But okay, hold on. Before he gets into Mark Andreessen here, yes, this is correct. Elon Musk is the most visible figure in this transhumanist, technocratic cult. And Elon Musk is a Nazi. I don't give a shit what anyone tells me. People may disagree with me. That's fine. You would be wrong, but he's a Nazi. You could say, why? Because he did this? Well, this was the canary in the coal mine. There were other reasons that indicated that Elon Musk is a Nazi. For one, his full-on fanatical support for the AfD, the Alternative for Deutschland Party, which is a Nazi party that is now the second biggest party in Germany. Oh my God, dude. The reality is so glim. Second biggest party in Germany is a Nazi party. I mean, just let me know when the Fourth Reich is here already. So there's that, right? His support for the AfD. His support for this idea that Jews make war against the white people of America. That's a very typical neo-Nazi way of thinking. And then you have the infamous Nazi salute. But then you also have the fact that he has been backing transhumanism for years, and he is really at the forefront for the transhumanist ideology. And he wants to create a new human. He wants to breed, in fact, a new human, just like the Nazis wanted to breed a new human. His obsession with going to Mars and him being inspired by Wernher von Braun, the SS leader who also dreamed about going to Mars. These are all red flags. And people, listen, people say, I don't see any, oh my God, I have those morons. What are those morons at that show? I don't like those people. They're evil. They're those evil people at that podcast. I don't like podcasts either, unless it's my own. That podcast, what's it called? The Lotus Eaters. They're a bunch of evil scoundrels. I don't like those people. I would gladly go on their show if they ever invited me, but they're just a bunch of scoundrels. The Lotus Eaters. They defend the AFD, and then they say, "Oh, the mainstream media, Grok, yes, Nazi AI, that's another thing. The mainstream media is saying that the AFD party is a bunch of far right Nazis. Really, where the Nazi salutes, where the swastikas, where the swastikas." And then when Elon Musk actually does a salute, oh, it's not a Nazi salute. That's not a salute. He was just waving at him, darling. He's just waving at him. What are you talking about? What are you thinking about? The problem with this way of thinking is that it gets people to have this mindset that doesn't realize the problem until it's too late. Do you see what I'm saying? So, in other words, I have to see swastikas and Nazi salutes before I realize that there's a Nazi problem. Do you see the level of deception here? So, in other words, I have to wait until it's too late. Because you see, right now, we're in the latent Nazi phase right now, right? They're not fully coming out with the swastikas, but they're sure as hell getting close to that. They're damn well nearing that. And so people are saying, well, there's no swastikas yet, darling. There's no swastikas yet. But when they get the swastikas, you're going to make up another bullshit reason as to why I should think that these people aren't Nazis. They want to deceive people. These people they're literally like wolves leading chickens into the slaughter room. That's what they are. So in other words, I have to wait until it's too late. This is exactly what happened, by the way, before the rise of the Nazis. You had the Nazis. The Nazis said they were good patriots. People believed them. And then it was too late. This is the problem. And the people fall for this bullshit. And the reason why they fall for this bullshit is because they have this mentality that says, people talking about Nazis, that's what the left does. That's what SJW cuck snowflakes do. I'm not an SJW. I'm a real man. I'm a right-wing, steak-eating, egg-eating, raw milk drinking, red-blooded, white male American. And they always talk this way, like, okay, we get it, all right, you're a tough guy. But use your brain for a moment here. Free yourself from the narrative that you have entrapped yourself in. Get yourself out of the narrative and actually see things for what they are. You have a guy who runs the biggest outlet for people's media information in the world. We're talking about X and Elon Musk. And Elon Musk's AI search engine, aka Grok, was literally praising Hitler. And it was designed to do that. But there's no push to revive Nazism. No. This is the problem with people. The Roman salute. Yep. By the way, the idea that this was the Roman salute is bullshit. It was made up by fascists. What's up with their obsession with Mars? That's a very good question, and I think I'm going to try to answer your question when I'm done reading this article. So it says here, but the more influential actor may be Mark Andreessen, the venture capitalist and early internet pioneer who became an informal advisor to Trump. Now, isn't it interesting? Mark Andreessen is connected to Donald Trump. Mark Andreessen is also a eugenist. And if you don't believe me, look at Mark Andreessen's history with Planned Parenthood. Go look it up. He's friends with Planned Parenthood. He is a strong ally of Planned Parenthood. Why would a transhumanist who hates humanity be friends with Planned Parenthood? Well, the answer to that question is in the question, because he hates humanity. That's why. And they believe in breeding human beings. They want to breed a certain type of human being. They want to breed a Übermensch. The Nazis had this desire, this envisioning to breed a Übermensch in the world. The Übermensch, the Superman. And these people have the same sort of philosophy, only that they have this idea of making the Übermensch by uniting humanity with AI technology. And by doing that, creating a Übermensch, a superhuman. And so part of eugenics is choosing who should be born, who has a right to be born, and who should die, and who doesn't have a right to be born. Because they want only people with certain genetics to be alive. And so if some kid has the genetics that they don't see as fitting for society, well, that kid deserves not to be born. Hence why he loves Planned Parenthood, because Planned Parenthood is all about preventing people from being born. And it's just like that line from The Matrix, where Morpheus takes Neo into the desert of the real, and he says, "At first I didn't believe it, but then I saw them for myself. They are endless fields, Neo, where human beings are not able to be born. We are grown." That's what these people want to do. They're sick, evil people. You see, Andreessen's political turn, and so back to what I was saying, you have conservatives who look at this Andreessen guy and they say, "Oh, he's great, he's with Trump." You guys are sheep to the slaughter. You think because something is connected to Trump, that means it's automatically kosher. Trump sanitizes everything. These people are eugenists, transhumanists. They want to farm you. You know, all of you people sit here and talk about, what do you guys call it? You guys sit there and talk about 1984, right? You guys sit here and talk about 1984 and how George Orwell warned the whole way. He was warning us about this, guys. George Orwell, 1984. How can you sit there and reference George Orwell and then follow people who want to make the world into freaking animal farms? You know the book Animal Farm by George Orwell? These people want to make us into farm animals. Don't tell me about George Orwell and then follow people like Mark Andreessen. Andreessen's political turn followed his frustration with Biden-era regulations on crypto and artificial intelligence. Oh, isn't that what Trump's big beautiful bill was about partially? Remember Trump? Remember in the original Big Beautiful Bill, there was this thing that individual states in America would not be able to regulate AI. Remember that nonsense? What was that about? What was that about? I'll tell you what that was about. That was Donald Trump's transhumanist Silicon Valley connections influencing policy. And J.D. Vance is worse. J.D. Vance is a direct protege of Peter Thiel, who's a Nazi eugenist. And this guy actually might become president. Okay. In 2023, he published a manifesto called The Techno-Optimist, a document that preaches unrestrained technological acceleration. In his view, scientific innovation and free markets can solve all of humanity's problems if only government gets out of the way. So the government, don't prevent us from, doing human experiments on people to create an Übermensch, like the Nazis did. Andreessen quotes Nietzsche. Of course he quotes Nietzsche. Oh, Hitler's favorite philosopher. Of course. Because Nietzsche was the one who coined the term Übermensch. This was the term that the Nazis took. And the Nazis said, we're the Übermensch that Nietzsche talked about. Nietzsche talked about this nonsense, this evil idea. Andreessen's political turn followed his frustration. Okay, I already read this, sorry. Andreessen quotes Nietzsche and invokes the image of the apex predator. The apex, oh yeah, I'm an ape. Does this guy look like an apex predator to you? We're going to create an apex predator, a new breed of human. This is so demonic and satanic, and It's so diabolical. Guys, it's just sick. This is just sick. A new breed of technological superman, Übermensch, who sits atop the food chain. Sits atop the food chain? So he can, basically, that means he'll be able, in accordance to Darwinian law of survival of the fittest, kill people who are less than him, just like the Nazis did. He writes, "We are not victims. We are conquerors, the strongest predator at the top of the food chain." This is Darwinism. Such language might seem metaphorical, but it is revealing. Andreassen's list of intellectual inspirations include Filippo Marinetti, the futurist who helped lay the aesthetic groundwork for Italian fascism and died fighting the Red Army at Stalingrad. Okay, so fascism. Nietzsche, futurist philosophy. So we have Nazism, fascism. The most intellectually developed thinker of the techno-libertarian camp is Peter Thiel. Let me just move myself a little bit here. Can we vote that he goes first in the experiment? Yeah, that's not going to happen. Thiel is also a master strategist. He personally mentored and funded Vance, J.D. Vance, the vice president, now vice president, and possibly Trump's heir apparent. Thiel reads the Bible. He blatantly misinterprets the Bible to justify eugenics, which is sick. Thiel reads the Bible, quotes Carl Schmitt, a Nazi philosopher, by the way, and Leo Strauss. Oh, and by the way, Leo Strauss was the intellectual father of neoconservatism. So we have neoconservative philosophy. We have Nazi philosophy, Italian fascist philosophy, transhumanism. This is the new Nazism. This is Nazism repackaged. He also speaks openly about limits of democracy. And he said freedom is no longer compatible with democracy. So he wants to create his utopia where a select elite group of people rule everything. And then everyone's going to have to comply with this technocratic ideology where you're going to have to adapt and you have to actually agree to become a Superman or agree to be a human experiment. And if you're not fit to become a Superman, or if you refuse to participate in their human experimentation, then you're done. Goodbye. It's off to the camp to you. And they'll send people to camps and use them for experiments, and they're going to do experiments on people. That's if they take power. They will do experiments on people in the name of creating a human 2.0, as Ray Kurzweil, the transhumanist, calls it. He calls it, Ray Kurzweil, who is a Jewish transhumanist, says, we need to create human 2.0, the new human. Yuval Hariri, another Jewish transhumanist, also pushes for this idea. So we have Israeli fanatics who are pushing for this idea, and then we have Peter Thiel, who was a German Nazi, and then we have Elon Musk, who is also, he's a South African Nazi. So it's just a bunch of Nazis, and it's a bunch of Zionists who are pushing this sort of thing. He has compared modern America to Weimar Germany. Now, I wonder why. I wonder why he makes that comparison, because he wants a Hitler. See, what was the response to Weimar Germany? It was Adolf Hitler. So he says, America is like Weimar. Okay, so Weimar problems requires Weimar solutions, as the meme goes. So he wants a Hitler to fix what he says is Weimar America, or Weimar Germany. Arguing that liberalism is exhausted and a new system must rise. Despite his liberal leanings, Thiel's companies develop AI tools for the Pentagon and fund next-generation weapons systems through firms like Anduril. Thiel believes that America has entered a long decline and that radical technological leaps are needed to reverse it. One of his pet projects is the Enhanced Games, a competition where doping and biohacking are allowed. Co-organized with Donald Trump Jr., it's just like they're into eugenics. The people in Trump's son, maybe Trump himself is into this stuff. Vance, I think, is into this stuff. We're seeing the rise of eugenics. That's it. I mean, it's just that simple. The whole Grok thing, the Nazi salute, the push for transhumanism, the support for the AfD in Germany. I mean, it's just Nazism. So then we have the Dark Enlightenment, which is basically just TL's philosophy. The final group behind the New America are the theorists of the Dark Enlightenment, a neo-reactionary movement. These intellectual provocateurs reject the Enlightenment values that once defined the West. Nick Land, a British philosopher living in Shanghai, is among the founding thinkers of this school. He predicts the end of humanity as we know it and the rise of post-human, techno-authoritarian systems governed by capital and machines. Okay, so the frickin' Animatrix. For land, morality is irrelevant. Of course it's irrelevant. They want to murder people. Of course morality is relevant to these people because they want to commit mass murder like the Israelis. Morality is irrelevant. What matters is efficiency, evolution, and raw power. What matters... Now, let's think about this. What matters is evolution, efficiency, and raw power, as if that doesn't sound like Nazism. All right, let's check out something real quick here. Okay, hold on. Let me show you guys something real quick. Hold on. Himmler's Posen speech. Look at the infamous 1943 speech that was declared by the leader of the SS, Heinrich Himmler. Hold on a second. Hold on, I gotta find the actual speech. Hold on one second. Can I just please get the speeches? It's so hard to find these things. Full text in German. Why do I have to get it? Give it to me in English. Hold on one second. Hold on a second. Why is it so hard to find these things online? One second, guys. Hold on. Something I wanted to find. And I hate the fact they make it so difficult to find these speeches. Okay. Why do they make it so difficult to find? I'm simply looking for the freaking Himmler speech. Yad Vashem, just give me the speech. Extracts from the speeches. Extracts. I'm not interested in extracts. Just give me the full... Okay, finally. Thank God, finally found it. Here we go. It takes so long to find speeches. I don't know why. Here we go. This is Heinrich Himmler's infamous speech in Posen to the SS. Now look at what it says all the way in the bottom. The virtues of the SS man, blah, blah, blah, bravery, practical tasks, the future. Hold on a second. I remember it was in the end of the speech here. Here it is, right here. Basically, what these transhumanists want was expressed by Heinrich Himmler. Look at what it says here. It must be a matter of course that the most copious breeding should be from the racial superstratum of the Germanic people. In 20 to 30 years, we must really be able to present the whole of Europe with its leading class. If the SS, together with the farmers, we together with our friend Backe, then run the colony in the East on a grand scale, without any restraint, without any question about any kind of tradition, but with nerve and revolutionary impetus, we shall in 20 years push the national boundary. It's about breeding a new human, breeding the Superman. And I think he brings it up again. Hold on a second. Yeah. So there's this idea of breeding this new human, and I mean, it's all there. It's all there. I think there was another line from Himmler on the topic of breeding. Himmler, evolution. Anyway, going back to this article, RT article, when this guy talks about, you know, evolution and this is our whole goal, everything has to be evolution. It's all just Nazism. That's what this is. Efficiency, evolution, raw power. Curtis Yarveen, a.k.a. Mencius Moldbug, who's amazingly, this guy is Jewish. I mean, to see a Jewish person pushing for this type of evil is quite shocking. An American programmer is another central figure, a friend of Thiel and an insider in Trump's intellectual circle. Yarvin advocates replacing democracy with a corporate-style monarchy. He imagines a future of sovereign city-states run like companies, where experimentation with laws and technologies are unrestricted. No restrictions. He believes the U.S. should withdraw from Europe and let regional powers settle their own disputes. And we all know what would happen if America just withdrew out of Europe. We all know the Nazis would come back, 100%. Germany would go full-fledged into militarism, full-on into militarism, and the Nazis would come back. He speaks warmly of China, and his views on World War II are unorthodox, to say the least, suggesting Hitler was motivated by strategic calculation rather than genocidal ambition. No. Hitler had no genocidal ambition. It was all just strategy, right? So sanitizing the Nazis, it's just It's just evil. It's just pure evil. And then there was another article about this from Le Monde. And this one, I read through this whole article, but I'm going to read to you guys some extras from it. But the article is on the rise of transhumanism and how it's basically just eugenics. This was published, and it was published by a French newspaper called Le Monde, which is French for the world. Le Monde, like mundo in Spanish. So it says here, go to Mars and conquer death, the futuristic credo of the apostles of technology. Faith in the possibility of augmenting man, extending his abilities and longevity through all technological means is thriving as an alternative to religion in Silicon Valley, so it's a cult. I oppose the ideology of the inevitability of death for every individual, Peter Thiel explained in The Education of a Libertarian, a text in which he set out his political philosophy in 2009, as if it were possible to decide that dying is for others. A few years later, he explained that he also took growth hormone pills in the hope of living to 120. He even considered using parabiosis, a regeneration technique based on transferring blood from young people, which is pretty creepy. It's like a form of vampirism, I guess. Not really vampirism, but it's like the idea. I don't know. I just imagine Peter Thiel having farms where he just farms people for their blood. It's just creepy. 77-year-old Ray Kurzweil, this is the Jewish guy who promotes eugenics and transhumanism, rejects the idea of dying. The engineer with the unfading tan and smile became known for his eponymous musical synthesizer keyboards and his voice recognition techniques. But for the past 2 decades, he has been on a crusade to one day download his brain and merge it with a computer, giving it the ability to continue thinking after his death. And there's Kurzweil. Looks pretty evil. For 20 years, Ray Kurzweil has been a leading figure in the Thiel co-funded Singularity Summit conferences in Stanford and San Francisco. In 2006 and 2007, the conference also featured Max Moore, the British philosopher who came to California to found the extropian movement, a precursor to transhumanism. CEO of Alcor for 10 years, this tall blonde man with a square jaw and a ponytail advocates becoming post-human by harnessing neuroscience, nanotechnology, AI, and space exploration. Another notable guest, Swedish philosopher Nick Bostrom, founder of the World Transhumanist Association, who also believes it is possible to upload one's brain and thus apply for eternal life. So they have this idea that you could take one's memories and download those memories into someone else's brains or into some kind of robot, and you could just keep downloading your memories into robot after robot after robot, or into human after human or whatever, and you'll live forever. It's like the movie Get Out. Remember the film Get Out? Where there's a guy who, he has this idea of creating a new human where you get the brain of a white man and you put it in the body of a black dude, because they have this idea that blacks are more athletic than whites and whites are more intelligent than blacks. I'm not saying this is correct, but this is what these villains in the film believe. And so they say, well, what would happen if we took the body of a black man, took out his brain, and then replaced it with the brain of a white guy? We'll have this superhuman, the strength of a black athlete and the brains of a white man. And so they kidnap black people to put white people's brains into their heads. I mean, that's what these people want to do. Really, that's what they want to do. The same shit. They want to take people. They have this idea of taking people, downloading their thoughts into other people's brains. I mean, it's crazy. So Sam Altman, okay, he is the future creator of ChatGPT. The creator of ChatGPT. Also, so it says here that Sam Altman does not hide a certain excitement at the idea of possible fusion between AI and humans. Quote, the totally crazy version of fusion would be to upload our brains online to the cloud, he told the New Yorker at the time. So it's just crazy sci-fi eugenics fantasy. A lot of tech bosses have a weird messianic complex, especially Elon Musk. He wants to be the guy who saves humanity, says a former Meta executive. Musk is trying to be Superman, Übermensch, adds a former Tesla employee. He thinks his personal interests are everyone's. Going to Mars isn't just a dream for him. It's a real colony project, like the one described by physicist Wernher von Braun, the Nazi physicist. Yes, he's inspired by a Nazi. It's in this science fiction short story, written by the former Nazi engineer, rocket specialist, mass murderer, I should also add, builder of the V-2 missiles, exfiltrated by the Americans in 1945 and then integrated into NASA, that Errol Musk, a wealthy South African developer, claims to have found his son's first name. Errol Musk is the father of Elon Musk. The story, that of a colony on the Red Planet, led by a leader designated as Elon. So Wernher von Braun wrote a book in which there's a colony up in Mars, and he's just expressing his own sick fantasy. And then the leader of the colony is named Elon. Well, Errol Musk, the father of Elon Musk, named his son Elon after that character, which really goes to show that there is an evil ideology in the family. It's not just Elon, it's his father as well. His grandfather was a Nazi. Look it up. And so Elon Musk has dreams of being like the character in this SS leader's fiction, in this SS leader's fantasy. He wants to live in the fantasy of a Nazi. Faith in technology, even transhumanism, thrives as an alternative to religion, explains sociologist Oliver Alexander. If the only important institutions are entrepreneurs, science, and venture capitalists, then the relationship with history is less the past than the future. Death is not an absolute end, but simply a moment in history. The body becomes an imperfect envelope that we will manage to optimize, or even one day leave, and the planet is not the limit, but a stage in the history of humanity, which will shift towards other stars. Going to the planets, going to the stars. What is this about? What is this about? All this stuff about going to the planets and to the stars. Well, perhaps we have our answer in the book of Isaiah. Isaiah 14. Isaiah 14 quotes the devil. And this is what the devil says. Look at what it says here. Perhaps we have our answer here. How you are fallen from heaven, O day star, son of dawn. How you are cut down to the ground. You who laid the nations low. You said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven above the stars of God. I will set my throne on high. I will sit on the mount of assembly in the far reaches of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. Perhaps this is what the prophecy is referring to. Perhaps what this prophecy is referring to is a future transhumanist, Nazi, Antichrist Reich that will say, we will be like God. We will go up to the clouds, and we will go up to the planet. We'll colonize Mars. We'll do this. We will be greater than God himself. You ever think so? You ever think that perhaps that's what this verse is talking about? I mean, it makes sense. Now check this out, guys. Look at what it says here. A historic tech star who created the Netscape browser in the early days of the web, the imposing founder urges readers... Now check this out. Okay, so this is talking about Mark Andreessen. So Mark Andreessen, who's friends with Trump, a historic tech star who created the Netscape browser in the early days of the web, the imposing founder urges readers to disregard the myth of Prometheus, or Frankenstein, Oppenheimer or Terminator that haunts our nightmares, and become technological supermen. You hear this? We have to become Übermensch, Superman. Sam Altman, for his part, invested in the startup conception which aims to create eggs in vitro from stem cells through gametogenesis. Its goal to allow older women and same-sex couples to have children. The OpenAI founder himself became a father with his husband, Sodom, so we got Sodom in the house, in February, but also eventually to carry out large-scale genetic testing on embryos. So they want to do genetic testing on embryos, and they're already doing this to a great extent. And they want to do experiments on us as well. It begins with the embryos, and then it ends with doing experiments on already grown, already born people. I feel like I'm watching a Resident Evil video game being played out. Brian Armstrong, the CEO of the cryptocurrency platform Coinbase, this young 40-something with an immaculate skull, recently declared on X that he was ready to go much further by financing research into genetic modification embryos. So modifying embryos, doing experiments on embryos. They start out with the embryos because a lot of people don't care about embryos. Then they end with us. Make no mistake. On December 1st, 2022, a dizziness also seized the spectators watching the videos of the monkeys Sake, and Pager. In front of screens, the primates managed to move the mouse cursor without touching it or to play the video game Pong telepathically. The two guinea pigs were equipped with brain implants, which Neuralink was promoting that day. Neuralink is Elon Musk's territory. On stage, its founder, Elon Musk, praised the goal of these electrodes to allow disabled people to control a computer by thought, but also, as he explained 3 years earlier in Axios, to one day merge to create symbiosis with AI. I mean, look at this. Already at the end of the 19th century, the railroad magnate Leland Stanford, creator of the university that bears his name, Stanford University in Palo Alto, expressed his dreams of selecting the human species through progress, eugenics. The whole discourse around general AI is rooted in the Anglo-American eugenic tradition, says researcher Emil Torres and Tinit Gebru. And recall that Nick Bostrom, a Swedish transhumanist, said that black people are more stupid than white people on a forum in 1997, before issuing an apology. More broadly, the eugenic risk is highlighted by NGOs fearing that genetic tests for disease detection will quickly slide into attempts at selection based on physical or IQ criteria. Yep, so it starts out with, well, we just want to prevent diseases. And then from there it goes to, we want to breed people to have certain IQs. We want to breed people for intelligence, for strength, for jumping higher, for athleticism. This is Nazism, guys. It's as simple as that. Combined with in vitro fertilization, this new trend is described in the American press as hipster eugenics, where the search for the Superman or the designer baby would not be an imposed policy. It will be if these people get power. But an individual choice. That's bullshit. Societies, like sharks, grow or die. Mark Andreessen also proverbizes, inviting us to behave like predators and conquerors. Predators? Really? Predators on who? Apex predators prey on who in Darwinism? They prey on the weak, right? Just like the Nazis preyed on those who were weaker than them. That's what these people want to do. That's what these people want to do. They want to kill certain people who they deem as weak, unfit for life. That's pretty much the article. All right, guys, I'm going to get a drink real quick. One moment. Hold on. One moment. I'm going to get something to drink. Hold on. Sorry about that. So, we got 21 people listening to the stream. Who cares? It's a Friday night. People got other things to do. They have parties to go to, girlfriends to hang out with. And here we are, just enjoying ourselves. Here we are. So I'm going to enjoy a cold bottle of this stuff. Okay. This one got a decent texture, good carbonation. Wow, okay, never mind. I was mistaken. This is not alcohol. This is actually kombucha that I made years ago. It's not bad, but it's not alcohol. Oh, damn. 1 second, guys. Hold on. I got the wrong bottle. Damn. Sorry about that. 1 second. Hold on. Anyway. All right. No, I'm eating. I'm making sure my stomach is full at all times. This is burdock from last week. Not burdock. This is a dandelion root beer from last week. It tastes good. Oh, man. That alcohol. That shit is strong. I wanted to play for you guys a song that I found that I really liked. It's an old school Evanescence song from like 1998. 1998, guys. All right, let's give this a listen. Is this the song? Hold on 1 second. No, this is not it. You know, it's Friday night and we got nothing better to do. Other people are living their lives and we're living lives of loneliness and solitude. So I'm going to play a song by Evanescence called Solitude. And make sure this is loud enough. What's in it? It's just dandelion root beer.
How many times have you told me you love her? As many times as I wanted to tell you the truth. How long have I stood here beside you? I lived through you, you looked through me. Ooh, solitude, still with me is only you. Ooh, solitude, I can't stay away from you. How many
Yeah, it's a
times
first.
have I done this to myself? How long will it take before I see? When will this hole in my heart be mended? Who now is left alone but me? Ooh, solitude, forever me and forever you. Ooh, solitude, only you. Forever, everyone leaves me stranded, forgotten, abandoned, left behind. I can't stay here another
Little piano, little guitar.
night. Your secret admirer, who could it be? Ooh,
Got to go to bed. All right, man. I'll see you later. Good talking to you. Theo playing guitar right now in some alternative universe. Yep. Let's just hope your YouTube doesn't take you down. I know, man. It's just, who knows? But with YouTube, it's hard to predict what's gonna happen, because anytime you get into a controversial topic, even if you don't break the rules, you can still be punished. Theo eating on camera, is this a first? I think so. And actually, no, I remember eating potato chips on here a while back ago. Theo's menu includes burdock, brew, catnip, cascade, dandelion, draft, and whorehound how. That sounds really good. What's his favorite guitar song? I don't know. There's so many songs out there that have guitars in them. But today was a good stream. Really good stream. We covered a lot of stuff. Talked about Turkey, Israel, Gaza, transhumanism. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Good stream, guys. Good stream. I love this song. Great music. Great music. Cozy in the cut. Good morning.
Wait outside. Spare these lies we tell ourselves. These days have come and gone, but this time is sweeter than honey.
That was really good. Song name. I'll give it to you. Hold on. This is the link. There's the link, and then here's the link to
2, 3, 4.
the first song that I played. This is all old school Evanescence. This is from her first album, which was her second best album, I would say, if not her first, depending on my mood. He loves his Evanescence, early 2000s. Absolutely. I love this music. This is the greatest genre of music from America. Anyway. Did Scott Horton debate?
Okay, I don't know what the point of that was.
well,
Okay, you don't believe. Okay, I don't know what the point of that was.
well,
Okay, you don't believe that because you don't know anything about it, I guess. 9/11 hijackers. Don't interrupt yet. Hang on a second.
I didn't realize Scott Horton was catching bodies for as long as he has.
for a counterfactual. And of course,
caused the attack in the first place. But assuming the attack, what he would have done was he would have negotiated.
I've been reading a lot of Scott Horton lately. All right, man. Good night, Alexis Corral. All right, I'm going to see you guys later. I think we're done here. I'll see you later, Jacob Glowsticks. Short Farrell. Glad you liked the song. Cozy in the Cut. Sounds like a band. Alexis Corral, Master Driver. Catherine Galpo. Short Farrell. Who else do we have? Gypsy Bird. Killer Bob. Jack DeAngelis. Bay. Russian Dude. Bruce Harris. Serbian, whatever. Scoob. Optimus Princeps. Anime Profile. Maria Ivanova. Kinda High, Always Sad. Lil Wayne. Praven Sword Owl, Sweet Body Fit, Goose Hunter, El Capitan, SMY, Darth Raven, and everyone else. All right, I'll see you guys later. Yeah, exactly. You guys just heard some Theo, Logi.